We are live Saturday night. I almost said Friday night. I'm not even going to fuck around. I'm just going to get right into it, Joe. Instead of waiting for folks that will be here. This is going to be a nice long chat. This is one that y'all been waiting for too, so I'm ready. What's good, y'all? This is C-Certified Brewhead, and welcome to episode 28 of Beer and Other Shit, the podcast, Quarantine Edition, Adjunct Series this evening. Mate, this is a special one. This is something that I know that people want to see. I have a lot of questions. I have a co-host. I'm just going to get right into it. We have Steve and Chris from Third Moon Brewing, Milton, Ontario, and Noah from Beerism to help me out. Guys, welcome to the podcast. Let me give you a round of applause right there. There you go. You can't hear it. You can't hear it. I got sound effects. Guys, thank you for hanging out, man. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks for having us.
How's everyone doing? This is a nice four-way tonight.
Oh, it's great. It's great. Finally, weekend on. Let's enjoy.
I love it.
Indeed.
Before we even get to the beer, Steve, Chris, we should touch on your background right there because if you're listening to this, you need to go to the video and see Steve's wall of beer. Chris's wall of beer. Wow. I can't even get it right. Haven't even sipped a beer yet. It's going to be fun.
I've spent the last decade traveling to as many places as I can to get the beers that I'm excited to drink. And behind me is a wall of Mikkeller. My favorite brewer. It's not even half of all the bottles that I've had, and I just have been collecting every one I've come across for the last decade.
That's amazing.
And only now with us being at the brewery constantly, I just can't keep up. And then with the borders being closed, that's not helping either. So
no.
So yeah, but that's good because I can't really fit many more bottles in this room, so
and there's probably not much time to be drinking.
Yeah. Do you have every Spontan ever, or are you missing a bunch?
I don't know of any that I'm missing, but I put a lot of faith in Untapped. So there's always, I can't think of another brewer that's released that many beers.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if I'm missing some, but I do have some really cool old ones. And ones I've come across in different countries, and not everything gets distribution to every place. So
that's crazy.
Yeah,
I love
it's tough not being able to travel anymore.
Yeah, it's ruined. A lot of people can still trade. I've noticed that people are still getting stuff from everywhere, but I guess there's additional risks in that not arriving and like.
So risky.
Yeah, it's pricey as hell to try and get these, particularly bottles. You're getting bottles shipped from like Europe or something. Like that's not going to be cheap.
No. You'd be sweating the whole time.
Yeah, right? Jeez, they better pack it right.
Yeah,
so,
I've actually got beer trapped in Buffalo.
Really?
At a warehouse that has been holding it for me, and I can't even get there to bring it back. And it's like, I'm happy to pay the duty. I just need to get that beer. Good steps with lots of adjuncts dying a slow death. It's just not there. First
world beer problems. They can't. If they wanted to ship it, they totally could. If they would do it for you.
Ugh. But what are the limits on that? I've got 5 cases of beer.
Oh, what you? So they'd have to probably send. Okay. You could do it. You just have to. You can't even say that it's beer. There's no limit. You just gotta lie and just be like, yeast samples, glassware, t-shirts, all that shit.
Risk the whole load.
Yeah.
Unless, are they all dying? Because maybe they could just take some of the death ones and then ship them. You know?
The death ones.
The death ones.
The problem is they need to be disassembled and then put into new packages.
Okay, so it's a whole thing.
When they're to sort through.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay. We'll brainstorm that afterwards. So we should get into the first beer because I'm sure we all want to drink. So this is the first one we're doing, Continuous Blood, a single IPA. When I was thinking before, and I thought they were all double IPAs. I'm like, we're going to fucking die. We have 3 double IPAs in like less than 2 hours. It's going to be a problem. But this is 6.8, luckily.
That's just a regular IPA, just an average.
Can you fellas talk us through this beer?
It's an old school West Coast IPA, right?
Old school. Yep, got the same body as one. Getting all the pine. Oh my gosh, Tiff is on the comments just telling me to move the sheet to the side. That's hilarious. Can you push our sheet over to the side? That thing. Oh, because you can see everything now. Okay. I'm getting in trouble from the wardrobe thing from the distance. She's not even in the room. Okay, so she's done that. The full display looks great. Jorge says, cheers from MTL. What up, what up? And that pillow? Yeah, I saw it, Tiff. I'll get rid of it. It's gone. It's gone.
I like that pillow.
You like that pillow?
Yeah, it was fuzzy.
Yeah. Tiff,
My-
you got
my
voted
cats
out.
love that.
I bet they would. Tell us about this beer. Sorry, guys. Getting distracting everybody. First of all,
Cheers.
cheers. Great to meet you in person finally. Well, sort of.
Oh, a little glass teaser, Bebo. Love it.
Ooh. What do you got
Oh,
now?
is that a new one?
What is that, Steve?
Yeah, this was actually not planned. So this coming week we got this new one coming out.
Uh-oh.
It's
I love it.
Each piece
fun
they got
little guy. Yeah.
coincident with the release of a new batch with different coffee,
Nice.
and we added vanilla to some of it.
Nice.
Okay, I love it. For this beer, tell us about this one. This is like wicked foamy head here. What's the hops? What's the deal? Talk to me.
So this is Continuous Blood. It's all Galaxy IPA. So first one we did was I think it was sometime early July,
Okay.
and right out of the gates we're like, this thing's a fucking banger. Like we were just loving it. It was like we'll always take home a couple, maybe a 4-pack or two. That was one me and Chris were like, all right, we got to pull some off the shelves for this. So,
Honestly, this was my favorite beer that we've done when it came out.
yeah.
Really? So this is the
Yeah.
second release of this specific one? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So this is batch 2. So all of our IPAs we try and get the, New England style, super hazy, super creamy, big mouth feel, low bitterness, very aromatic. Galaxy is a fun hop. It brings a lot to the table, and this is just this has been one of my favorites.
Mm.
Your beers have this dankness to it that's almost unparalleled from most of what at least I can get.
Really?
Yeah. So actually, Noah, on that,
It's like this rich. The nomenclature for it's hard to describe, but it's just this dankness. I don't know, and it's pretty amazing.
Well, thank you. I definitely, I know that I feel like our beers taste, like our beers and not like other beers, but I actually have had trouble trying to articulate that, so that's nice to hear. I feel for me, the mouthfeel, it's satisfying on the finish. I just got that, I just feel like, I just drank a beer.
yeah. There was some
Your stuff doesn't have that that green component that you get a lot from breweries that are like you, but you still have that punch at the same time. Like you get that tang, you get that that intense hop burst, but then there's this rich dankness, and I don't know if it's just because you have a heavier malt profile or something, but like there's a roundness to them that I find while still being dry. So it's an impressive thing because you got the mouthfeel, you have the roundness, which usually implies like a certain level of sweetness, but I wouldn't call it that because it finishes quite dry without any bitterness. So I'm always really impressed with what you guys are doing.
Thank you.
I love it. There was something that I used to always like the dankness. I always picked that. I feel like that was some sort of bit of a trait that you guys have had through the beers that I've tried, which is a reasonable amount at this point. But Noah pointed out to me somewhat recently that what I may be confusing for dankness is maybe an overripe fruit type of profile, that sort of really like soft, fleshy type of fruit thing. Is that like? Does the dankness or that overripe fruit resonate with you guys as far as like in your taste profiles? Was that what you were going for, or do you agree or disagree that it's in there? Like, are we tripping out? I was always curious about that.
What do you think, Bebo?
Yeah, I would say that overripe fruit. That's a good point. So like, me personally. So Noah, you were saying like without the hop burn or without the bitterness.
Yeah.
I think that's something I really try for. So actually, the next beer we're gonna get to is one that had came out of the gates with some hop burn, just because we hopped that shit out of it. This one, like we hop them aggressively, but I try to keep the drinkability high. So avoiding a big hop burn, avoiding that bitter finish, and I think that the mouthfeel and the creaminess, and combined with the dense oily hop, kind of gives that certain. Yeah, I guess overripe fruit would be a good one, but I think those two just combine to deliver something that normally would have a bit of a hit to it, but I try to bring that back. So I think maybe that's part of what we're all getting.
Okay, I like it. I would liken your stuff if Noah mentioned the hop burn, because I always bring it back to like Trillium and Treehouse. I feel like your stuff is on the Treehouse kind of vibe. That has the same type of thing, and then Trillium has that more hop burny, greener type of like ultra dry shit. Is that something that also resonates with you guys, or is that a stretch?
Yeah. So Treehouse is definitely a big influence because like among the breweries that are making those style of beers that we all love, like before the border shut down, we would go all the time to other half Rochester and stock up and get cases and share them out and stuff. But to me, Treehouse always stood out because of that, like the execution on their beers was just impeccable. Like
Julius,
the mouthfeel, the finish, the head retention, the lacing. It's just like it's a very well made beer that happens to be insane hop bomb. And then on the other end of the spectrum, there's a lot of. It's easy to just throw a shitload of hops in there, and you'll get some of those flavors. But I think, in my opinion, you lose some of the drinkability. So, like having a structured beer that is a hop bomb is kind of the way I like to approach it. So, Treehouse is definitely the one that, in terms of construction, is really like a standout.
Okay, good. All right, so they're definitely getting that alignment. Derek Maisonville is saying Chris's woes would make an entertaining episode alone. I think with regard to the border. And then he also said dry finish, and he commented that when you were talking about this beer. So I don't know if he's making fun there. Or is that
because Craig, we have a group chat similar to the same one I'm in with you, but with Chris is in there and Bebo's in there, or Steve, and we called it the dry finish crew.
Okay.
Which I think has a really gross story behind why we called it that, so we won't get into it, but that's just kind of what its name was.
I didn't even know there was a story behind that, and I don't want to know the story.
Yeah. It had to do with it was Brian, our resident boomer in the group, who
there's always one
made a terrible. My cat's here.
There he is.
But that's another story for another day.
Okay.
Give each other different names.
Yeah, that's the best part of the group chats is the stupid names.
People don't realize right away that.
Yeah, I don't even know who's who anymore.
Yeah, change it back. So look, let's introduce you guys. Could you guys explain how? Let's get into your beer stories first. So how you guys both individually got into beer, and then how that came, and then how Third Moon came about, because I think it's a pretty interesting story. I actually don't know the story because I got brought in. Actually, I'll let you guys tell it, and we'll talk about it after. But yeah, beer histories.
I'll go. So my name's Steve, but everyone calls me Bebo. So I go by both, but pretty much Bebo is what even my whole family calls me that. So I'm from Chicago, born and raised, and actually grew up not too far from where Three Floyds is. So I was always into like the punk and metal and hardcore scenes. And it's like 2001, 2002, a buddy of mine lived like right down the street from them. And he somehow got a keg for a house party. He's like, you wouldn't believe this shit. Like they, all the skulls and pink, the crazy graphics and stuff. He's like, they're all into the same kind of shit we are. And I had never had anything like that. So we went to this house party, and it was like Alpha King, and it just completely like blew my mind. Like, how the fuck can a beer taste like this? So, that really got me going down that path. There was, in Chicago, it's a lot easier to access beer than it is, or it has been up here. So there'd be, bars that are really heavily focused on craft beer. So 15 years ago, it was not hard to go to a bar and have 40 different beers on tap, Dogfish Head, all that kind of stuff. So then I moved to Montreal to go to university in 2007, 2008. And I just got into Do to CL. I was loving that. We'll go down to New York, Plattsburgh, hit up the grocery stores. I just get all the smutty nose I could. And then I moved to Ontario in 2011. I moved to Toronto, and just really accelerated from there. So going back home, back to Chicago, trading for beers. I was pretty active on the trading front. Untapped, I was one of the early, getting into that pretty early. So I was always really into beer, and then I started brewing around the time I moved here. So I wanted to learn more about, like, you hear about all these different malts and hops and shit like that, and I didn't really understand what that meant. So I thought a good way to learn about it would be to actually start brewing. So when I started brewing, it something clicked. Like when I was younger, I played in bands, and I always liked to play the guitar and fuck around with it, but it never really worked. And I like to draw, but I suck at it. And then I started brewing, and just like that was my outlet. That's where my creativity and my scientific nature kind of just it clicked. So I've been brewing ever since. And so a couple years ago, Chris and I were like, "Fuck it, let's do this." So we've been working on Third Moon for over 3 years now, and here we finally are, right in the middle of the pandemic. So it's been a crazy ride, but it's super fun, super rewarding.
Oh yeah, I love it. Chris, break down how you got into beer, and then we can move into sort of like how Third Moon came about and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm sure a lot of people can relate to my story, where in high school, I guess, but more in university, you're drinking beers, and you're saying to yourself, I don't like the taste of these beers, and I guess I'm just not into beer. And then, in the LCBO, you start trying Guinness, and then you start trying, at the time you consider Heineken to be almost a crossover beer, because it's just not the regular lagers that you would be drinking. And then you try a Hacker Shore, you try some good German Hefeweizens, and you start to say, wow, that's a lot of flavor, that's exciting, I like to try that as a treat. And then you start trying more beers. And then I think it was around 2012 that I started using Untapped, and Bebo was on there as well. And I mean, we could talk all night about how Untapped has changed not only the way consumers drink, but also the way breweries operate. It's permeated the very driver behind what makes people thirsty. And so I just started trying everything. And then over the next couple of years, I kind of started to figure out that my favorite styles were big, flavorful IPAs, big stouts, and if I can have it, barrel-aged stouts. And so then, you get pickier as you go along, and the palate only moves one way. So the more you try, it increases the chances that you are going to start to appreciate what good beer is. And then Bebo and I met up through just that app. Actually, we got together to meet a bunch of Untapped friends and put a face to the name. And we ended up sitting across from each other, started talking about beer, nerding out on it, and realized that we loved the same styles. And we both recognized that there was a gap here in Ontario. It's underserved in the styles that we love to drink, and we know that because we have to travel everywhere else to get things that are really exciting to drink. And so then we've been working on this for 3 years on opening the brewery, but things take time, and we really wanted to make sure that our vision and our strategy matched the way we love approaching craft and the way we love drinking beer. We wanted that to really be felt in our brewery decisions, and make sure that what we put out there is something we enjoy as well. And we just started honing that vision over the last 3 years. And wow, definitely about to cross the finish line. The pandemic hits. It's not the way we planned it. So it was very tight across the finish line. And we got open, and we said, well, hey, we just better do what we are only allowed to do here. And that means it's takeout, it's pickup only, curbside pickup for beer. And we've just been working on that model and just keeping it simple and learning the ropes of a new business in year one in a pandemic.
Doesn't get any more hectic than that, eh?
No, that's crazy.
Yeah. So I was introduced to Steve via Noah, which is why I wanted Noah involved in this one, because he's the reason that we connected in the first place. And you had won a homebrew contest with Great Lakes, and you brewed one of the first, if not the first, hazy IPAs that they had it. Noah was like, "Yo, my friend Steve did this. You need to try it." So he made sure I got it. I was like, "Yo, this is fucking great." He's like, "Yeah, he's working on a brewery." I'm like, "Sick." And then Third Moon, though, the way that you did it, I think even we'd spoken like very briefly, but not continuously. Boy, get it. And right, and there was this dude, I can't even remember. I think it's at Lost Trade on Instagram. I actually don't even know who it is. I'm not gonna lie. And
yeah, he's one of our employees now.
Okay, all right, dope. So
he 2 employees.
2 employees.
Yeah, if
nice.
you watch our Instagram stories, he's the guy who's doing all the work there.
All right, I watched him today pouring in the hops and the coffee and stuff. Okay,
coffee,
sick.
Yeah.
All right, so
his name's Jim. He's awesome.
His name's Jim. Okay, so Jim was hitting me up, and this other dude. Actually, you might be able to explain himself. I think his name's Jag. It's J4G on Instagram.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Boy.
Okay, that's a friend of yours, right?
Yeah.
So those two were hitting me up about. It got to be a year and a half ago, maybe. Like long before the pandemic, and we're like, "Yo, we're doing this tasting in Milton." I'm like, "Where the fuck is Milton?" So he's like, "Yo, you got to come down and try this stuff." And I was like, "Okay." And I knew obviously who you were because of Noah and stuff. I'm like, "Yeah, sick." I didn't understand exactly what you were. I didn't realize it was going to be like this.
It was a good night.
Yeah, he said he'd do a couple of events, which I thought was really smart. So I guess I wanted to just find out your rollout strategy. Reminded me of Four Origins because there's a similar thing where. They're a brewery. I'm pretty sure you might be familiar with them here in Montreal. They, was a home brew, and he was doing like little events beforehand, which seemed to grow a community following. Which from what I could tell, you guys did the same thing. Could you speak to more of like how that came about? Like as far as like you had this community, like real passionate group of people, excited as fuck about what you were doing long before you opened. So do you want to just talk how you did that, how that came about, and whether it was intentional or whatever, because it was clearly it must have helped, I would imagine.
Yeah, it definitely helps. So like, I think part of it was I was homebrewing for so long, and I would just like give out my beers, and I think a lot of people liked them a lot. And then once they knew that we were doing this, we were actually gonna like, make a go at making this a reality. We had a lot of support right away. But specifically that event you were talking about. So it kind of came up as like throwing it out there. Hey, Jim said, hey, I was thinking about having like a little party at my house, having some people over. Would you want to serve some of your home brews? Kind of like get people excited or whatever. But it was like a key group of like Instagram beer influencers. And it quickly ballooned. I was like, okay, I have a handful of people. He's like, yeah, it's going to be like 50 people here. So
how much homebrew do you have?
Yeah, so I brewed, I pulled together. So we did like a slushy sour, double IPA, like a big imperial stout. And so it was a great event. A lot of great people. Everyone was super stoked about it. And it was just like the right mix of people who were excited about us, somewhat local, and were like very active on social media. So it went off well. We had like merch ready to go, and it was that really kind of. I wish I could pretend that it was as strategic as it probably seemed. It seemed more like it just kind of happened, and it was a lot of fun. But I think looking back, that really helped put us on the map. So it's kind of what you're alluding to is when we started, people were saying, "Oh, there's hype around us," and I was like, "What? What the fuck are you talking? Like, what do you mean there's hype? Like, it was just like we were so in the weeds of like, getting contractors to do their work, and gas is going to take 6 weeks to get done, and all this shit. We're like, what do you mean hype? Like we're like trying to not go bankrupt before we open. And I remember when there was the Ontario Beer Memes Instagram account, and they put up a picture of like Third Moon on the hype train, and I was like, how do people even know who we are? Like it blew my mind. And then right from like the first day, as soon as we like put beers up for sale online, it was just like overwhelming, like holy fuck. Like, so I guess long story short, like it's hard to see the big picture of what we're doing, but I feel like we try to be genuine with people. We keep our focus on the beers. We keep it fun. We got imagery that I think people like and kind of stands out. And you know, we're not really like marketing geniuses beyond that.
Well, we wanted to always, have a response from people and hear what they like, because I mean, if people like what we're doing, we're going to do more of that. And we want to grow with our fans and not be in a vacuum and just be by ourselves drinking our beer thinking it's the best thing in the world. We want that two-way conversation and see how people like it. And just the way you were talking at the beginning of this, there are different flavors and different experiences that people have with beer, and some people can articulate it in different ways. So it's just really fun talking about it. I mean, it's like music, right?
Yeah.
It's better shared, beer and music.
That's a good episode name, actually.
And I'm wondering, Bebo, if part of that early success, or at least part of what got that hype going, was just the simple fact that you've been a home brewer for so long and so passionate about beer. Well, you both so passionate about beer that there's like, you were already part of the community and had connections, and people, like a lot of people, tried what you made. And honestly, your home brew is the best I've ever had by almost a landslide. I mean, the Wild Shack, it does some fun stuff too, right? But like, in terms of, I've never had someone brew an IPA at home and it tastes quite as exceptional as what you fortunately let me try. So I feel like probably that coupled, and so you had that contest with Great Lakes, and then you're telling me about this event that kind of accidentally happened, and that must have been a big part of what drove it at the beginning, coupled with just your, I guess the styles of beer that you decided to kick off with, which are pretty ultra trendy and bold to a certain degree.
Yeah.
So
I would say, like, I think the realness resonated with a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's like, we didn't do that. We didn't start this because like we had a little focus group and we found out this is what's hot, this was clicking. It's like Chris and I would get together every week and we would crush mountains of other half Fremont stouts and all this kind of shit. And we're like, anyone who's on like any beer related forum would probably know us because we're fairly active on that. If you've traded beer, you've probably traded with Chris or I. In this area, if you're in the GTA, like half the people that come to buy our beer, like we've known through trading or from hanging out or from cask days or from Swansea Day or from going to Volo and meeting up. Like we're in the scene, and so it was like we had connections, genuine connections where we had like street cred, where people knew, we know good shit, and also the beers we're putting out are, people are resonating to, because it's like the kind of stuff that we would look out for, the kind of stuff that we would seek. So I think that realness is what gave us instant credibility.
That you guys put in the work unintentionally over the years is what it sounds like too. So even though you were saying before it wasn't this intentional thing, like you were just out here being good blokes in the craft beer scene, and you two obviously shared this passion. So then they're like, yeah, I love Chris and Steve. Man, I always saw them out, and they'll be like, yo, like you guys are now the little beer world celebrities in that world. Someone told me the other day, I forgot what his name was on Instagram. Tell Steve and Chrissy they're gods to me. What was his name? I think it was
me, Chris.
Brooklyn Beer 80. It was no. I got a couple comments from
my
Derek.
burner account.
Couple comments from Derek. First of all, about the marketing. He said it was all the DFC guerrilla marketing. I imagine that's an in-joke. And then he said, in all seriousness, though, the beer geeks you hang with who all loved your homebrew, Steve, caused the hype, and it was all because of your brewing. People deep down the rabbit hole were already hyped. I think that's pretty accurate, because basically this type, you guys were... The best beer always comes from exactly what you said. You were making things that you wanted to drink that you couldn't find at home because you kept having to leave to get it. And I think that really sums it all up. And therefore, if you two kept having to go to Buffalo and Rochester to get the fire, how many other people were doing the same thing? why half of fucking Quebec before the border closed went to Vermont every weekend to stock up on foam and Burlington Beer Co. So, you know, it's the same thing. So the actual branding of the brewery and what struck me, because I also got to try, I think I got to try one bottle of homebrew. It was like I think it was like a lactose IPA, and I would also agree with Noah. It was by far, but like leagues above any homebrew. Like it actually was very difficult to believe it was homebrew. It was that good. The branding did not. I don't think there was really branding on that beer aside from the logo. So when I finally saw this, I was like, oh, this is like some crazy shit. So first question was, where does the name come from? And second, can you talk about the actual branding that you did? As people are watching, you can see Noah's background there with some of the other products and stuff. You know, it's very consistent. It's very metal. And the names are hilarious. I don't know. I like metal. I'm not into it heavy, but I like it, and I understand the strange obsession with death and stuff. And so it's like the names are so on brand for metal. It's fucking. It's so funny to me, in not in a shit way, but like it's like continuous blood is what I'm drinking right now. This is funny. Yeah,
Sounds like a Slayer song.
Yeah, pretty much exactly. It just feels like I'm reading an album track list or something when I see the name. So yeah, if you guys could just maybe speak to a bit of that, where the name comes from, and then why did you choose that type of branding?
You want to start, Bebo?
You take it.
Yeah, well, we're both music fans, big music fans. We like heavy music. Bebo likes crazy heavy music. I'm more in like the Deftones level of heavy. And although we do both love Def Heaven, bands like that, but yeah, I mean, we do actually want to bring music in as more of a theme as we go. But to start, we want our branding to be an extension of our personalities, just like the art of our beer. So it's all kind of got to feel the same. And so for us, very strong branding is just, that's what we feel. We're passionate about what we do. We're both artists in our own right. And together we just thought, we don't want to be having labels like we see everywhere around us and no one can really tell which beer is ours. We want people to be able to walk down an aisle, not that they can right now because you can only get the beer from us, but if our beers were to be in, say, a grocery store aisle, like some of the places you go to in the States, and there's a ridiculous selection, we want people's eyes to be immediately caught and drawn by the image. And just like our beers have lots of flavor, they're big and bold because that's what we like to drink, so should the branding be.
And I mean, also that helps for social media too. I mean, because that's so massive now, like Instagram and stuff. And you know, you're scrolling through and 99% of what's on my Instagram is beer related. And a lot of the time you end up just seeing cans, and if you don't stop and look and like try and figure out and read the thing, so some breweries, like, their branding is all over the place, so you never know where it's coming from. So I think the fact that you guys and a lot of other breweries just stick to your thing, I think that helps from a marketing perspective too.
It's almost like the bat signal with the
yeah, exactly.
It's like, boom, there's the crescent moon. Okay.
We're good to go. Where did the name come from?
Go ahead, Bebo. Tell us.
So Third Moon is kind of a rare blue moon. So actually, my older son was born July 31st, 2015, which was a blue moon. So when you try and name a brewery or even name a beer, you'll have 300 awesome ideas and they're all taken. So you gotta dig deep. And actually, we were driving to work. My wife and I used to carpool to work, and we were driving to work, and she was like, we would just literally spend the whole time just throwing out names. Like, okay, that's whatever. And she threw that out. I was like, what? That sounds cool. So third moon is actually a type of blue moon. So
that's dope.
There's so we got a little personal connection, and then the idea Chris was saying, like, we want to stand out. So, like, you know, blue moon is kind of like a rare occurrence. So it was, we thought it was cool.
Yeah, it's kind of disruptive, right? So we just thought everyone can love what they love, but as long as we're making the beers that are true to us and true to what we love, then we can always feel good about that. And we don't have a beer budget anymore, so we better make the beer that we want to drink. So And then we
Yeah.
can be happy working these crazy hours.
I love it.
Let me say one thing too about you starting talking about the dark stuff. Like, I feel like a lot of our labels kind of had this like other layer or other level to it, at least to me personally. So like, our artist Casey, this guy's like a super genius. He's so talented. He's an amazing dude, and we owe so much of our success to him and his art. But what I get out of it is not always just like immediate. Like, so you see continuous blood, and it's like a deer with an arrow through its head, or that's what a lot of people think. But to me, continuous blood is like, as long as you are alive, you have blood continuously flowing through your body, and when that stops, you are done. So this continuous blood is like this is still alive, and the way I saw it and the way Chris saw it is that arrow is in its teeth. It is like defying you, like you're coming for me, but you're not getting me. So there's
cool.
different ways to
Awesome.
see it, and that's kind of what. So that's kind of there's another level to it. So yeah, there's
love
a
it.
lot of skulls and a lot of blood and a lot of death and shit, but there's a little lightheartedness to it as well.
It is art.
No, it's totally art, and it was like, I guess when I said that, it's more like, as if you're a metal fan, this is like normal stuff to me. When I hang out with my friend, one of my Noah's friends, I don't know if you know him, his name's Matt Megaki. Yeah, you know Matt. So Matt's a good friend of ours, and he, when he comes through and hangs out, and maybe where he's showing me some music or telling me about some stuff, and all the names to me are fucking hilarious because they're all about some sort of decaying corpse shit, and I'm like, I make hip hop music, so it's not what we do. So it's a little jarring not being in the culture, but if to someone like him who literally sees these words every day, it doesn't shock you. But part of that, it's not shocking to a point where I'm like, ugh, like it's gross and weird. I'm like, yo, it makes me think more about which beer do you want? Give me continuous blood. Like, it's a get me the whatever, like a chill out. You know what I'm saying? Like a regular beer name is something just that doesn't make you sort of stop in your tracks and be like, hey, what does that name mean? And I think it's a really, really good thing.
Well, another thing too, like kind of on that same vein is like, music. It's like, oh, that's weird. It's all death and gore and shit. But then it's like, what movies do you watch? Horror movies,
exactly.
TV shows. It's just people shooting each other. Like, every show is just the seems like the core of it is there's violence or death or whatever. So like a lot of art has that in it, but for some reason metal gets kind of ostracized for doing the same shit that like right now Halloween, everybody's like it's rooted in dark kind of occultism. So
Yeah, well, it's interesting too because I remember we had a long conversation with Matt about metal.
Chris is giving the signal. That's good.
And
like drink faster.
He was telling me, like, I didn't realize how much of it is tongue-in-cheek and how much of it is over the top on purpose, and then almost like this level of silliness to it. And I guess I never got that about the death metal thing because I've never really been into death metal. I'm more like Chris was saying, like I was a huge nu metal fan back when I was in my 20s, so like Limp Bizkit, Deftones, Korn, and then everything like shortly thereafter that. But yeah, I never really got that like. And it makes total sense because metal people tend to be like the nicest people, right? People don't get killed at metal shows. They pick themselves up off the floor in the mosh pit, right? Like they're
unless it's
like,
black metal.
Yeah.
That's different. Yeah, they don't do that.
We won't talk.
Okay.
No, they really kill each other.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's funny. You were saying like tongue in cheek. One time when my wife and I used to drive to work together, we sometimes we would put on like normal music that we would both like, and sometimes I would just put on my own shit. I remember one time she was like, "What are we listening to?" And I was like, "This is Meth Witch," and she got so pissed off. She's like, "It's like 7:30. Why are we listening to a band called Meth Witch?" I don't know. I like it.
It's so funny.
Going.
That's an interesting point, though. Like I played guitar since I was like a child, but then I discovered hip hop, so I put that away. And then as I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, just before I left Australia, I bought a guitar again. I started going. None of my friends would come. Like hip hop is really everything we do, which is also a very violent genre that people associate with all this stuff too, right? In a different way. So if I went to rap shows, there was real fights. There were people really getting stabbed in Australia and here and stuff as well. So I was used to, if I saw violence, I'm like, oh, I'm getting fucked away because someone's going to get actually hurt. I went to a metal show. I usually go by myself, and I didn't know what happened. So I saw like the what's that called, the pit thing,
Mosh pit. Yeah.
Well, a mosh pit, but no, when they move to the side and they run into each other, and then they go in the circle thing, and I'm just like, oh my god, it's gonna go down, and people are like, no, it's cool. Like what you said, they bump each other, throw each other, like almost get concussions, and hey, bro, you good? I'm like, if that was a rap show, someone's getting shot. Like, it was very jarring. It's a very interesting world, the metal thing, and I think if you're in it, you just say, yeah, that's what they do. But like, if you haven't been exposed to it before, you're gonna be kind of like, what the fuck is happening? And I think that makes you sort of stop and pay attention, which is what your labels do. And then when you think about it, and I love the thing about the deer with the holding the arrow, like that's dope. Because to me, it's like, oh, it's through its head, but it's not where it is where its mouth is. So it's very cool.
There's always a glimmer of hope, or some sort of, introspective take on the world. At least I feel in our labels.
I love it. No, they're very, very cool. Go on,
after we released Continuous Blood the first time, the week after, we released a beer called Apotheosis. And they that had a full-grown deer, like a big buck with horns and everything. And so Apotheosis means kind of like the pinnacle of something, but it also means to become a god. So that these two beers label to me are always intertwined, and it's like, I think that's that grown-up deer become that. So
that's cool, man.
People can take it different ways, but that's what it means to me.
What a sick label. Go on, Chris. Thanks, man. I love that one. I got a couple comments. Derek is saying,
you don't even have to edit it. It's good.
No, this is live, bro. There ain't no edits. Derek is saying, I'd like to ask if your beers have converted the local neighbors who advise that you need a good Pils and a good red.
Should we just get Derek in on this call?
I feel like he's keen. I feel like he'd be down. He's a character, Gary. Yeah. I imagine that they aren't converted or
I think I wouldn't say converted. So because we don't have a tap room, we didn't really have too much of what a lot of other breweries say, where people come in they just want our version of a Bud Light. We get people asking what's your lightest beer or something like that. But I think more than that, we're overwhelmed with how far people are driving. Every week we get people coming from Ottawa, we get people coming from Kingston, Toronto. We get people coming from all over who are into our kind of beer that resonates with. So I would say that we as much as we are turning the locals, we're more connecting with people, like-minded folks from further out.
I love it.
We definitely saw at the start that a lot of Miltonians were coming out and supporting us, which is awesome. That's exactly what we needed out of the gate, and then as we expected, we've seen the percentage of people skew more towards beer nerds as time goes on. So we got a lot of those questions at the start, but I honestly don't hear them as often. Yeah, I feel like even those who were trusting us to take them on this flavor ride, they're becoming converted as well, and it's awesome. They're just, it's fun when you see people's eyes light up and you see them getting as excited about our beer as Bebo and I have both been for years about all these other breweries that we've been chasing.
It must be fun.
Yeah, that's really cool.
It's exciting, right? It's one of the reasons we wanted to do this, feel alive again.
Yeah, feel alive again. Right in the pandemic. Someone by the name of Moose Hair Underwear said, it was the branding that caught my attention. I ordered a bunch and was like, this better be as good as the imagery. Long story short, I'm now the unofficial cheerleader.
Thank you.
Look at that. What a champ. Speaking of that, so opening, when did you actually open to the public?
Do we want to hit up the next one?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Do you mind grabbing the next one, babe?
Chris has been dying.
It's called... Sorry, Chris. It's called Conjuration.
He's going to open one of them 400 beers behind him.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
So we're doing Conjuration next?
Mm-hmm. We are indeed. Tell us about that one.
So this is it's a series, and I'll just kind of set it up, Bebo, and you get a little deeper, but this kind of lets us explore and do some of the things that we haven't done before, whether it's different hop combinations, different grain bills, just trying different things, and so it's not it's not meant to be a total theme where every beer is going to taste the same. Each one is going to be unique unto itself. What take it a little deeper, Bebo?
Yeah, so we wanted to try to not have it where every beer looks the same, tastes the same, and just has like a little bit different label or whatever. Okay. We wanted to really make it so we had a playground to experiment with, but I wanted to, not just not do incremental things. So the first two of these series are actually very different beers. So this is the first one.
This is the first, right?
A lot of oats. Yeah, this is the first one. Conjuration. Okay. So this one's got a lot of oats in it. So you can see, I think this is the haziest beer we've produced.
Okay.
The nose is insane.
Vic's Secret, Ella, and Columbus, yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
I love it. That looks amazing. I'm just noting this down as we go. Someone just commented now. Terry and Emma said, "Hi, guys. Thoughts on the role and future for guys like Mark at Sidewalk Beer Shop in Waterloo? We're certainly happy he's doing what he's doing." I don't know what that means.
Mark is he's an awesome dude. So he's he owned a cafe in Waterloo, and then when the shutdown happened in Ontario, they changed the laws so that they could have like a to-go bottle shop, which you used to not be able to have in Ontario.
Okay.
He just like threw open his window and he's like, "All right, what do you want?" He's just selling cans and bottles out of his window. So I think guys like that who pivoted quickly are thriving, and people like him who are super into beer, like not faking it, not looking to make a buck. He's a hardcore convert like us. Just wish him all the success, and it's awesome to see.
And it's nice to to be able to work with the people that we like to hang out with too. And we got into this hoping that we'd be able to, work with good people, and we're finding it. It's just like music. There's great people, and craft beer is we definitely find that good people in craft beer.
100%.
So it's nice to find people like that. And yeah, Princess Cafe in Waterloo, and makes a great sandwich too.
All right.
Yeah, we're talking about having a pop-up with him where he's going to sell chili at our place in a couple weeks. So look out for that.
That's dope. I love it. Someone else commented, Moose Hair Underwear said, "Bebo, was that just a look into the Each Beast a God glass?"
It was, yes.
Look at that. Look at it.
So
Look
should
at
only have
that's great.
Should obviously only have stouts in it, but
you know what? It's okay. You can cheat.
We're waiting for Thursday. Thursdays at noon on our website, thirdmoonbrewing.com. That's where we put new beers up.
Okay.
And
every Thursday?
So this Thursday we're releasing Each Beast of God with a different coffee, and we're giving half the batch of vanilla treatment.
Nice.
Ooh, half of that.
And we got an imperial version.
That's exciting.
An imperial pumpkin spice version.
Woo! For real?
Yeah.
Oh, bro, you're talking to my fucking language. Team Pumpkin? Are you serious? Yeah,
you're a pumpkin fan?
Bro, yeah, we have my friend Nathan, who's a fellow beer media nerd, and he also writes for our blog. We have a Twitter account called Team Lactose because we fuck with lactose, and every fall we change it to like Team Pumpkin. So I might have
fence with that flavor.
Pardon?
There's no fence sitters with that flavor.
No. You like it or you don't. You go balls deep. Yeah, you guys are in. You guys are Team Pumpkin and Team Lactose.
Yeah, so I think I'm harder on lactose than Chris, but
I think I'm harder at pumpkin.
Okay, so we got one for each.
Yeah,
I'll take it because Noah's team neither, so fuck him. Am I right?
I feel like I'm on the fence all the time.
I know you are. Which is
like I've had a few pumpkin beers that I liked. I've had some lactose beers that are pretty damn good. So
yeah. It's
but back to this beer.
Yeah, let's talk about this beer, please. Yes.
Bebo was talking about before we go back to him. There's such like a cannabis component to this, but not in like a skunked Heineken way, like in that dank
I've
sticky
never thought of that before.
thing.
You're right. Maybe that's
Yeah.
why I like it so much.
Yeah, it's definitely got like what I don't know if it's almost like the terpenes or whatever. Like it's got that kind of like terpene vibe.
It's just so dense and hazy. It's like a meal in a glass to me.
Dense, that's the word. It's super
Like
dry.
if I want beer, this is a good choice.
Yeah. This one has, if I'm not mistaken, am I getting a touch of hot burn in here? Just like
That's
a
sharp.
Yeah.
like a touch.
This is our burniest beer we've ever had. So I really try hard to avoid it. But we just hopped the shit out of this with some very high alpha, high oil content hops, and it was inevitable right out of the gate. It was like super burny, but I think it's maybe 3 weeks old now,
Okay.
and
It's better now.
yeah.
Yeah, this is great.
Another thing I've learned is that some people love that hop burn. Like they look for
really
it,
do.
that they want that. So
I've learned to really, really like the hot burn. Like, and this is like, but then I've had beers that are just so like every sip is like you wince because there's so much hot burn. So this is like very restrained, and it's like it's enough in the background. Like, oh, that's really nice. Like, but I think it's like I think technically, if you go by BJCP, it's not supposed to be there, but it's become, like you say, a lot of people start looking for that. So this is great. I can see why we did this second. This is even though the ABV
so even
is,
though it's a lower, exactly.
You're 100% right. We had a couple more comments that were talking about this. Derek was just saying to that dude he missed the glass. I guess you'll see it now. Rick Parent is saying, drinking a Conjuration 2 right now. Love your stuff. Thanks for shipping to Ottawa. Derek says, OMG, take my money. He's on fire. Rick says, any plans to brew a triple IPA?
Yes. So actually, triple's one that's eluded me a few times. So I think I've tried now 3 times and it's not worked out any time. Just to get that high of a starting gravity.
Yeah.
With enough volume where it makes sense to actually ferment and can it. So keep coming up short, and so we're gonna take another crack at it soon.
Sick. I feel like even though I'm just drinking it, this is probably my favorite beer from you, man. This is fucking amazing. Like this is.
Is it the Vic Secret?
It could be because Australia. You know, I got a rep for the home team.
Well, it's funny because Vic Secret's one of those hops a lot of people say they don't like. When we had the guys from Pub Brewski were visiting, they were saying, "Oh, Vic Secret! Anytime we put that in a beer, people can't get enough of it." And we're like, "Yeah, fuck yeah, let's throw some Vic Secret in it." So they're what caused that, and it turns out, I guess people in Quebec like it a lot more than people in Ontario. So
yeah, it's a different.
A lot of our people in our close circle are not on the Vic Secret train.
It's true.
Yeah,
and Sabro. God forbid you put Sabro in it.
Oh, I love Sabro.
Sabro's the best. Who doesn't like Sabro? No, is it the Quebec?
A bunch of people in our dry finish crew chat.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's funny. So we have a beer called Love Lies Bleeding. So we focus on locally or Ontario-grown hop. So we kind of set a base with. We've done Sabro twice and Lotus once, and it's pretty Sabro. You get a lot of that tropical with some coconut, but the individual, the local hop really adds a lot to it. And it's funny, every other review on Untappd starts with, I don't like Sabro, but yeah, it's like, at a certain point, you just like Sabro. And that's
right. You gotta stop the hate. It's a beautiful hop.
Just be happy.
Just be happy it's in there. The next question, who I very much relate to, Moose Hair again, is said, I'm a basic bitch. I'll be all over the PSL. I am a basic bitch too, sir. I am with you. I'm here for the basic of the better. Rick says again, love the hot burn. Bring on a Third Moon triple IPA. And Derek says, American barley wine ever. #BIL. Derek is out of control tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you ever do that shit? Would you guys ever do a barley wine or any of that type of stuff? Or is there any styles that you haven't got into that you want to? Or
yeah, I think almost every style we haven't gotten into, but we're actually so we're kind of hitting like collab season coming up. So Reverence, who is doing some crazy all barrel aged stuff, they opened up in Cambridge, which is not far from us, like 2 weeks before we did. So another quarantine open brewery. So we've got a lot of affinity for each other. So
nice.
we're planning on doing a collab, but we were talking about doing a barley wine and barrel aging it for like a year or so. So that's something that's hopefully going to come together soon.
I like that. So most of the stuff you guys have done so far have been what people would, and coming back to kind of what we touched on initially, maybe why you have the hype is that you're doing the style of beers. You know, I mean, New England IPAs. You've done the pastry stouts. You've now dabbled into some sours, and you've even gone to the seltzers, which I do want to talk about too, because that's a whole other conversation. So it seems like that, that's the stuff you guys, as you were saying, want to drink. And that's what's kind of got you the hype, because you're doing this shit on par with what the Americans are doing. Are you guys looking at to do, I mean, I'm just trying to think what makes sense. Obviously, a fucking red ale doesn't make sense in your portfolio, or a brown ale, but a Pilsner would make sense. Like a really, like a well-done craft. You know what I'm saying? Is there other beers that...
I mean, Bebo makes a great Pilsner.
He does. I've had it. It's amazing.
There's a lot more body to it. So, I didn't find it, personally as crisp and dry, but I was happy to have a more mealy Pilsner that just gave me more body anyways. But we don't have that kind of time right now. We only
taken up. Yeah.
It takes a lot. It hogs the tank for a long time, and right now, just keeping inventory in is it has been a challenge. So we want to keep bringing more beers out, and lagers would be a bottleneck right now, but we'll get there.
Okay. Was there other styles?
When we do them, we're gonna do them right. So I wouldn't want to like rush one or do a quick one or not lager it. So when we do one, it's gonna be a banger.
It's be done proper.
Yeah, exactly. So, but real deal, we could turn out maybe 2 or 3 IPAs out of a tank in that same time.
Right.
So,
and look, it's a pandemic. You got to keep the doors open, right? So people understand it'll get there when it gets there.
Yeah, the bank doesn't understand the value of a super crispy.
God damn you, RBC.
Yeah.
Moosehead says LLB yellow is love. Derek says be still my beating heart. #BIL. Rick says any insight into the next iteration of Love Lies Bleeding series?
Oh yes, very soon we got an imperial version of the blue one coming out.
Okay.
So we took our first one, the one that we loved right out of the gates, and we just made a double version of it. So
nice.
Super excited about that.
Amazing. And then he also says, may have been asked before, but who does your can art? Unsung hero. That was Casey, you said, right?
Yeah, Yard Wolves he goes by.
Yeah, very, very cool. Tell us about the seltzers, man. Like, I personally only really tried them properly recently. Did a podcast with
never even had one.
You never had? Well, we did a podcast with a dude from Bangarang in London, Ontario, and tried their stuff because they're one of the few local folks who were doing it, I guess, at a larger scale. And I didn't expect to like seltzers, period. And I was like, all right, this is cool. And then I swear to God, I did that episode. And then the next day, I saw that you guys were doing one. I was like, sick. I didn't know that people were doing them. So, yeah, why did you start doing them? What's the deal?
Yeah, Bubbles.
That's it. Hey.
Yeah, I can't even point out to where it came from, but we were talking about just kind of like having something else that would be maybe a little lighter and fun to drink. And, just like the brewer in me, super excited about the challenge of making one. So, like, even though it's like an easy sort of unassuming beverage, they're very difficult to make like a clean, neutral base that just kind of tastes like water. So, they kind of, at the end of patio season here in Ontario, people were going nuts for them, a handful of places that were making them. So we just said, fuck it, like, let's try it. Let's throw one out there and see how it does. And then we were actually coming up with different names, and we had a cool label. It had this, like, monster coming out of the water. So we were coming up with, like, different water names.
Okay.
And none of them really took. And then actually Jim, Lost Trade, was like, we should call it Bubbles and put a clown on it. Such a fucking horrible idea. We're like, okay, we gotta do it.
Great idea.
It's hilariously, it's a good idea. So,
That's amazing.
but it was fun. So yeah, we
I was pretty excited on something.
what's that?
I'm a big fan of Mr. Bungle, so I was pretty excited.
I'm a big fan of that, Mr. Bungle too.
Oh yeah, you just gotta have a scary clown somewhere.
Somewhere. So how many of them have you only done the one so far? Have you done a few variants?
Just the one, yeah. So we're planning on doing more, and it's funny. So when we announced it, so many other breweries started messaging like, "How'd you do yours?" Everybody's trying to figure it out how to what's the best way to make them because I think that once you got them nailed down, it's pretty easy. But there's 100 different ways to make it. So we're all like in contact. How'd you do yours? How'd you do yours? So, so ours, cherry raspberry.
Good combo.
It seems polarizing. Like I love it. I could crush 4 of those and just be the happiest person ever. I brought it home. I opened it for my wife. I was super excited for her to try it. She had one sip. She's like, "Nope, not for me."
Okay.
So, yeah. So So I don't know. So yeah, we definitely got more planned. So we got this whole bubbles idea. Bubbles goes to the circus, and when we start talking about it, we get a little ridiculous. So
I don't know much about seltzers. So the fruit infusion, are you buying fruit? Are you buying juice? Are you buying some kind of extract, or how does that work?
Yeah, so it's everything under the sun. So a lot of them are White Claw in the States is very popular,
right?
And that's vodka that's watered down with some fruit extracts.
Yeah,
and they've got that kind of down to a science. So we hit ours with real fruit. We just put cherries and raspberries in it. There's a bunch of different ways you could do it. But we're talking about once we get them to where we want it, we're probably gonna not really do them in the winter because it's not really a cold weather drink. But we want to get them so that in the spring, as the weather's getting nicer, we're gonna start pumping them out. And we're talking about a bunch of different fun flavors that are super ridiculous and just gonna have a lot of fun with it.
Are you gonna do a lactose seltzer for Craig?
Fuck yeah.
Yes, a pumpkin spice lactose seltzer.
Definitely.
Chris, I know you're with me, bro. That would be sick. We could make it a collab. Let's fucking go. And it takes less than 2 weeks, I'm pretty sure. Right? Let's fucking do
Okay,
this.
so we'll sell 3 cans.
It'd be just the 3 of us drinking it.
There you go.
1, 2, 3. We'll get a few cases each. Boom, boom. Be good.
Yeah.
Moose Hair says, "Keep bubbles coming. It's so unique. I love them." No, it's sick, man. I love that you guys are doing that. I think it's fascinating that you've been able to sort of do all these styles so exceptionally well. Coming into the other stuff that we spoke about earlier about the hype thing, and Noah, you're going to be able to position this better because you had a conversation with a gentleman on a post you did recently, and he was talking about I guess one of the common criticisms of what would be considered a hype brewery, which now I learned that you guys absolutely had no part in. You were just we're just making beer, and then you get labeled this hype brewery because you're making extraordinarily phenomenal beer in a style that is very highly sought after, which you guys just happen to like. So it was kind of you fell into it. And I know we spoke about this beforehand, so it'd be good. I really want to hear your pushbacks on this dude's criticism of what would be considered a hype brewery or the hype business model is more what we're talking about. So Noah, do you want to maybe summarize that and then?
Yeah, and I mean I don't know how much it actually applies to what you guys are doing because I think some of his and I want to preface in saying that I actually really look up to this guy. He's one of the foremost Quebec authors in beer, and he's a professor in beer, and he didn't really approach this in a particularly negative way, but more
no, it wasn't negative at all.
I want to ask you what you think of this, and then we kind of had a back and forth or whatever. But he was kind of because I had just posted an article about Masorum. And I think in that article a couple of times I had mentioned how impressed I was that they managed to pump out literally 3 brand new beers every week, and how on the most part they're quite good. So I think his main question to me was kind of okay, I have an analogy for you. If you have a restaurant who creates a goat curry and then every week they rename it, rebrand it, change everything about it, but all they're doing is in 1 week they're adding cilantro, and then the next week they're adding some other spice, and they're not really, they have the same base recipe, but they're kind of rebranding it entirely. Is there any, like, are there any ethical implications to that kind of thing? And then that kind of spiraled into conversations about, I think, the general kind of new wave model behind breweries that are concentrating on hazy IPAs, and it kind of taking up most of their brewing space, and then what that means, and is it honest to be doing that? And I mean, to me, I don't think that is what Misorum is doing. I think they are actually legitimately pumping out new recipes all the time. But at the end of the day, my point was kind of, this brewery clearly is in love with New England IPAs, and so is the public. And like, you're only going to have a certain amount of variations between the beers if you're only concentrating on one style. So like, although it may seem to some people that you're brewing the same beer and only altering it slightly, maybe the people that are drinking it that think that aren't that accustomed to drinking New England IPAs enough to be able to distinguish between this one and the one we had, because to me this one and the one we just briefly had are like completely different beasts, like that night and day kind of thing. And so there was that, and then he was talking about like valuing novelty a little bit too much, and how like if it becomes a thing and becomes more of a novelty, then it kind of hurts the industry, because you're pumping out all these beers every week, but you're not fully like vetting the process and taking your time to perfect the recipe and that kind of thing. And again, like, I don't think this necessarily applies to you guys, because you are pumping out a lot, but you're also bringing back what you've already done, and it's kind of like this nice circular thing. Whereas I think his criticism was more focused on what Misorum is doing, where like they rarely bring anything back. It's just like new beer, and like how that can kind of affect the industry. I know I just said a lot, but
No, it's good.
You were on mute. Sorry, could you say that again?
That was a good one.
I'll take the first crack at it. So I think it's a valid point, and I think someone who is into some styles of beer or some trends of beer, I could see the hate that hazy IPAs get. I could see the hate that, like, this week we released a beer with Oreos in it. Like, that's sacrilegious to some people, but like to other people, it's amazing. They love it. So I think that there's this growing divide between the like old school, like, give me a cask ESB folks, and the new school, like, I don't know what a cask or an ESB is, but I love Sabro.
That sums up craft beer in that one sentence, man.
That's your intro to the
That's my 1 minute preview, right?
Yeah, that's the 1 minute preview.
What time is this? 1 minute and 8. All right, I got it. Keep going. Sorry.
But all right, so like, on our honeymoon, we went to London, England, and I drank Fuller's ESB on cask. I drank like a whole cask worth of it as one of the best beers I've ever had in my life. And I love and appreciate and respect those beers, but I love this kind of stuff too. So like, I don't know why it has to be
one or the other.
For that, that's just, groundwork. But like, like, to do what Messerum does, or to do what a lot of these breweries do, it is not fucking easy to plan out new beers, to get labels done, to get them printed, done in time, to get ingredients, grain bills. Like, it's a constant grind. And like, opening during COVID, where sometimes we would send shit to the printers and it's 3 days, sometimes it's 3 weeks. This label grind of getting new labels all the time just is one little part of it. So like, if we released, let's say, Continuous Blood, and everybody went nuts, and then we released that same beer next week, and everyone bought it again and again and again, we would only make that beer. Same with Messerin. But that's not what the beer drinkers want.
Yeah.
They want the new thing. So it's like, it's a little bit short-sighted to say that they're being unethical or they're being cheap about it. Like, this is what the people want. And I mean, it's a business to start with. But like, you know, the difference between a Helles and a Vienna lager, well, one's got a little bit of Munich in it. Otherwise, it's probably the same yeast, probably fermented the same way, probably brewed the same temperature. So if we put Vic Secret in one beer and Sabro in another beer, they taste very different. But that's cheap. But for, you know, traditional German brewery, it's not. So
That's interesting.
yeah,
That's very interesting.
I think that's a really good retort to that, because you're right. That's a really good comparison. It's almost like the pure. Like, it reminds me of music, and I know what applies to metal, it applies to hip hop. Like, the purists kind of want things to remain pure, and they'll just kind of take that confirmation bias on their side and be like, well, look at what they're doing. But then you just show the complete other side to it, and there probably isn't much you can say. Like Noah said, my first thought was, this is literally extreme. This is the Trillium to the Treehouse of the Continuous Blood. And yeah. They couldn't be more different. These two, if you know New England IPAs, they couldn't be more different. Like, they.
And let me just say one quick thing, and then I'll let Chris jump in on this.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's I don't know how to phrase this well, but like, you know, to use that same food analogy, it's like, you know, oh, I get a cheese pizza and you put pepperoni on it and you call something different. Like, it fucking tastes different. Like, it's a different thing. Right? But when people they want that and they expect that's like what we deliver. That's why people keep coming back week after week, because we're giving something new each time. So, and then I guess the other thing, whenever people bring up something like that, I always just think, like, what are the last 50 beers you drank? What are the last 100 beers you drank? How many of those were repeats? How many times did you have the same beer? It's probably like the rest of us. You always want a new beer. You want to try different things. You want to taste different things. You want stuff from new breweries you never had. Like, so, I don't know.
Mm.
Beers become Pokemon. You just want to, like, collect them all, kind of thing.
And that's the Untapped conversation.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, so imagine you walk into local option in Chicago or something, you know, like, and there you are, you're in a place where you already know you're going to have good beers. You see something you know and love, and you see something else that you've heard is good. You 100% of the time you're going to pick the beer you've never had, because we're there. We already signed up for an experience. Give me an experience. And so for us, like, each beer, it comes back to art. And it's like, we want to drink this and we want to have an experience. And so we want to throw that paint at the wall and see what we can come up with. And that's what we love about the Conjuration series, because we can try different hops that, you know, this was our first time using Big Secret hops in this. Conjuration 2, our first time using Topaz hops. And so for us, if we're not trying new stuff, we're not learning, we're not growing, we're not expanding our horizons. I feel a sense of responsibility that we continue to try new things and not just keep perfecting the same recipe. At the same time, like I said earlier, we want to build this with our fans, and we want that feedback loop. We want that two-way conversation. So when our customers tell us, when are you rebrewing this beer? When can we have that again? Okay, we put that at the top of the list. We're going to brew that again. Of course, the reality is, when we brew that again, it takes twice as long to sell as the first time we brew it. And we say, everyone told us to brew this again.
That's really interesting too.
Which is weird, right?
Yeah.
So say, well, people want new beers. Let's give them what they want, and we kind of try to find that mix. I think when we started this, planning this out 3 years ago, we agreed that 50% of our lineup would be new beers, and we'd have our usual suspects. And we always said, let's let our customers tell us which ones they love. And so that's why you see us brewing continuous blood again, double bone tree, second batch, and if it's awesome and everyone loves it, chances are we love it too, and we're gonna brew it again. But you can't keep doing the same thing, or you're not growing. I watched Bebo from being a home brewer a decade ago to now, and there's one thing that I always knew is that he will keep messing with it until he's got it right and got it the way he likes it. And how do you learn that? Like he said, how do I learn about it? I just start doing it. So he goes in there and he figures it out, and that's how he has been able to excel as a brewer and make things on a homebrew scale and now on a professional scale that continue to wow me. And it's the only reason, honestly, that I left my day job, was because I knew this is not something that I need to convince people to like. Just here you go, just try it. Just try it and you tell me.
Yeah.
And that's, everyone is an experience, and Noah, you nailed it. This is a totally different experience than continuous blood.
Yeah.
So what do you like? All four of us on this call, representing a very small portion of the world, like different things. So some of us love Vic's Secret more than the others, and we all have what we like. Even Bebo and I will talk about a beer, and Bebo's doing the brewing, and so it's I'm just critiquing it and saying what I love, and we're together deciding what we want as a vision, what we're going to release to the world. But we like different things too. So we kind of, as we're doing this now professionally in the business, we're learning what each other, okay, when Bebo says this, he likes this. And when I say this, he knows that there's a greater chance I'm going to like this type of approach than this. But doing it together is the beauty of it, because you're never doing it in a vacuum, and you're always building something that you're not just taking a shot in the dark. You're saying, I trust you, you tell me if this is good, and when we both say it's good, we release it.
That was the best responses I've ever heard to this question. Thank you both. That was really, really insightful. Like, if anyone, I feel like we need to clip this and put this on YouTube separately to be like, hey, anyone criticizing this model, like, watch fucking this. I've never heard that more better explained. Thank you guys. That was great. I have a couple questions from people. Rick is saying, great point, reference re-releases. Wondering what your best-selling brew has been. Would you bring it back? Congrats on all your success.
Thank you very much. I mean, Bone Tree is kind of the one that everyone responded to most. Even my mom
Really great.
Bone Tree. Does that
love
have lactose in it?
No, I don't think it does.
Oh, what's the
We did
lactose?
a milk bone.
Milk bone. Motherfucker. I was trying to really rub it in Noah's face. All right, my bad.
That was another horrible idea that we're like, fuck yeah, let's call it milk bone. Yeah,
It was a brilliant name.
That was great.
Milk mustache.
he got a little milk mustache.
But I mean, who doesn't love citric hops? And okay, sure, you can get burnt out on it, but it has a very pleasing and welcoming aroma flavor. It's just, when you drink that, you're like, yes, this is what I want. Give me the hops.
Yeah.
So it's probably both of our favorite hop. I know it's your favorite, Bebo. So that just naturally.
Half our beers got citra in them.
Yeah.
Can't ever go wrong with it. Terry Nemmo was just shouting out local option. Tiffany is saying, what would even be the right amount of space between beer releases? That's very traditional big beer perspective being applied to a new age, ever-changing craft industry. So I guess coming back to that other conversation in the sense of, the big beer approach would be like, what is, how long do we have to do it? I mean, what do you guys do as far as maybe managing that gap? You brought Continuous Blood back a couple times, and then a few other beers. How do you make those decisions?
Well, and not to jump in there, but like I feel like part of the criticism that I was getting from that other conversation, and it sounds like that this question might be related to that a little bit, is that I think historically there's this time period where you're supposed to be like brewing a tiny batch and then like, oh, I don't like this, and then trying it again, and then like perfecting it over this very long period of time. But and I could be wrong, but like the newer model seems to be like we're gonna try something new, release it, try something new, release it, try something new, release it. And so I think it kind of shifts the R&D to the actual public a bit quicker than it did in the past. And I don't really see that much of a problem with it. I mean, maybe the criticism is that yeah, you're putting it on the public to spend their money on something that's potentially not fully vetted or fully realized yet.
I think it's.
But I think that's part of the fun too, right? Like, isn't that the whole thing now? Like I kind of like that approach. Like, yeah, obviously spending $6 a can isn't easy, but I also think it's kind of fun to be like, oh, well, they're releasing this thing quick, and I want to try it. And I'm like, oh, I like this about it, and then like you said, Chris, to have that kind of feedback loop with your clientele. And I think that it's just a new model and a new approach to brewing. And I don't know enough about the old or even that much about the new, but like to me, it just I don't see the deep-rooted problems that maybe other people are seeing. If that makes sense.
Bebo, if you don't mind, I'll just say a quick thing and then you go into it. But no, that's called DevOps. It's like you're bringing it to market and you're letting the people tell you what they need, right?
Yeah.
But Bebo and I, we want to be transparent and share the ride with people. We didn't start this brewery because we wanted to have a business or make some success in business. We're doing this because this is all we talk about outside of our previous day jobs. And we just said, wouldn't it be awesome if we could, do this all day long instead of just after work? So we just, we really just want to, we're sharing our ride as well. And there's growth in that. And there's transparency in that. And I think now more than ever, that's what that's what you want to have with your customers, with your fans. We're all people at the root of it. And so we're all sharing that same journey, that same vision. We just had like a homebrew session the other night where Bebo was sharing what he's learned about making big stouts. And we're all in this together. And honestly, beer is one of the few industries where everyone shares what they've learned and is excited about helping each other learn together. Anyways, I'll ramble on, Bebo.
You're making
no,
so much
great.
sense.
Yeah.
So, I guess the original question of like the release schedule. So, we have released a new beer or a re-release of a beer every week since we've opened. We have not yet had an empty week where we haven't released a new beer. And to be totally transparent, we're terrified of that. We don't want to have that because we know that sales would be low, engagement will be low. We want to stay in people's minds. We want to stay relevant. But also we want to keep trying and keep pushing it out there. So I always felt like, when we were starting, people would ask like, oh, what are your core beers or what's your flagship beers or whatever. And I'm like, that to me just seems so cocky. Like, oh no, this is the perfect beer. And I'm going to pepper in one every 3 months or whatever. Like, I don't know. I was like, I know what I like. I know what I like to make. So we'll do that and then let people tell us what they like. Like Chris alluded to before, like we're letting people tell us what they like. So, I don't know. It's kind of a, I feel it cheapens what a lot of places do to just say it's like, public R&D or we're like, crowdsourcing our experimentation. It's like, I feel like every beer we've put out is a finished product and I'm proud of them and I stand behind them. So it's not like, when we were doing our pumpkin spice latte stout, over the last handful of days, we're adding more spice and tasting it and recirculating it and trying to get it to a level we like. We're not bottling it every stage and selling it as like, version 1, version 2. We're going to get that beer to a place where we think it's good and put it out. And maybe people say, oh, I wish I had a little more of this. I wish I had a little more nutmeg or, the spices were too loud. And if enough people say that and we're vibing with what they're saying, should we make it again, then we'll probably make some changes to it. But it's not that each individual batch is just like an accident or an experiment. It's like, fuck it, throw it out there, sell it.
And all four of us really contribute to that. We're tasting the beers every day and we're talking about it.
Yeah.
And four, individuals, four very different people just coming together and sharing their subjective opinion, which is, something I think we all know, but we don't really put it at the forefront like we should. And honestly, that's one of the things I love about beer. I know that the conversation I'm having is always subjective, and that's the fun of it, because you can talk about the romance of it and your experience of it. It's highly subjective, but this is one of the allures of beer, craft beer, is that we're all having an experience, and things are much better when you're having it together.
Yeah,
For sure.
100%.
I really love that we're drinking the same beer at the same time. This is making me feel like a human again.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah,
It's great.
speaking of drinking the same beer.
Next one. Let's do it. Do you mind go? Actually, I'm gonna take a piss. In the meantime, I'm just gonna read out a couple of these comments, and we can crack that. You can talk about it. So Rick saying, "What is the hardest hop variant to get your hands on?" This is
So
Nelson.
far, it's been Nelson.
Nelson.
Yeah, for us.
That's what I typically hear. Derek says, "I was about to say many places." Like Founders follow the schedule model, but then again, Founders had to brew a Black is Beautiful to rebrand against racism, which made me think. I want to give a huge shout out to you guys opening during a pandemic, talking about paying back the bank, yet releasing 2 fundraiser beers for BLM and Indigenous folks. Mad props and great beers, which is fucking amazing. Tiff was agreeing, we're talking about the market stuff. Yeah, let the market decide, which you sort of clarified that. And the market will decide once you put it out, you think it's good, and then they'll want more. Wow, the comments are coming through. This is more than we've ever had, so you guys are very popular. Rick says the market...
Lactose seltzer.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. Pumpkin spice lactose seltzer. Rick says the market demands more Citra and way less Sabro. He is wrong about the Sabro. We all know that. Derek says never enough Sabro. Haters be damned. There you go. And then Moose Hair says Sabro gang gang. I love it. I'm going to go grab the other beer and take a piss. Do you guys want to just talk through this bad boy?
Sure. So what? I like everyone else. I love Bone Tree. So how does Double Bone Tree differ? Is it just simply a bigger version, same hops and everything, or?
Yeah, so Bone Tree is all Citra. So Double Bone Tree, same thing. It's all Citra. So the first one, this is actually batch 2, our second version of making Double Bone Tree. So this one we were experimenting with some different ways to get Citra in the beer. So there's Citra hop pellets. There's Incognito, which is kind of like a liquid, super concentrated aromatic hop extract. So you use that in the kettle. We also use cryo Citra. So it's where they like cryogenically freeze the hops to get out the green vegetal matter that is kind of the unpleasant part about hops, and only leave back the oils and the aromatics that you want. So it's super concentrated. So we hit this with basically 4 different versions of Citra hops to try and get as saturated as we could, but keep a high level of drinkability.
How did you do those ratios? Like, how did you figure that out? Just a lot of research?
Just public R&D, throwing it out there. No, so the producers will tell you. So like for example, the Incognito, they'll say use this at 1/6 the rate you would for pellet hops. But those things they're stupidly expensive, but you get some efficiency with the hops. Soak up a lot of beer, so normally about 30% of our batches of beer are soaked up in dry hops. So using cryo and Incognito, they cost a shitload more, but it soaks up a little less beer. So it kind of nets out, but we're not doing it for cost savings. We're doing it for just to get the best product we can.
For sure. And that's actually kind of brings up something I want to ask and your thoughts on it, or maybe you can provide the reasons for it. But like in Quebec, to get a solid New England, you're looking at, I'd say, between $4.99 and $6.99 a can, plus tax, sometimes bottle deposit or can deposit too. So you're looking at $7.50, sometimes upwards of $8 for a single can. I know in Ontario, I feel like people are a little bit less used to that for these types of beers. So it's like I've seen some just the usual people. I'm not going to name names, but like Ontario beer bloggers that I'm not a fan of to begin with. Anyway,
Don't get me
kind of like
started.
comment on like your pricing and whatever and how it's too much and blah 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 blah. But I think like I'm kind of used to that price range, and I'm curious. Have you gotten a lot of complaints about that? And second question, can you explain why you do charge that much and why it's kind of necessary for you to charge that much?
Great question.
Yeah, so the pricing thing is something that came up early. So when we launched, we're in bottles and we're charging $6.50 for an IPA, and the people who were drinking these kind of beers didn't bat an eye. Like, yeah, that's how much they cost.
Yeah.
And then the locals were like, "What are you talking about? That should only be like $2."
Right. Yeah.
I guess big picture, there's a lot of taxes, there's a lot of cost of ingredients, there's a lot of losses making these kind of beers. Ask any brewery owner making these kind of beers how they're doing, how their financial situation is. When are they buying their second house? What's their down payment on their Florida house? Like, nobody's fucking making a lot of money doing this. We're doing this because we love it. It's like a drive. It's like a passion that we have that we just like can't get away from. So like I was saying, like we use Citra Cryo, and it costs like, first of all, we couldn't even get it, so we had to get it on secondary. We had to pay US dollars and shipping and duty, and it costs like 4 times what a bag of Citra would normally cost. We didn't need to do that, but we wanted to do it because we thought it would make better beer. So
Yeah.
and when we added that, we didn't even change the price on the beer. So I also think there's a lot of tax that's built in. So in Ontario, I don't know how it is in Quebec. You have to advertise the all-in price. So it'll be, say, $5.50 a can. But built into that is federal excise tax, beer tax, volume tax, environmental, deposit, HST, all's built in there. So the kind of this idea that we're out there, ripping people off or making money hand over fist, and other breweries are not, is kind of
Ridiculous.
You could tell it gets to me a little bit, because that's definitely not the way it is.
Yeah.
I mean, you get what you pay for. Right?
100%.
And when people will say, "Oh, you can," for those of us in Ontario, you can go to the LCBO and you can buy an IPA for this. I say to them,
Go do it.
Bring it over here and let's have a taste test. And you look me straight in the eye and you tell me you don't taste the difference.
And if they don't deserve to be drinking it anyway.
And we don't like drinking the beers where we just pound 12 of the same beer. We're enjoying an experience. We like a big, flavored, full-bodied beer, and we're going to have a few of them, and we're going to talk about it and enjoy the experience, right? Like, this is something to elevate the conversation between people that enjoy spending time together. Yeah. That's what beer has always been, and that's what it should be.
I love it. No, you're 100%. Derek also just said, he goes, just going to say, while watching, I side-by-sided OG Each Beast and Each Beast of God, a.k.a. Milton Pesce, with a Pesce OG. And he
Milton Pesce.
Yeah. And he said, it's a good comparison. That's high praise.
Wow. We take
and Moose Hair is saying, quality over quantity, the price is extremely fair. And I think that's correct. I think you guys nailed it in that. Anybody who is into the beers that you make are well aware, like what you're charging is on par with anything else. If you go to Foam or somewhere in the States, you're paying that much that you're charging, but in US dollars for the same stuff for the most part. Like
we had a brewer in from another brewery who doesn't make the style of beers that we make, and he was asking how much hops we use in one of our double IPAs. And I told him, I said, yeah, we're using about 65 pounds of hops. And he looked at one of the tanks, and he looked at me again, and his eyes popped out. He's like, in one of those, that's how much you use? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Like, it's a ridiculous amount, and they're very expensive, and they soak up a lot of beer. It's like, Yeah, that's how much this shit costs to make. That's
Yeah.
why we don't. It doesn't have to be like that. But when we want to make the beers we want to drink, that's what it has to be.
Yeah, and look, do you know what? You got to look at it. Say any other consumer good has a tier of items. You're not going to. I mean, not to directly compare it, but you're going to go to H&M or you're going to go to Gucci. Like, it's a different experience. You can go to and have the beers that, like you said, $2 for a blonde ale, and you can drink those blonde ales. You can drink 12 of them if that's what you want. But sometimes you really want that high end. It's this one, yeah. That high end. Experience, and that's what these beers are. And I think that because they've become so hyped, there might be like not you guys specifically, but just this style of beer has become so hyped. Maybe people have forgotten that, like, yo, this is like arguably a luxury beer. If you want to say like the amount of shit that you guys put into it, I mean, it could be considered that, right? Particularly your stouts. I mean, they like Steve. You're telling me you were brewing all the stouts coming up this stout season, right? So that's what you're doing, and it's taking up all the tank space. Like, fuck, I got to make sure I get these shits out, and then it turns out well and stuff. So the people who are into this stuff, they're not the ones that are complaining. The people who are probably mentioning price are the people who aren't used to it. They're not familiar. They don't understand how much hops cost. They don't understand how much hops you put in to each beer and stuff like that. So you can only really take those criticisms with so much grain of salt, because it's unfounded, and there's no like education behind those criticisms, because it makes no sense.
I think that's where Chris is perfect. So Chris and I are a great partnership, because I'm like, you know what? Fuck you. Don't drink it. I'll drink it. I don't care. And Chris is like, let me educate you. Let me explain it.
I can see that.
Yeah, Chris.
I can see the personality.
And he'll pour you a beer, and he'll give it to you, and he'll explain it. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
You're like, fuck you.
That's why they keep me in the back to do the brewing, and Chris is out front talking to people.
I can see that.
It's like, taste it.
Yeah.
Taste it. Okay. Do you like it or not? Like, we're not forcing you to buy it. If you like it, buy it. If you don't, then don't.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
I think too, another thing is like wine. So like, a decent bottle of wine is like $20-$25. Like even a very, very good beer is like what, $15? Like
Exactly.
Like a barrel aged bottle. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, barrel aged bottle that comes out limited once a year kind of thing. Like, let's be real. Like, I don't know.
It's not that ridiculous, and the people who are mentioning like price are they're just not the market for it. But there's this lack of like. Look at it. This is what I think, and tell me what you guys think. I feel like because craft beer has grown so much over the last, say, 5 years, there's people who think they know craft beer and all they've ever done is been to the LCBO. If you want to talk Ontario, so they just don't know. They've never been to anything like you. I've had dudes, no shade, on a lot of people just send me the beers they're drinking and they just want to talk and stuff. It's cute, right? I fuck with it. And then I remember this one dude recently sent me a picture of, he goes, oh, it's my first Bellwoods I ever had. It was Jutsu. He's like, oh, it was $4.50 at the LCBO. That's ridiculous. I will never spend this much ever again on a beer, but it was nice for a treat. I was like, bro, are you from? I didn't say it to him. I was just like, so like that to me is the mentality. He's a lovely guy, but he thinks he knows beer, but he doesn't, because all he knows is what the LCBO world shows him, and he won't travel outside of the little bubble that he's in. And I think there's a lot of people like that. They don't get it. They're not exposed to this. They don't trade. They don't travel for beer. You feel me, right? Like, I think there's like two different types of people, and they confuse their knowledge of beer from what, fucking Gary at the LCBO is telling them with what they see on Instagram, and it's very different. And it's, the person who goes to you guys every week and who buy a case at a time, they don't fucking complain. The people who go to Missouri do the same shit. Like, they don't care. It's a different type of consumer.
That's where Chris and I really connected. It's like we have that, like, if we got our eyes on a beer, we're gonna get it no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're trading
prices
for it.
Doesn't matter.
Traveling for it. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And
not to know the price.
Yeah, otherwise, but just bill me. Don't tell me.
Yeah, exactly. So every one of my vacations was revolved around visiting breweries. Even with my family, like I set up multiple beer trades wherever I'm going with strangers. Like some people are like that, and some people are just like, I want to try different things at the LCBO or whatever. Say
It's okay.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Like, do that, love it, and that's awesome. But like, when there's this threshold you cross where it just becomes an obsession, and I think all of us have crossed that threshold where it's just like, you want new, interesting flavors, try breweries you haven't had before, these kind of beers you can only see online or read about, you want to try. That's so exciting. It's like that thrill of the hunt kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's
I
what
also
we pay
feel
for.
like. Oh, sorry.
No, that's all. Go.
I was gonna say that I feel like, and I can say this because I'm not a brewer or an owner, but I feel like the beer geek consumer feels like there's something owed to them to a certain degree. So like, whether it's the price or availability, there's always this kind of like I've heard so many people complain about Oval. And I mean, yes, I am fully aware that like I am very fortunate in that I've had much Oval sent to me, so maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but like the owner of Oval brews for Gaspé. Once in a while, he sends stuff to Montreal. He brews in super small quantity. He loves it because he doesn't have to deal with people. He just does his own little thing and his own thing. But then everyone gets so angry because they can't get a hold of it or whatever, and like it just. People get so upset over his business model when, at the end of the day, like, why does he owe you anything? Like, he is brewing the beer and it's spectacular, and he's doing what he wants. Sometimes he sends it to Montreal, sometimes he doesn't. He'd rather send it to the local depths around him, even though they might sit on the shelves for 6 months, whereas in Montreal it would sell out in 4 seconds.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's his decision, his prerogative. Like, I mean, I'm not an entrepreneur or a business owner, so like I don't necessarily understand like what you have to do and for your customer base and blah blah blah. But like as just like an individual and a person, I feel like you should be allowed just doing whatever you want, and then if people respond to it, they do or they don't, and like that's what's gonna make or break you. Like if his beer wasn't selling, then he would fail. You know what I mean? Like why is it as like a consumer I'm allowed to just complain about everything and like you have to shape your business around what I want? You know what I mean?
That's a great point.
Definitely some shit up, Noah. It's awesome. That's for real, and that's why it's such a multi-layered conversation. It's so deep and it's so subjective, and so you and I talk about this all the time. And we'll get people. Oh, well, why is your beer so expensive? And I start to go down that rabbit hole, and Bebo pulls me out of it. He's like, wait. You're not going to win that conversation because there's so much baggage with everyone's personal opinion on that it's like, what are we doing here? We're on social media. Like, why are we talking about this here? You're trying to understand someone's tone. You can't see their face. We're not in front of each other enjoying a beer talking about this, which is the best place, which is why I'm enjoying this evening, boys. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers, fellas.
This is great, by the way. I
Yeah,
don't think I said that yet.
yeah. This shit is fire. I got to finish this one first. I'm not gonna.
Sidecar.
I know, right? Catch sidecar. That's
Our thing.
I like that.
Yeah.
Kind of catch up. Yeah.
Let me just say too, with the beers, like, if you want it, you could get it. Like, if Oval drops some random little, Saison or some random little Depener gets a case of Saison, me and Milton, I could get it if I want. I got to get on the trade board. I got to offer some money. Like, I've been in the Cigar City El Catador Club for like years, and like just I'm willing to pay for it. That's what I want. So like anyone like, complaining about access to beers is always like, you could get it. Whatever you want, you could get it if you're willing to put in the effort to get it.
Yeah, it's
That's a
time.
great
It's
point.
time and money.
That is a great point, Bebo, and that's one of the things I love talking about when we used to get to hang out for bottles. But like, honestly, we're living in a time that has never happened before. We can live like kings and queens. And honestly, in the pandemic, you can find ways. It'll cost you a lot more, but you can have whatever you want to eat and whatever you want to drink no matter where you are in the world. It's just a matter of how hard are you willing to work, what connections do you have, how much are you willing to pay. You can hook it up. If you work hard, you will find it. And has there ever been a time where we could have whatever you want to eat, whatever you want to drink, no matter where it's naturally grown around the world, whatever season is the proper growing season, you can have it all tonight with a bit of planning.
That's true.
And I think that leads into that entitlement you were talking about, Noah, where it's like you could have it all. Like now, even with streaming or whatever, it's like, well, I want to watch what I want to watch. Just fucking give it to me. I'm gonna drink what I want to drink, and whatever. So that feeds into itself. But your point about Oval reminds me a lot of Badlands. So Badlands is a small brewery making just incredible IPAs, and not too far away from us in Caledon. Mm-hmm. And they're a 1-barrel system. And it's like 3 people, like 2 brothers and I think a spouse, and they just would brew like 4 or 5 times a week to try and keep up with demand. So when COVID hit and they had to shut down basically any draft beer, they're just bottling a 1 barrel at a time, just working insane hours, and people were getting pissed, like the entitlement of, I can never get their beers, they sell out too quick, and people were like angry to the point where they put up a post like, when you guys say negative things, we hear it. And it's like,
wow,
all this shit going down in the world and all this negativity. It's like, you can't get some beers, and you're like bringing hate on these people who are just like completely busting their ass. And I know like the stress and anxiety that comes with opening a business in a brewery. It is tough. It is. You can never turn it off. It is the first thing I think about in the morning and the last thing I think about at night. It encompasses my entire life, and I think like for us things are going pretty good. So like if we were getting this like wave of anger and negativity like they are, it just really bums me out. Like the entitlement of people, and I think the internet brings it up because there's that anonymity where you could just
That's a good point, Bebo. And I tell you, there's like nowhere to hide with Untapped too. You come home from like 12-hour plus days, 6 days a week, and let me have a look and see how our beer's doing. And you're like scrolling, and you're like, okay, that's okay. Wait, and you're like, what? And next thing you know, your night's ruined because some guy was saying like, what's with all these, Citra beers tasting the same, and you're like, there's not even Citra in that beer. You're like,
true story.
Do I not? Yeah, true story. Do I respond? Do I not? And you're like, what's going on here? Like, I just want to. I'm home. Can I like? But you just can't turn it off, and people are not afraid now to just throw it out there, no matter what they think, and we need to know that there's people on the other end that are receiving that message. And like, you're rating a beer, you bought a beer that's in a style you don't even like, and now you're shitting on that beer. And
it's the absurdity of it, right?
Like, why?
It's so funny too. If you take beer out of it and make it something else, like I don't like. I don't know, let's say like pad thai. But I go to a place and get it, and I just fucking go on Yelp and just destroy it because I don't like pad thai. Like, it's so absurd, but for some reason with like, anyone who makes sour beers will tell you the same thing. Like, we'll go look at their reviews. Every single brewery that makes sours, they're going to have some 1-star reviews. Like, I don't know, I just don't like sours. Why fucking drink it? Why rate it? Why review it?
Why review it entirely? Yeah.
On the you're right. The entitlement of people, and it almost seems with the pandemic, it's like exponentially worse because it was all like, I was going into the pandemic thinking, maybe some of the beers that are harder to get might be easier to get because a lot of people have been negatively affected. And you're nodding your head, you're shaking your head, Steve. Like, yes, it's like 10x harder to get hold of anything. I live like 15-minute drive from Missouri. I haven't been there since because I don't have a car, but it's nearly impossible to get it now. Like, you can barely even get it when you go online. You have to go, if a friend goes to them, like, can you get me some? Like, and I know the guys, I would never bother them for it, right? But like, it's yeah, well, yeah, fair enough, because you're a C word. But the See what I did there? See what I did there? It's just interesting. This entitlement that you guys are talking about has seemed to, like, you'd think that would pull back when everyone's been humbled. Like humanity's been humbled by a pandemic. We're stuck in our houses and so on and so forth because of this invisible virus. So you think that, hey, shit, we're not as powerful as we think, but yet the beer guys are fucking more entitled than ever. And with
they've got time to sit there and just fucking rage out.
Yeah, just get drunk all the day and like, yeah, fuck this, tastes like citra. Yeah, so
it's funny because like I with what I do on my blog, I've gotten criticism that I'm not hard enough on things.
I had that recently too, on haze too specifically.
And like, I'm always trying to look at the humans behind things. So like my approach has always been, if I absolutely dislike something, like if it's really, really bad, then I just don't talk about it. And if it's okay or good, then I will. And if it's just okay, I always try and like put some positive in with my criticism, because there are humans behind this. And well, I mean, also, like, I'm not a fucking expert or something, but, and like you were saying many times earlier, Chris, like, this is also subjective, right? So like, if I don't like something, it doesn't mean that there are 100 other people that might love that particular aspect of it, right? So like, who am I to really like destroy something? So what I always try and do is position, like, this is what I like, this is what I don't like about it, but I always try and round it out with like just like a constructive criticism / just like some positivity to it, because of the people behind it, right? Like, this is such a small industry. It's not like I'm attacking Labatt. Like, no one gives a shit. Like it, and I feel like, I don't know, I think the internet culture in general has just taken that negativity to a whole other level, and I'm still trying to like manage that and still be critical, but not a jerk about it, if that makes sense.
People like us, I think, Noah, sorry to jump in, I feel like we have like we're very fortunate because we get to look, Chris and Steve, we get to look at you guys in the eyes and talk about your fire-ass beer. So to us, we're regularly talking to the people behind it. So this isn't just a can of beer. This is Chris and Steve's beer that I know, and I talk to them, right? So I could never, we people like us who actually talk, and the beer media people who have real contact with the owners. Tiff and I own business. I understand what it takes to go into stuff. I would never talk shit.
Sorry, I have to pee before my
blood. No, do it. I feel you. But it's a different level of like privilege for us to be able to do it. So the average person, I think it's this weird thing. As Noah was talking, I was thinking, like, think about beer, right? You guys, like the other dude telling me you guys are guts to him, because in the beer world, when people come into the brewery, they want to meet the owners. Like, the owners and the brewer and the guys who put this shit together are like rock stars in that world, right? And it's very cool. It's like there's this like cultural cachet with, I know Steve and Chris, I know them, yeah, I go there all the time, like, and people get a little cocky about it, but then they'll also be just as cocky, and then either it's the same people or it's a different batch of people who just go and talk shit, knowing that it's two guys who put their life savings and their heart and soul into this brewery. And they know, if they're craft beer drinkers, they know there's not a multi-million-dollar company behind the fucking thing. So it's a very strange sort of almost dichotomy between the people who know you and would always be protective, whether it's people like us in the media who talk to you, and then now we have an affinity, whether your products are fire or not. Like, sometimes you just like the person and you might not want to just shit on their stuff, but you might tell them privately, yo, you could probably fix this. Like, yeah, but cool. But you wouldn't publicly shit on them because people listen to what we say. Then you got the other side of people who are just entitled, and they just think, well, I spent $7.50 on this can, fuck them, I will sell them as Citra. It's a strange world, man. It must be really hard for you guys to sort of like navigate that and find some sort of a balance.
Yeah, and I think it's easy for me to just be like, oh, be nice to me because we care about this a lot. It's like, no, if you don't like it, you don't like it. I don't give a shit. Like, lay it on me. But like, I think that there's a constructive way to do it and there's a negative way to do it. And I'll be honest, like, we haven't been really on the receiving end of that. But I'm sure it's coming. Like, every brewery, has some of that.
So it's being positive?
You see some of the bigger ones, like, no, just that negativity. So you
haven't got much negativity then? Is that what you
Oh, we have, but I think that just like being new to this and putting so much into it, the negative things we get, I take it very personally. It really, it really hits me because like Chris was saying, like I make the beers, like this is like my art, like this is like my soul is in this. So when people don't like it bums me out, it hurts. But on the same hand, like, I wouldn't want like you guys to be like, oh my god, this is fucking dog shit. Like, oh hey man, you guys are cool, skulls and citra, it's awesome. So like, there's
Skulls,
value
citra.
to it. There's value to that negativity, but the way it's delivered is that's the dichotomy. Like you were saying, like we all drink a lot of beer. We know good stuff. We know great stuff. We know stuff that's not maybe up to par. But how you deliver that, either publicly or privately, is that's where there's that dichotomy where it's like people will be right up in your face about like, oh man, you guys are awesome, and then you see their untapped check-ins. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, why are you bullshitting me? But it's just part of it, I guess.
And what I love is, come and see us. Like I've had customers where I've said, I had to pick it up from my porch at home, and it's like, like, okay, come to our townhouses that we're come to the townhouses we're living in, and from your awesome home in like some crazy suburb somewhere, like we're all beer fans, like we're all relating on that basic level. It's not we're not in this for the supposed and hopefully for the benefits.
Yeah.
Right.
It's always so strange to me to see people do that, and it's just like I just don't understand because everybody knows craft beer inherently is small business, right? So when people are so passionate about beer, you know what? Maybe they make a beer that they know isn't great. I think Steve, you and I even spoke about this. I told you something about a brewery that I didn't enjoy recently, and you were like, "Yo, man, shit happens. It is what it is. Sometimes they got to make the choice between paying the bills or dumping it, and sometimes they put it out." And what are you gonna do? You're gonna go shit on them for that one beer that might have been off maybe one time, and not recognize all the 97% of positive, amazing stuff that they're putting out? Like I just don't understand why people would go out of their way publicly to go and try and shame or shit on a small business that they know aren't bankrolled by big companies. I just don't understand. I don't understand where that comes from, and I guess it's like that entitlement. Like sometimes it's not everybody. I guess it's and to be clarified here that I think it's still the minority, but the minority gets to you, bro. That like you guys were saying, like Chris, you're saying you come home, you work good day, 4.5, 4.75, yeah, loving it, 1.5, but don't like Citra, it doesn't have Citra, and like that will haunt you. You'll dream about that one thing. It's like music. If someone shits on the song says one thing where everybody else is positive, like it like rips me apart. I absolutely get it.
I wish the positive stuck as much as the negative.
Yeah.
But like, I think that's just human nature. Like
Yeah.
even I'm a big sports fan, and they'll all say like the losses hurt more than the wins feel good. And you get that, like people say every day, like, oh my god, your beers are amazing, I love them. Like we get that every day at the brewery, and it's like it's almost maybe I don't know, not to get all psychological, but it's like maybe I can't let myself like believe it, or I don't know what it is, but like it feels good, but then those like negative little things, they stick with you. And I think anytime you put yourself out there as a business in one sense, but also creatively in another sense, where it's like this is like this is me, like this is my vision of this beer. Chris and I have been talking about this for years, and like we're putting this shit out there, and it's like,
it's survival mechanism. Like we wouldn't exist if we spent all the time, enjoying the fluffy moments. No, it's like we hone in. What is it that I need to fix? What do I need to make better? That's why we reign. Why we're able to ruin this planet. It's because is because we can really just zone in on that. What can I do better? And let's work on that. And let's block out. It's survival mechanism.
And honestly, like if the negative didn't haunt you as much as it does, it's sad to say, but what you produce would probably not be quite as good, in the sense that you're probably on to a certain degree a perfectionist. And I listen to a lot of comedy stuff, and like I listen to Conan O'Brien and like a bunch of these other guys that like they can't, if like they'll get all these accolades, but then the second they get this negative thing, it like eats them up or whatever. It seems to be a common thing with people who are like hyper good at what they do. So like as much as it's like this haunting, like terrible thing, it's also a sign that you're good at what you do, and that it means that you're producing quality. And if you just took in all the positive and be like, you know what, I am fucking great, everything we're doing is fucking perfect, it's awesome, then you're not gonna challenge yourself anymore, right? Like, and so the fact that you take that negativity and it eats you up, it means that you're gonna try that much harder. And like obviously there's like, it's not always healthy, and there's mental health to keep in mind and stuff like that, but at the same time, that having at least a little bit of that is probably what keeps you going and keeps you creating these completely trash beers.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's like a there's always a part of me that's like, it could be better, or you know, when I make a beer, it's like the things I think, and then when someone says it, that's when it hurts the most. It's like, fuck. Yeah. There's this like kind of
thought of that
fraud or something. Yeah. I never heard the term, but Chris said something, imposter syndrome, and I feel that very strongly. It's like, you know, I'm talking like we've been doing this for years. We're 5 months in here. Like, there's still so much shit I don't know, and I'm figuring out. I fuck up all the time. So like.
But you also got a ton of success right off the bat, right?
Yeah.
Like you guys went in barreling in with hype. So it only makes sense that you would have that imposter syndrome, because like it's like you opened your doors and all of a sudden you're inflated to this level of like, oh, all of a sudden we're the grand poobahs of Ontario haze, and then you have to live up to that. So I can only imagine what that feels like.
Yeah. It's a little overwhelming, but it's like it's overwhelming, but it's like I try to block it out. Like we just focus on making the beers we like. Like it sounds cheesy to say, but it's true. Like we just make the shit we want to make. Like we have fun doing it. We try and like, you know, every day at work we're at work, but we're like hanging out drinking beers. Like Derek, who's lighting up the chat, sends us mess rooms, and you know, we're just, you know, we're doing the shit that like a year ago when I was rotting away at a bank and Chris was rotting away at a telecom company, like, you know, it seemed like a dream to be able to like, oh, it's a Saturday after selling beer all day, selling Oreo cookie stouts all day. We're gonna sit down and drink some beers and talk to you guys and just have a good time. Like,
yeah.
So it's you gotta pinch yourself, but I think that there's that drive, like you were saying, where it's like. So going back to that tasting we had at Jim's house before we opened, and we had an Imperial Stout, and everyone was like, "Oh man, I loved it. It was like super mapley. It was great. It's just maybe a little bit thin." And it was like, a lot of times when I think back on that, that's the only thing I remember is like the thin stout night. And I was like, I'm gonna fucking blow people away. So that. I could look back at my notes, but I think it was like 3 days later I brewed a stout and I boiled it for like 8 hours, and it was just like molasses. And I remember Chris was like, "What in the fuck is this?" It was like, so I think that you know, as much as they hurt in the moment, I think it, you know, it helps in the long run is to kind of take that and not just be like, that guy's an idiot, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Like that's it. Like you're actually taking it to heart, and you're not saying that they're just wrong, they don't get me. And I think that's what a lot of people do, and that doesn't help them grow. So I think there has to be a balance though between realizing what you need to improve on and what you're fine with or whatever.
Do you know what's an interesting point about that? You know, just in my head immediately I'm thinking, say if you compare it to visual art, like say painting or something, and like music, if someone criticizes my music, like I can't change that song. The song is done. but you can have another iteration of this beer in 2 weeks' time, and you can fix it based on that feedback, even though at the moment it would kind of sting. And I've obviously been on the end of that as well, people saying some shit, and I was like, oh fuck. And at the time, you get your ego is bruised, and you're like, man, what the fuck? I put my everything into that. Now you're telling me I suck for this, and then you might be like, yeah, you know what? They're kind of right though. And then, like you said, and that's dope. But you can fix it. Other discipline. This is art. At the end of the day, it's science, but it's fucking art, like you said. So you can tweak that shit, and it could be this iteration right now, and then the next iteration, everyone's saying it's thin. Pfft, good luck. Watch me. Watch this mouthful. And that's a very beautiful thing about beer, that your art can be is living in a way that other art forms aren't quite living, or at least as far as the time frame between the change and then when the public gets to see that change. You know, because someone could criticize my album, then in 2 years' time they'll hear my next one. They'll be like, yeah, I showed you now. But Chris is saying that. Chris, you can pop whatever you.
The very beer we're drinking.
Yeah.
Is exactly what you're talking about, because this second batch is with the cryo hops, and it's smoother even than batch one. Batch one was heftier, and this one is just, to me, blows my mind that a double IPA at 8% is drinking so smoothly.
So smooth. This is dangerous.
And this has more aromatics than batch one. And you know, the general consensus is that batch two is better than batch one. But we took a different approach, and we tried it, and we love it. And batch three, who knows?
It's going to be even better though, but just by nature.
It's horrible.
Can you imagine?
I think,
We'll tell you, Bebo.
Yeah, they'll let me know. But I think, another thing is like having our team. Like Chris is like my biggest like supporter and my rock and my cheerleader, and like they know, like when I the negativity starts to sink in, I think it's very obvious, and I just like start getting all down. And everybody's like, Chris is like, what are you talking about? Like, man, you're making the most fucking fire shit. And it's just like having that to not just like go in the dumps is it's like, I couldn't imagine not having that. I'd just be in a fucking anxiety coma after like our first weekend.
I get that vibe from you, Chris. I can tell that. I feel like you guys are a really good energetic match. I can tell Steve, you're like maybe sometimes the haunted artist, and someone was calling me on Messenger. Stop that. And Chris, you just got this real positive sort of like, yeah, man, like come in, talk to me, let's go, like energy. And I think that's really you guys. The reason this probably works is that synchronicity and that synergy that you guys have. That you sort of balance each other's traits out. What one of you might not have, the other one has it in spades. Steve doesn't want to talk to anybody, but Chris, you're like, yeah, man, let me talk to you. So he's like, fuck yeah, let me go do. It's that's a beautiful thing, and that's very it's quite rare. And I think that's that maybe that could speak to some of the early success as well.
Thanks for saying that, man. It's, you know what? Anyone who's been part of a good team will tell you that the best ones are when you've got people involved that have different skill sets, and everyone brings something unique to the table.
Yeah.
And that's why this works, right? I mean, it's tough a lot of times because we're sometimes speaking different languages and trying to adapt to different styles, but that's part of what's exhilarating about this. It's like we know that when we come together and we both say we believe in this and we think this is good and we're bringing this to the people, that like it's not something that's created in a vacuum. It's legitimately two artists, and both of us have played in bands, for years. We're huge music fans, and there's something wonderful about live music, just like there is about making beer together. It's like it's happening, it's changing over time, and what we're making is something that no one else could create. This is the magic we're putting in the bottle, we're putting in the can, and open it up, drink it together, don't drink it alone, and talk about it and enjoy it, right? Like music and beer, best shared, and that's really important to us. We never would have left our day jobs to do this, if we weren't passionate about it. You're leaving something stable for the unknown, but that's the life that we all want to live. It's like, do something you're passionate about, and the world's got enough robots. Let's do what makes us feel like fire, and let's do it well.
I love it. I love it. There's been a whole bunch of comments I just kind of ignoring because we've been talking a ton of good shit. So I'll run through these. Rick said, yeah, when can I get Third Moon for around $7 a can? Oh, when I can get Third Moon for about $7 a can to my doorstep, 500 kilometers away in Ottawa. Life is damn good for such a top-notch product.
Easy, man. Sunday fun day.
Thank you.
Look at
What
that.
was he saying? Yeah.
Flowers. Just while I'm watching SNL tonight, I'm going to put on Sunday fun day. And every Sunday, if we have the inventory, if we've got the supply, we will put it up there on Sundays.
I love it.
So we take everything off the website and we just put up shit that we know we can package. We got boxes, we got materials we can stuff in there. We can get it safely to your home, and we'll put a combination of beers. Try to put up different packages that we think people will like, and we'll ship it anywhere in Ontario. And we'll make that happen just on Sundays. Because we're such a lean team, we box it in. We say Sunday, that's the day we're doing shipping. And it's because we're trying to focus on bringing new beers every week. And to do that, we have to close the doors sometimes and just say we're focused on brewing, focused on packaging. We've got pickup windows Friday afternoons to the evening, and Saturdays all day long. If you need to pick up a different time, just reach out to us. We're trying to work and get stuff done. And so we just, those are the days on Sundays when we can hit everyone in Ontario. And we'll get to a point in the future where we're doing shipping all the time. But right now, we're just trying to create a program and be consistent about it and let everyone know Thursdays at noon, that's when you look, thirdmoonbrewing.com. That's when you see the new stuff we released. And you want us to hold on to it because you can't make it that weekend, fine. We'll hold on to it. We'll keep it cold. We'll keep it in the fridge. And you show up when you can. If you can show up in our pickup windows Friday afternoons and Saturday all day long, we'll be much happier because we can keep bringing you new beers every week.
I love that. I love it. That's what it is. Derek says, Bebo going to repo the beer from the haters. Druggy.
I used to, wait, hey, real quick. In a previous life, I was a repo man.
That's why you're saying that. Okay.
And
Derek's got all
every
the
now and again, if I have quite a lot of beer, I'll tell some stories, and they're pretty legendary. So one time we drank a bunch of beer, and Derek heard a bunch of stories. So I haven't lived that down.
So maybe we could do like an offline Zoom or something.
Yeah,
a few days
after hours.
After hours, and we'll get some stories. I'm gonna need those. Druggy9 says lactose is luxury. Damn fucking right, sir. Derek says to assess beer knowledge, ask them to translate "don't drink beer" blog post into common English. That's a good idea. Terry and Emma says fucking Gary at the LCBO. I forgot I referenced him. Yep, exactly. Fuck that guy. Patricia from Overhop says, "Sup, boys," and she's doing a metal thing. Love Patty, the queen.
Patty's good people.
Terry and Emma says, "Well said, Bebo. Haters gonna hate." Derek says, "I know many brewers though, thinking particularly of Tico at Benelux, who is always saying, if it sucks, tell me it sucks." I guess we were talking before about the quality and stuff. Rick says, "Always loved your reviews, Noah. Canada needs more of your style. Focus on the positivity, optimism, value added to the true craft beer community."
Thanks, Rick.
You are very positive though, Noah. You do exactly what you said. You always sort of, if you do critique something, you'd always bring it back. And I took that from you. I always, even if I don't like something, I'm always like, well, who the fuck am I to be like, I'm the ultimate arbiter of what's a good beer? Like, if I don't particularly like it, I'm like, well, you should try it because you might fucking like it. And I think that's something you always did, and I took that from you. I think that's a really good way for beer people to be. At the end of the day, you can't be, nobody's the be-all and end-all of palates, right? Except Mike Burton.
Sometimes things are objectively wrong. Like there's definitely, if it's full of diacetyl and just, tastes like buttered popcorn, then you know there's a problem going on. But
course,
I
yeah.
just won't. Like, what's the point of that? I'm not.
You
Gonna,
wouldn't
like,
even post
take a
that
photo
review.
and edit it and
Yeah.
like post it and make it look pretty to just like destroy
Yeah,
it. Like,
that's
there's
shit.
Yeah.
And you know another thing too, it's funny you mentioned that diacetyl is like there's a lot of different flavor compounds that different people are sensitive to.
yes.
So like it is I remember we had before COVID, we had a bottle share and we had an old I don't remember what it was, some old stout that was pretty sought after. Chris and a friend of ours, Marcus, and I. And it was oxidized, and it was like super oxidized. But I was like, that's good. I recognized that, but I didn't mind it. And I drank my whole thing, and they're like, holy fuck, I can't even drink this. So it's like, just because it was objectively oxidized, first of all, that didn't come off the line like that, I'm sure. You know, you drink a 6-7-year-old beer, it's, you know, that's like price you pay. But also, like, different people have different flavor thresholds for different things. So, like, you know, for example, Rolling Rock in the States famously has DMS, which is like a cooked corn kind of off flavor that you get in some lagers. That's built into the beer. People love it. So, like, you know, just because it's objectively an off flavor doesn't necessarily mean someone may not really enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's true.
No, I like that. That's just a good way to look at it, right? Derek also says, funny story though. One time I told him that, I guess it might be about Tico. One time I told him that, and he was like, I didn't brew that beer. It was a homebrew contest winner who told me to stand back while he'd teach me how to brew. That's pretty funny.
Oh, yeah, and he's probably not saying who it is, but that's a Shelton guy. Who's apparently an arrogant motherfucker.
Okay, well, he's doing some good stuff now, though. I don't know him, but I've heard I never heard negative stories, so that's interesting. Terry and Emma says, new topic. What's your favorite cheese?
Oh, we gotta wait for Chris to come back because Chris is the cheese guy.
I'll bring the
I
cheese
guarantee
back.
he's gonna say 17-year-old cheddar and maybe a triple cream brie. No.
Oh, triple cream brie. Yes.
Chris is gonna say 17-year-old cheddar and truffle brie.
Oh,
Truffle brie.
Tiff came home and she dropped the brie off.
What?
But it's only a double. It's pathetic.
Oh.
I sent her out for more.
Slumming it.
Slumming it, right? Derek says, just don't brew a Zwickel to convert the haters. Patricia says, absolutely, my beer are my babies. Wow, there's so many fucking comments. I have never, honestly, guys, you guys are so famous. This is ridiculous. I have never, since we've been doing this in 28 episodes, I've never had this many comments. Chris is busting out. What are you busting out? What are you getting?
Are you sending some to us?
The double den of thieves? Oh, I already drank mine. I drank mine.
Wait. Can we pause it? Chris, real quick. Top 2 cheeses. What are your top 2 favorite cheeses?
Let me go back. Favorite cheese, Chris. Favorite cheese.
I mean, I love a Buffalo Taleggio, and I love it's got to be a truffle brie.
Okay.
Truffle.
I got one or two.
One of the two, yeah.
I guess you would say truffle brie, and what's the other one? I guess you would say
14-year-old cheddar.
17.
17-year-old.
17. Sorry.
It's got to be 17, just to get those lactose shards in there. Those crystals.
Stop it.
You need the crystals.
Keep going.
I know, Chris. I know him.
Over, it's guaranteed. You got to have a strong cheddar, the strongest I can find, and
blue cheese and barley wine.
Really
Blue cheese and barley wine.
Yeah,
like a nice
that would be something.
Hashtag BIL.
And then a blue cheese. Those are my standards. The 3. I gotta have a cheddar, a brie, and a blue. Something good, something old. The crazier, the better. I mean, we're all experience.
Does Steve or Noah, do you guys have favorite cheeses that we can touch on?
I wish I knew more about cheese because I really enjoy it. But like a solid Stilton, I love a really good blue cheese. I like goat cheese a lot.
Yeah, goat cheese is great.
Especially the ones that have like a certain funk to them. Again, I'm not a cheese expert. An old cheddar too is always nice.
Nice.
I get like the nicest cheese at the grocery store, and Chris goes to like the fromagerie and gets shitty with the people. Yeah, so they're holding back stuff for him.
Yeah,
so
like come on.
I'll go to his house, and he's like, "This is they weren't gonna sell this, but she held back." So he's on a whole other level. So just
But
whatever
Chris,
he's saying
you
is
complain
like,
about the price when you're there too. Why is this cheese so much more expensive
Come on.
than the craft singles at the grocery store?
You know what? I'll shout out to Global Cheese in Etobicoke because I live in Burlington, but our brewery's in Milton, and we go to Toronto a lot, and I love this place. Global Cheese in Etobicoke. You're paying Etobicoke pricing, not Toronto pricing.
Nice.
And everyone's got their person, right? They've got their cheese person, they've got their steak person, they've got their beer person, and so they hook me up. And we always talk about doing beer and cheese pairings because there are even more options with beer than with wine, which blows people's minds, including mine, because I used to drink way more red wine than beer. But now we're making beers that are almost the same percentage. So
might as well drink the beer.
But like consumer trends, when we talk about that, everyone wants a customized experience. And I was lucky enough to be able to rent for a decent price on Yonge Street, just north of Bloor, years ago. And so there I would be, living in Rosedale, and I would go and I would pick up some cheese and pick up some meat and some wine, and I would ask them what goes with this, and they would tell me. And you taste that, and you're looking for that customized experience. And now everyone's at home. Everyone's spending all their time at home. So the experience that we used to pay 3 times as much, we're all having at home. And we have the time now, face to face with people that are in our bubble, that we can say, let's actually buy something that's going to change my life. Let's not buy the run of the mill. Let's buy the exceptional. And so the pandemic for us, I feel, has allowed people the time to actually pay attention. What it is you're eating, what it is you're drinking, who it is you're talking to. Let's look each other in the eyes again. Let's get off the screen. And those moments that we have mean more than they ever have, because the ones we have in person are really special. They're gems.
Well said, bro.
Cheers, gents.
Yeah, man. Cheers. Fucking legends, man.
Beer.
Noah, I guess you've got some other Third Moon there, right? I hope so. There's still some more comment. They kept coming in. I'm barely keeping up. This has never happened before. I can't express how much this has never happened. Patty says, absolutely, my beers are my babies. Derek says, there's almost a beer geek rating requirement to be like, these are all great qualities, but one thing is not perfect. Like, you must seek the imperfect, and that's 99% thinness, even if not thin. Yeah, people are dicks. Patty says, Sabro always tastes like buttery popcorn to me. Oh, Patty. Patricia, you are upsetting me.
From Overhop?
Yeah.
Oh.
Patty's the homie.
I get a more banana thing that
really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like it tastes like coconut.
No, that too. Coconut and banana a little bit.
All right.
I mean, I like
they are similar.
Things, but
is that a bad thing? Yeah.
I can't see it being a bad thing, really. I guess you know what? The Sabro in context, if it's a single hop Sabro, I would hazard a guess that the banana would be lessened. But if it was blended with other hops that maybe have tropical fruit, then the banana, by nature of that coconut, might sort of come through because of the pina colada association or something, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm stretching. Derek says, I said nothing, Noah, about who that was. I'm not sure what that's referred to. I'm trying to catch up because
he's talking about the me calling out the.
Oh, Shelton.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you said name, so it's okay. Terry and Emma says #cheese. Moosehair says, I fuck with truffle. Please don't put it in the beer. Yeah, fuck truffle. I don't bank with truffle at all. Derek says, LOL at Noah on cheese pricing. Yeah, the cheese pricing is pretty funny. Rick says, have to take off, but this was awesome to crack some Third Moon with the actual crew and get some great insights. Congrats again, and thanks for all the great beers. Thanks for hosting BAOS and Noah. Rick, I appreciate you, man. You had some great questions all night, man. Thank you so much. He also says, customer for life. Can't wait to visit the source when COVID passes. What a champ.
Thank you.
That's what you guys are talking about. Oh, shit. What are you doing now? What are you doing there?
The forager
Ooh,
or forager.
that's for
So
that's the truffle.
They're made for the aviary in Chicago
Okay.
with truffle. I had to go find it from the collection.
Yeah, you had to because since we're talking about truffle, it's very on brand.
Are we wrapping up, or can I go grab another beer?
Up to Steve and Chris.
Grab
I
it.
think we're rolling.
I guess we're rolling. We're having a good time. Moose
Should I
says,
Should I get?
get a Third Moon beer.
I only have one more Third Moon Bale, so well, I didn't even say that right, didn't I? Third Moon Bale is what I said.
Third Moon.
Noah's a bit drunk.
Third
Noah's been drinking since 3:30.
beer. I have actually.
Moose says Noah's cheese analogy is perfect. Droggy says sidecar. Oh my god, that's how far back we are because he said sidecar when I had the 2 beers going.
Oh,
Patricia says coriander is better than Sabro. Wow.
I love cilantro. So.
I mean, look, cilantro is lit, but is it better than Sabro hops? Exactly.
I don't know.
Derek's saying gross, Patricia, at that. And Moose says coriander is awful, Sabro is not. Well, looks like we have some very varied opinions on that.
It's all subjective.
Yeah, right. Tell us about the Den of Thieves. So I had that one the other night, and it was really solid. And that was the double version, I guess, of the single. And looks like Noah's got. Is that the OG Beast of God?
Always get them.
No, it's the maple, which I haven't
Oh,
tried yet.
Nate told me that was and I think Nate's tried all of them. I guess there was the OG, there was a cinnamon latte one, and there was the maple one. He said that was the maple one was the money.
It's my favorite, that's for sure.
Yeah, I got a feeling pumpkin spice can be better, Chris. It's gonna be better.
Wow.
I think the vanilla one this week is gonna be good.
Oh man.
How many versions of that one have you done? Or I guess I'll just keep going, right?
4?
So we did. So the original one was with Ethiopian coffee. So we did the second one with Colombian coffee, just like straight up no adjuncts. We did a cinnamon latte version, a maple version. So yeah, we've done 4. So then this week we have 3 new ones kicking off. So we have an imperial pumpkin spice coming out, and then a straight up with a is it a Honduran natural coffee? Yeah, Honduran coffee. And that same batch, we took half of it and we're hitting it with a bunch of vanilla.
Nice.
So it'll be 7 versions. So like kind of the original one is the one that I get excited about. So the coffee guy we've been working with, Joe from Morning Roast. This guy's like a coffee. He's like a coffee genius. Like this guy just goes off, and it's super inspiring to hear him talk. He's like a true artist. So this third version of the straight up each beast, we have a natural coffee. So when they make coffee, so it's like a cherry. So the coffee bean you get is like the seed on the inside of the cherry, almost like a cherry pit. So when they'll pick this cherry, and it's fermented. So almost all coffee you get is they call it washed. So they have a machine that will kind of separate off the cherry, like the fruit of the cherry, or the coffee to get to the inside, the seed. And then the seed will be fermented out. So a natural is where they actually ferment it in the fruit. So it brings out a bunch of crazy different flavors. So it's not akin to a lambic in the sense that you get those sour flavors, but it is in the sense it's a very old world traditional way. So, hundreds of years ago, all coffee was natural. They pick it, let it ferment, and then take off the fruit, and then roast the inside. So there's different levels getting up to it, but a true natural, just the expression of flavors is just it will. If you're not into that kind of coffee, it will really bend your perception of what like coffee could taste like. It'll bring a bunch of different crazy flavors. So Joe gave us some samples to try, and there was a natural, and it was just like, whoa, holy shit, this is so good. So I actually for the second version we were going to go with a natural, but the expression of flavors was so different. We kind of had this vibe where people may think that it was like not done well. And where it's like if you expect a coffee stout to taste a certain way and you're going to get certain flavors from it, the coffee or some dark chocolate or some of the nuance from the coffee, but the coffee is coming with this totally different, crazy, fruit-forward, floral vibe. You may not expect it to taste like that, and you may associate that. We thought people would just think we kind of fucked it up, to be honest.
Right.
So we held back, and finally we're like, we got to hit it with this natural. So it's in the tank now. That's the one that you saw on Instagram stories. Or
They were pouring it. You did cold brew, and then you did raw beans straight into it.
Yeah, so the cold brew really we find gives a lot of depth of flavor, and the beans give the aromatics.
Okay.
So we're hitting it with both to try and just like attack you with a bunch of coffee. So I'm really excited about that one. You can tell this is the kind of shit I really geek out on.
Yeah, man.
The maple. Can I ask you a question about this beer?
It's gonna run to the
maple flavor in this. Is it simply syrup, or did you add other ingredients that provide a maple component? Because the maple is stronger in this than I'm accustomed to in a beer that simply has maple syrup in it.
Yeah, exactly. So the maple flavor is something that's very hard to get in beer because maple is just totally fermentable. So you hit it with a shitload of maple and it's just going to ferment out. So that's when you got to move into using extracts. So we use like a high quality natural maple extract to get that flavor to stay in there.
Did you also put maple syrup as well? Or
yeah, I hit it with a little token amount. Yeah. But actually, well, it's funny because maple is something I love. Big maple stouts, and I really wanted to make one, and I made a homebrew. I've told the story a bunch of times, so people probably heard it. I made a homebrewed batch where I basically made like a 6% ABV stout and put so much maple in there, fermented out to like an 11%, whatever. But it totally ferments out. So then when I brought it over to Chris's house, he was like, "What's in this?" It was just maple, and it was a shitload of maple. It was like half the beer was maple, and you just couldn't tell it was in there. Like, is it coffee? Is it chocolate or whatever? And I was like, "No, it's maple." He's like, I can kind of get it. So that's when I'm like, all right, all of these big stouts that we drink that taste like maple, all the cycles and all the toppling Goliaths and all that, it's extract.
Yeah.
But just to say it's extract doesn't mean kind of there's a connotation of it being like cheap or shitty or whatever. Like, no, you getting into the extract game, you got to find the good ones. There's a lot of shitty ones out there. You got to find the one that use natural stuff. So,
no, this doesn't taste like medicinal or like a chemical-based extract or that fake. I forget what it's called, but there's like this maple thing. Or even you can use mushrooms apparently to get a maple flavor.
Yeah. Have like there's like some herb that gives kind of a maple like.
We did.
Yeah.
We
but
get together and we spent a couple hours tasting different extracts and just like which is the one that really feels just the taste and.
Yeah.
It's really nice. It just lends a certain maple layer to it.
Yeah. Yeah, and even
like
going to the point of like getting the best shit. Like, it's only one place, and it's in the States, and it's super expensive, and it's hard to get. So,
exactly.
Say like it has extract in it, you'd think like, it's the cheap way. Like, no, it was not the cheap way. It was not the easy way to do it. But that's the only way we could get that beer to taste that way that we wanted it to taste.
Yeah, because even if you go the expensive way, you're not getting the maple flavor. You're just throwing a bunch of fermentable sugar in there that doesn't really give you the flavor you want. But
if it would work that way, that's the way we would do it.
Exactly.
So with Oreos, we had to throw Oreos in the beer, so we put a fucking shitload of Oreos in it. Or coconut, we put an obscene amount of coconut in our coconut stout to where the point where it's like got this layer of like coconut, like gelatinous coconut oil floating on the top of it. We just put a ridiculous amount of coconut in.
Yeah, is the fat.
My friend who owns Champ Libre, and he used to be the head brewer at Les Trois Mousquetaires, he wanted to create this breakfast stout for Les Trois Mousquetaires when he worked there, and he had that same challenge of like, okay, so I want to give it this really mapley component, but if you throw actual maple syrup in there, it's just going to ferment out and you don't get any flavor, or you add it after the fact and then you just end up with the sugar. So what he ended up doing was charring maple wood and then tossing that in, and it actually worked surprisingly well. It carried out an almost similar profile to this, not quite like this is more maple forward than from what I remember with what he did, but it actually kind of was successful. I was impressed with it.
I've heard of that. I think it's fenugreek is the spice or the herb that
Exactly
gives that maple. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot of different ways to do it, but we just want to like super like you. I want it to where you can't taste that and be like, I kind of maybe get a little maple.
Mm. Yeah, maple's such a tough one. I know in Vermont, I've seen people use like maple sap, so or maple water, but I still don't think that, because I think it's less fermentable, but it still doesn't give like that like maple, you know.
Yeah, that's what like Lawson's does with their beers. Instead of water, they use the maple sap.
Yeah, exactly. 14 Star, I think, do that as well.
Very difficult to do.
Yeah, man, I couldn't even imagine it. What's that one you got there, Chris?
So what we have here is, and once again, Mikkeller putting the fun in craft, which is something that is important to me. We've got the light sap, the golden sap, and the black sap. Two different approaches to maple syrup.
Okay.
And this one was like you're chewing on the green buds.
Really?
And yeah, and this one was like not as sweet as the actual syrup, but it was like the young, it was. This was the experience for me that was like, wow, all maple syrup rides are not the same. And once again, why I'm such a fan is because you got to try new things, and you got to figure out what are you going to do. Like, don't just do it because everyone else is doing it. Just get into it, try it, and see what you like. And yeah, it'll take you a couple of batches to figure out the winning combination. But we're trying to bring everyone on that ride with us.
Yeah, man. Honestly, the one thing that's been said this entire episode that's really resonated, I keep thinking about, is what you said before about if you didn't try different things, you wouldn't grow. And I think that's the most beautiful explanation of life, but also beer that doesn't get really applied to beer. Because like it's cool to do the flag shit, and like I understand that sort of like some places might be like, nah, fuck that. Like we want me to pick my beers that are, some of them just ran out with 2D beers and they're my flagships, whatever. But this trying thing and growing, which is kind of also playing into what you're saying about the maple and about the way you guys approach beer, is just so like I've never heard it put that way. It's so succinct and it just makes so much sense to me. That like you have to try different shit to grow. You guys are always trying different stuff, and you've only been around for 5 months. It's just like I can imagine we'll talk to you guys in 6 months' time or in 1 year's time, and then imagine what the difference is going to be. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's amazing.
Thanks for saying that. It's it is, it's not just about. I feel like now more than ever, it's not just about the end product.
Yeah.
People are actually interested in the journey. Like I feel like now because we're all trapped at home. We actually give a shit about how do you feel? How did you feel when you were making this? And before this started, everyone was just like, tell me about the end product. That's all I want to know about. Yeah. But I feel like more than ever, people actually really know, how did you feel? What do you want to do like this? It's actually really a unique time in history where I feel like in some ways we're regressing as humans, and I think to myself, will we ever touch again? Like, will the handshake ever exist again? Why would it? It's probably done, right?
It's probably done.
And and I love to give a hug, and that's over. But I feel like, in a weird way, we also now are more curious about the experience of the journey than the destination than we've ever been before. And it's really weird because it's all happening on social media, which is a little bit less personable by nature.
Yeah.
It's a strange time, and I think that's why we're all feeling really weird and really excited for one of our forthcoming beers that we're kind of drawing attention to that fact and just talking about, no one knows anybody anymore. It's just everybody feels like a robot. Everyone feels weird. These are weird times, and so it's really been, for me personally, interesting to kind of, right from the beginning, we always talked about being transparent about about our experience with the product, and now more than ever, I feel like people are hungry for that. So it's changed, but we got to find new ways to connect and really new ways to feel loved, because we don't have that touch anymore.
Yeah, it's interesting. One a friend here, JF from Echo Session Ale, said to me recently. He was like, as you guys probably know, in Quebec, they're very, if you're male and female, you do the double cheek kiss and stuff like that. It's very touchy-feely here. They did very much about the social thing. So he was like, without the handshake or that kiss, he's like, we don't know when an interaction begins or ends. Because those things, hey man, how you doing? Yo, shake my hand. Or like, hey love, how you doing? Kiss, kiss. Like, that's the beginning of an interaction. Okay, lovely to see you. Okay, see you soon. Like, if you don't do that, then where does that cut off? It's such that's the human. Like, whilst I understand the germ transmission side of, hey, touch my hand. Like, hey, let's share our mouth viruses to each other's cheeks. Like I get the grossness of it, but also if you want to be more passionate, like that sort of human connection now is removed from us. Now, temporarily, forever, maybe. Temporarily, absolutely. The next year or two, unless you got an elbow, people, my neighbors will shoot me a dap or whatever, but like, I guess we don't really leave the building, so I don't mind doing that. But otherwise, I don't know. It's very interesting. You are right, though. Tell us about that beer that represents that. What are you guys doing that sort of speaks to that?
Oh, it's a beer where Casey, our artist, so Bebo and I have this list of beer names that we just come up with, and we just keep adding to. And when we feel inspired, we add to it, and we remind each other, check in on the list. We delete anything that doesn't resonate with us. And so anything that makes it cut is like something where we feel like there's value, we feel like it's personal. And so this is one of those names where I just, in the middle of the night, because we can't turn it off, we're constantly inspired. It's all we think about as long as we're awake. And I just said, Bebo, like, IPA, it's coming up. No one knows anyone anymore. And it was an inspiration that I had on a lyrical level, because I'm a singer-songwriter as well. And Bebo and I both, into music huge. We've both been in bands. And so just said, I really feel like an alien sometimes when I get together with people. I can't embrace people the way I used to, and the way that is natural to me. And I think we're all feeling that. We're feeling a little bit like aliens. So it doesn't always start with us providing the beer names to Casey, our artist. Sometimes he will send us things he's been working on, sketches. Doesn't matter where it's at. We come together as artists and we say, what are we feeling? What's jumping out at us? And this is one where he had drawn something that was an alien, and I just felt like it was speaking to me in that moment. And so yeah, it's a tough time, and one of the things that I feel like we've really been lucky about is that beer is something that people are using as what brings them together. This is like the reason to come together is beer. Can you imagine? It's usually a meal, but when people are actually saying, let's have a beer together, let's do this, and we connect, that's a moment. That's all we need, right? We need a memorable moment. And so I feel like, that beer that we'll be doing soon is something that is reminding me that, yeah, this isn't abnormal, that I feel weird right now, because we're all going through the same thing. We're all feeling like aliens right now. So, just one of the thought processes that we go through on a daily basis when we talk about 2 million things that we want to do, and a few things bubble to the surface.
And we're gonna make it with Vic Secret and Sabro, so that nobody likes it.
It's gonna piss everybody off. Untapped.
Lactose,
Let's make
Yeah.
you decide. Get off the
pumpkin spice.
Yeah, lactose.
Oh,
It's actually a seltzer.
A Sabrovic secret lactose pumpkin spice seltzer. I love it. I'm here
A
for
little
it.
bit of blue cheese in there too.
Yeah, put me down for 2
It's gonna be
cases.
$50 a can.
It's all good, man. I'll just give you my credit card number. You just charge it. I don't care. Got a bunch of comments. Terry and Emma says, Chris and Bebo, you guys fucking rock. Derek says, Noah, go ahead and drink your last Third Moon, and remember, I have an each beast of God for you. Wow, but not one for me,
True.
Derek. Wow,
Derek
wow.
is such a god.
Isn't he?
He is the god in each beast of God.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
He's the mule of all mules.
He's the king of mules. Yeah, he says, oh yeah, the maple stave beer is amazeballs. Droogie9 says, but there's also that secret maple ingredient. This is probably a bit delayed. Terry and Emma said, what Ontario craft brewers are you digging right now?
we
Good
love
question.
First of all,
Pardon?
and, yeah, good people. We love it. Yeah,
What did you say?
Terry and Emma, good people.
Oh, yeah, great folks.
Yeah.
Gary and Terry, there's good people in craft beer. We love them all.
I like Terry because he makes me feel small.
Why
Terry,
is he tall?
Terry and Brian Biggs, their buddy, at Wichstock last year. Yeah, Wichstock last year. There's two guys standing there talking, and I've never felt smaller in my life. I was like, we could need to hang out more. I love it. They're great folks.
That's dope.
Yeah, I mean, and what do we love most? I mean, half hours on Earth, I probably ordered the most beer,
Yeah.
to be honest. And
Humble people and just incredible beers.
incredible, yeah.
I mean,
On a totally other level.
the nuances, as well as the in-your-face flavors, they're just
Oh,
masters
intense.
of the unknown and things that you can't get anywhere else. And Barn Cat, I mean, come on, the best IPAs I've had this year are from them.
Yeah.
Romania, give me a double,
Yeah.
triple, give me a single. I don't care. Just give it to me.
Yeah, I was
girl.
gushing about them today with a buddy who stopped by. I was just like, I think they are technically the best brewers in Ontario and maybe all of Canada. Those guys, like when they make something, it is on a technical level, like they absolutely nail it. And like I know when we make a beer, every now and again we're canning a beer. I'm like, yeah, I kind of nailed this one. And to me, they just must feel like that every single time. Like their triples are like the drinkability, the mouthfeel, the balance. It blows my mind. And then they just like make these saisons and sours and stouts. So those guys are very high on my list of absolute pure respect and love the guys. They've helped us out a ton. They'll just I'll message them and ask them about random stuff, and they'll answer every one of my questions, even though like geographically and style wise, them and Barn Cat and Badlands are probably our two biggest competitors in a traditional sense, but we help each other out all the time. So yeah, that's really cool. So those guys, and Son and Hill is one that for me is just on a whole other level. They're making these barrel-aged saison, like farmhouse style beers. The closest you can get to Hill Farmstead anywhere other than Hill Farmstead, and it's
For real.
It's amazing. Their beers are so fucking good. Every one we open, I'm just blown away. I'll just walk around and talk about their beers for the rest of the day after we drink one, and I'm losing my mind. And then talking about negativity or whatever, like our beers do well on Untapped. Their beers, people just they'll get like a 3.5 on Untapped, and I'm drinking these beers, and they're blowing my mind. So they've
Why do you think that is?
I honestly don't know. It's crazy. So they have one called Buzz, which is like a barrel aged saison with honey, and it is, to me, that was a 5. When you're talking about a beer, a rating, that's a 5 beer. It just, the balance, it's just so incredibly done. And they're a fairly new brewery, and they're putting out this kind of shit, and you check out their ratings, and it's like,
Okay, so
what are you people doing?
if I may present a concept here,
Please.
the weird thing that we find, and Bebo grew up in Chicago, and I grew up here in Ontario, and we talk about how he was saying to me, listen, if we were a brewery in the States, the locals would be propping us up and supporting us. But the weird thing in Ontario is like the people that are closest to you, they don't prop you up. They want to, for some reason, they'll critique you even harder.
Mm.
And so I don't know what it is, but I mean, for example, Sun Hill's making next level shit. It's unbelievable. Why would anyone find fault in that? And we can't figure it out. But I don't know if you guys have ideas on it, but it's really weird. I mean, it's like, you don't really appreciate what you have until other people are telling you it's good. It's just a strange phenomenon. And I feel like growing up in Ontario, we're always we're raised to look at your neighbor and figure and see what they have that you don't. And you feel compelled to feel like, oh, well, I want that. How come they have that and I don't have that?
Mm.
There must be there must be something they're doing to cheat the game. And it's like, instead of giving them their due credit, you look for the fault. But I don't understand, because every time I drink a Sonnet Hill beer, I'm just like, yes, that's the majestic flavor that makes me happy in life. And split up my IPAs, give me a palate cleanser, like just mix it up, shake up my palate, and they do it for me. Come on, let's prop each other up.
Yeah. I would, my guess would be that in Ontario there just isn't as much of a palate for that style of beer than say there would be in Quebec, just for comparison's sake. There seems to be like a lot more, Quebec is celebrated for their farmhouse and that type of stuff, and I feel like in Ontario there's a few folks who seem to be on social media publicly really going on about farmhouse and stuff, but typically Ontario folks haven't gravitated towards that as much as Quebec. That would be one vague theory. Otherwise, yes, haters. That's basically.
Yeah. No, and you're right. Like, I think for us being like a hazy IPA brewery, I don't think we would have the kind of success or ease that we've had opening up if we were the first ones. But being the
Right.
whatevereth ones, Bellwoods did a lot of the heavy lifting. Like I said, Badlands, Barncat definitely did a lot of heavy lifting. So like, these breweries that are paving the way make it easy for us to open up, and we're like, okay, of our first 20 beers that we release in the first 2 months or 2.5 months, 18 of them are going to be hazy IPAs, and it's like, yeah, that's okay, that's fine, that's pretty normal. So maybe like you were saying, where in Quebec you have like a Dunham, which is producing just crazy, like super dry, amazing barrel-aged stuff.
Yeah.
We'll make it, kind of pave the way for or normalize that kind of thing. So I don't know if that's the case or not, but anyway, long story short, Sonnet Hill is absolutely
killing it.
They're making incredible beers. I could not recommend them highly enough.
That's actually what Derek said. Yeah, Sonnet Hill and Reverence. He put Sonnet Hill, reverence ?
Yeah.
As far as that, there's a whole bunch more comments. They just keep coming. I've never had to deal with this before. You guys are killing me. I love it. Taryn Emma says,
the McKellar.
it's the McKellar wall. God damn you, Chris. Taryn Emma said, #Bigs. HHOE agreed. Yeah, Half Hours on Earth, I think, were the ones to break the mold in Ontario. They are one of my favorites. But you and I had a chat very briefly, Steve, publicly. When they, unfortunately, this broke my heart, they disavowed lactose for environmental reasons. Now, I love Half Hours on Earth. I think they're an exceptional brewery. Now, I understand.
But now you have to just hate them, right? You're not allowed ever drinking another beer from them, right?
Once I finish what I have,
right?
No, I mean I didn't say that. I think you need to relax a little
I think
bit.
you have to though, otherwise you're a horrible, horrible.
Hypocrite, potentially. But the best thing about that is my good friend Steven's Third Moon here. He's like, "Don't worry about that, bro. We got you."
I got you.
He goes, "I
Yeah.
got you." And then they put out Milk
I
Bone,
don't know. I don't think you're
I
allowed.
got you,
anymore.
fam.
and they fucking
Yeah,
put
you
out.
know,
Don't worry. And then he's got the fucking cinnamon latte stout. It's like, that's what's good.
yeah, we got some more.
You know what I mean? And then he's gonna be like pumpkin spice latte stout, bitch. What's poppin'? What's poppin'? Steve's gonna fucking hold one for me, and I'm gonna send him an e-transfer for that. Don't worry. I don't.
The one thing with half hours, dude, like we're fucking around here, but like,
They're crazy.
I think a lot of places, like, when you're starting a business, like, oh, what's our thing gonna be? Like, I know working at a bank, it's like they just will like pick a charity and like we're gonna give it to that, and they give money and awareness or whatever, and that's awesome, but like you can't question half hours with their focus on environmentalism. Like that's what they are. That's what they live and breathe. And like it's very inspiring to see that they are like
living it.
No, like like lactose is a big part of what they're doing. Those sours they make with lactose, like they're so good. And there's nobody else really making that kind of shit. And they're like, we're not going to do that because that doesn't stand with our core beliefs. So like I respect the shit out of it. Like it, as a beer drinker, it's like, it sucks. And as a brewer who wants to use more lactose, it's like, oh, now I feel really shitty and guilty doing it. It's like, I think it's awesome they did that. And not that they didn't quietly, that they publicly stated the reason. I got a lot of respect for that.
You can't be mad at it. Even as a lactose fiend, I really can't be mad at it. Like I very much respect. Honestly, the earth is more important than drinking lactose just to annoy you.
It's up there.
I mean, it's up there. It's kind of equal with like pissing off Ben Johnson and fuck that guy, and keeping the earth going. So it is what it is. Derek says, "Craig, I got you if you're thirsty." Derek, yes, please. He said yes. HHOE. Terry and Emma, people on Untapped, they're drunk. Yes, they are. Derek says, Noah, why do you think that is? Sun and Hill gets low ratings. Random Untapped rater, thin. LOL. So far, Dunham still crushing Sun and Hill in that style, but Sun and tops in Ontario, except Half Hours on Earth easily. Interesting. Terry and Emma, I'm very glad to see this. He said, Half Hours on Earth Game Blouses. Game Blouses was my beer of 2019.
Fuck yes.
I could not believe. Out of control, and I had it again for a second time at Boxcar Social in Toronto last
I never
Christmas.
tried it.
Oh, dude, it's a blueberry pancake sour made after the Dave Chappelle skit with Prince.
Yeah.
I can't express how much of it's one of my favorite, probably top 5 beers of all time. It was that good. I just can't express how good that beer is. And the best part about that beer, Steve, tell them what the best part is.
Lactose?
Damn fucking right, that's what it is. Noah Jeffrey Forrest. And Derek says, either you disavow lactose or you invest in oil sands.
I feel like there's a medium.
Yeah, there should be a happy medium in there. Like, I feel like Third Moon are very comfortable in their lactose stance, and I feel like you guys are, repping for Team Pumpkin, Team Lactose. I don't know. Everything you're doing is really pleasing my people, which is,
Your people?
me.
You're
Dickheads like me who like dumb shit. Derek says, wow, high praise ISO. I guess he's talking about Game Blasters. They brought it back again, actually, so they'll continue to bring it back.
Did they do an Imperial version or like a different version?
If they did,
of it?
I missed that. I'd be very disappointed. And now
I
guess
did
they'll be without lactose moving forward, though.
But they said they were going to figure out some way to do it where they're not using lactose. And
I'm sure
I don't know.
they'll figure
I know
it out.
like a lot of milkshake IPAs will use coconut instead of lactose. It kind of will give a similar mouthfeel if you use like raw coconut.
Oh, okay. I mean, that makes sense.
I don't know what they're going to do, but I know they're going to figure it out. And it's going to be like, fuck lactose.
Hey, whoa.
Maybe in 2 years I'll say that.
Okay. If you do, then we can talk about it. Just hit me up first. If you
We'll
don't
get
mind.
there eventually.
Fucking lactose. No, I love it. I like that you guys are sort of embracing it and doing. I mean, you've done one IPA with lactose anyway, and like Now what? Two
and one? No.
It was only Milk Bone.
That's the only IPA. So we
Really?
we got a handful in the pipeline. But Chris has got to let me loose first.
Chris, how do you feel? Are you gonna let him do it, Chris?
Oh, how can I not?
It's lactose. It's important. It's important to the people. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you. It's market research. I'm just saying people really they need it. Look at Noah. He's Noah's
just
the big.
snorted.
Noah says he hates lactose. He doesn't fucking hate lactose, bro.
I don't hate lactose. I made it all up, Craig.
Exactly.
We were talking about this today. Everyone says they hate lactose
They
until they taste the stouts that we released yesterday, and they're like, "Oh,
yeah, actually, yeah, here we go.
yeah, there you go."
Oh, that's the Oreo
I
one.
want your Oreo in my mouth.
Excuse me.
I want all of your Oreo in. I want the cream.
I want the
Oh,
cream.
boy.
I want the outside. I want the shaft in his.
All of it.
I says,
It's funny because I don't know. Do you guys ever heard of Four Origins in Montreal?
Yeah.
So the owner Mike used to be a home brewer that I would go and taste his beers, and he did this Oreo stout. It had to be almost like 8 years ago, and I loved it because it gave like a salty component, right? Because like Oreos have a ridiculous amount of salt in them, so that like sweet salty combination just worked brilliantly in a stout. And when he opened the brewery, I just kept telling him, you gotta just like do an Oreo stout. You've done this before. Do it again. Do an imperial version. But he didn't. And then like Brewski did one. You guys just did one. And I'm like, man, you did it first, but no one will know. These guys beat you to the punch.
speaking of
You get a lot of the salt in the beer?
I just gotta say, Brewski, like, just killing it. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh my god,
they came to visit us, which was awesome, and it was just unbelievable. Just talking shop, nerding out on beer, talking about business stuff, talking about personal stuff. It was an awesome visit. Honestly,
Nice.
Guillaume, Derek, it was good times, and wow, when we tasted what they brought us, our minds were blown. We just nailed
Their IPAs are really good.
yeah. Their double and their triple were like,
Out of control. Did you try the smoothie sours?
yeah. So the smoothies are like,
Wow.
That's how we
obviously
feel about
amazing. Yeah.
And then we tried their IPAs. On point.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Is there? I was talking to Guillaume about you guys as well. He fucking loves you guys. Is there any chance of a Brewski Third Moon collab? Because that would be.
Oh, I love that.
I think they would love that too. I'd like to encourage that, even if it's like over email, and you do one version in Ontario, one version for Quebec or something like that. To beat the border rules and stuff.
Second Baron wants to hook up with you guys too, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we open on the same day. So
Okay. Saint Baron are fucking out of control. I love them so much, and I
think
really
we've
feel
only
like
had one or two of their beers, and
okay,
fucking killer. Loved it, and
you guys need to talk to them.
yeah, we open on the same day. Like that's so cool. Like all the shit we went through, they also went through opening up at that time. It's super cool, and they're killing it.
Yeah,
Together.
I can really see. One thing that being that like so my girlfriend Tiff is from Toronto. My brother lives in Toronto. So we prior to the fucking pandemic, we were in Toronto at least once a month. So Ontario and Quebec were always kind of both our home zones, which is why I was so tapped into the people who were tapped into you guys. And one thing I always was disappointed about was kind of that lack of cross-border, collaboration, connection, and stuff. But it seems like you guys are already connected with all the right people out here. So I feel like there's the one way to grow Canadian craft beer is to have those collaborations and to have those connections. It seems like you guys are one of the few that I've spoken to without even look at Chris is flexing the connection, busting out the Dark Lord. Okay, all right, okay, Indiana
Are those
man.
even open?
Break one open right now. Fuck it.
Oh, please don't. Yeah, I went to university in Montreal, but my wife is from Montreal. So, like, she actually went to the same high school as Noah.
Ah.
Show it to PC.
So, yeah. Yeah, PCHS.
That's fucked up.
Piece of crap high school or prison camp something, or I don't know.
Hey, I like that. Quebec.
So anyway, yeah, so like we got, her family and all of her friends are back there, so we would go back quite a bit. So yeah, I've always had a lot of love for Quebec. Like if I could have spoke French, we would have stayed there after university, but I couldn't, so here we are.
You don't need it, trust me. I'm not from this country and I can't speak French barely, and I've lived here for 8 years and I'm fucking sweet, mate. You don't need shit. You go to the grocery store, you fucking come home, and you work from home, and it's beautiful.
You also have a job where you can work from home.
Yeah.
That's true.
Well, I was
but you just don't
trying
need
to work for a bank, it didn't work.
Oh, yeah, that would be a different story. You can believe. Go piss.
Honestly.
Yeah, but it's just a beautiful thing. There's so many, like, I used to be a very, very public critic of Quebec just because the one thing that were missing were all the shit that I like. Like, same as you guys. My palate is your palate. So nobody here was doing that stuff. And I was like, fucking somebody do it. And then Masorum opened. And then Brewski got their equipment about the same time. And then in the last year and a half, Quebec has gone from sort of here to me to like killing it now. Like everything you want, fire, Quebec does it. So I feel like it's sort of caught up, and I don't know if anyone in Ontario are doing those smoothie sours, for example, in the same way that Brewski and Masorum are doing them. And I love seeing.
Soon.
Pardon? Soon? Yes.
Soon.
Please.
Yeah, Brewski was dropping a lot of secrets.
Oh, bro, like their shit.
We were feeding them beers, and they were telling us their secrets. So.
Smart move. So I had one of their sours last night, their smoothie sours, and they're as good as like the Vale in Richmond type of shit. Like, I can't express how insane they are. So what I want to see more as somebody who say, Noah's born and raised in Montreal and a Quebec guy, I'm not even from this country, so I'm sort of a bit more fluid in where I'm from. So I'm always a bit more like, why aren't the Montreal people connecting with the Quebec folks connecting with the Ontario folks? So I'm really, really happy when I spoke to Guillaume. He was like, all right, posted something and he went out of his way to comment on it or something like that. And I was like, all right, sick, okay. Like, as in talking like he knew you guys. I didn't know that like you guys were hanging out with him and Derek like that. So I think that's going to be the secret to really taking the shit to the next level. I think that you guys who have created this, however unintentionally, you've just been making amazing beer and then, really changing the game out there and then connecting with someone like Brewski who were contract brewing for years and then they finally got their own stuff. And in the last 12 months, they've been able to go from, pretty, really solid stuff to like game-changing shit. Like, I just think that's really going to be what's going to take Canada to that next level, and particularly during a time like this, and open up that. I hear there's like trade talks now with the the federal Canadian beer body thing, whatever it's called, that Steve and BAOS sort of helped do. Like they're trying to talk about they're trying to figure out the federal like exchange program type of thing right now is the last I heard about that.
That's the next step. So you see like in the States these breweries that all get together and they all have like these kind of friendships and collaborative efforts, and they're all from like way different parts of the country, but here it's like you're in your bucket. Like wherever you're from, it's kind of like, it happens occasionally, but like, like a BC and Quebec collab would be pretty unheard of, or
correct. Yeah.
Alberta and Ontario kind of thing. So like, yeah, it would be really cool to open it up and have like-minded folks kind of work together to make really cool shit.
Yeah, man, I want to see it. I think that's gonna, and like, look, you got to think about it right now in the context of a pandemic, a global pandemic that obviously isn't going anywhere anytime soon. One way to breweries are one of the few businesses that are actually doing quite well. Not all of them, obviously, but a lot of them. And one way to make that grow even further is to foster that community that already exists, but to allow it to sort of synchronize a little bit more and then allow to sell. If you guys can legally ship to BC, like, that's amazing. I mean, not everybody can sort of service those markets based on how much they're, how much they're producing and stuff like that. but just opening that up to be able to legally sell to anybody, have your web store, and then that web store can ship anywhere. Like, that's crazy. Like, if I didn't know you guys, I wouldn't be. It's gonna be very difficult to get your shit here in Montreal. Same as,
how cool would it be to have our beer at like Pilotto?
Yes.
To go every time. Like that would be fucking awesome. But
yes, bro.
It just seems like it would be easier to have our beer at somewhere in Florida right now than to have it there, you know?
But isn't
It's
that
interesting
ridiculous?
though, because
So
I was
crazy.
talking to one of the brewer owners of Trailway, because Trailway just started distributing in Quebec, and he was saying that at first it was doing really well, but then now they're not selling a lot, and I'm just curious if it kind of speaks to what you guys were talking about earlier with regard to you brew Bone Tree, which is like killer. Everyone fucking wants it. When are you brewing Bone Tree again? You brew Bone Tree and then you don't sell half as much. And I wonder if that has to do with it. So they bring in Trailway. Everyone's like, fucking Trailway. They're killer. They're one of the best in Canada for their IPAs. One of the earliest ones. And then the first round, everyone buys it. And then the second round's like, oh, where's your new shit? I don't know.
You're bang on. That's the reality. And it's really tough on the inside to see that.
Yeah.
Out there, everyone pretends that the good shit reigns. But no, the new check, that's what reigns.
It's the new good shit.
So, I mean, like...
And that's kind of like which is kind of ironic because, or I don't know if it's ironic or just coincidence or it just interesting that, like, when you look at Missorum and going back to what we were talking about earlier and that initial criticism about them potentially, and I'm not saying that they are doing this, but potentially taking the same recipes and just rebranding and then adding a new art piece and whatever, maybe that's what they need to do. Or, you know what I mean? Like, it's almost as if we do want the same thing, but we refuse to want the same thing. Like, we want the same beer, but because it doesn't look the same, we don't want it, you know?
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, I wonder if there's, like, the solution to that is, like not the beer stores, but being legally able to ship. If I'm in Montreal and I want to order from Third Moon, or I want to order from a brewery in Alberta or BC, I can do that and they can legally ship to me. Like, that's where I think the future lies for like federal growth, like national growth, as opposed to having Third Moon in Pilotto. Because maybe you do occasional drops where you might be like, all right, here's this and that's it. Like, hey, special, we got some Third Moon. When that sells out, then it might be a few months until you get it again, as opposed to every single drop and then it's sitting on the shelf, because obviously you don't want that. So it's got to be an event. So marketing wise, which people don't think about because people forget that fucking brewing beer is a business, that you have to position it right. But if I want to be like, yo, they're doing the pumpkin spice latte, I'm a basic bitch, I need that. I need to be able to order it, and not because I know Chris and Steve, to be like, hey guys, do you mind, can you do me a favor? Or I trade with somebody, you should legally be able to send it to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where I think the difference is going to come with the growth that's sustainable, as opposed to be like, well, I can barely service Ontario right now. How am I supposed to service the other, whatever, 13 provinces or whatever?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
But to be dead honest, there's a trade-off, because let's say like Superflux in BC was like, all right, fuck it, we're shipping everywhere, and you're like, I want some of that, and you're gonna order 24 cans, and shipping is gonna be $60. You're like, I'm good. Maybe I won't do that.
Exactly.
So like, I don't know.
But that's ridiculous, though. Like, I've traded to Vancouver. I'm sure you guys probably have as well. And I've done basically the equivalent of a case, and it costs half. It's like $30.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you're trading, it's a loser's game, because you're both paying shipping.
Yeah.
Off of,
But do you think about it? The only way to offset that, it was $1,000 flight. So I'm paying $30 in shipping, and they're paying, but I get shit instead of saving me $1,000. So.
Yeah, but even shipping, like once you say like we're shipping alcohol, there's like an upcharge right away. It's like, oh, okay, so it needs to be hand sorted. So you're paying an extra $5. Oh, they need to check ID, so that's extra money. So it's like right away they're like
You're right.
cha-ching, like
Yeah.
alcohol. Here it comes.
Extra money to not kick it in the side.
Yeah.
Like, we weren't just gonna fucking roll it down the street, but if you pay us extra, we won't.
Yeah, right. I mean, that shit is ridiculous to me as well, and that's the stuff that's like mad annoying. It's a fucking pandemic, but if you put that it's from a brewery, then I have to go to the post office to pick it up in a pandemic in a red alert time when I'm not supposed to leave the house. When you could just drop that shit down.
Sign or show ID.
And you don't make me sign or show ID, and you could just put that shit downstairs in my fucking building, and I'll pick it up. And now you make me fucking go and get it. And it's legal to ship weed. Like, you can ship. We ordered marijuana and picked it up yesterday. Like, you can do that, but it's not legal for me to get fucking craft beer from Ontario. Fuck off, man. It's so ridiculous. It's so nonsensical. Like, it's infuriating. And I'm a consumer, not a producer like you guys. So it makes no sense. And all we want to see is everybody grow and be able to survive, because when this is over, don't we want all the finest breweries, restaurants, cafes, blah, 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 to still be around so we have a society to engage with? Like,
you're damn right. You're damn right.
I just don't understand. It just makes no sense why people aren't making it easier for you guys to do business than more difficult right now. That's all I'm saying. It's so ridiculous and so redundant and frustrating. Yeah.
You're not wrong, my brother.
It's mad annoying. I think we have a whole bunch of comments that I was ignoring as always. Moose Hair is saying, Chris, how do you keep that McKellar collection clean? Mini glass, mini dust.
That's a good question. You dust that shit with like a dainty little duster every day?
You got a HEPA filter.
It is time consuming. It is time.
You got like a toothbrush that you just like.
Show them the ceiling. Wait, Chris. Show them the
Fucking-
ceiling. Show them the ceiling.
I know.
Oh my
Oh my
god!
God!
Fucking
Yes,
hell!
What the fuck is that?
Oh
I
my god!
ran out of room and I decided how many dimensions do we need to tap into here. We've only got 3, so when 2D is done, let's go 3D.
What about?
God?
I guess the next lot is the floor and a glass thing on the floor. Oh, you're a beast, bro. That is next level.
Wow,
Jesus
that is-
Christ.
Commitment.
Fuck,
Yeah.
I love
You
it.
make
Such a different
what you
level.
got, right?
I didn't even know what to say. Derek says, I'll second the collab encouragement. All in favor. And then Moose Hair says, I. And that's the collab with your mans and Brewski. Terry and Emma says, just want to say, you guys do know that Chris can go all night, right? I'm like,
Chris is a thoroughbred.
You know?
He's a thoroughbred.
Very comfortable.
I heard the stories. I was warned. We're already at 3 hours and 17 minutes, so here we are, you know. Derek says, we in Quebec were behind Ontario in IPA about 5 years ago and are now tops. I agree. Masorum, Bar Canada, Sankiem, Baron, Brewski, Sir John, and then some. He's like, LOL at Terry and Emma. He sure can. He knows, I guess. He also says, Ontario IPA comment, though. Third Moon, Barncap, Badlands, and even Rouge River, and a few others giving it a good run, trying to win it back. That's a good point. All our flames. He said, Derek again, new, yes, but still got to be good. Masorum dropped 3 months of shit, and it all changes. And in the... Hold up, what the fuck? And in the pandemic, the time is now to lobby for national shipping. Oh, you got the coconut macaroon. Why are you flexing on us?
Send us that shit.
Just showed you 360 degrees of beer bottles, and you think the coconut macaroon is a flex?
Well, you know...
That's what we care about in the
Chicken
moment.
wire
Bebo.
of like barrel-aged beer on a ceiling.
Yeah, like,
Yes.
fuck that. This is what's impressive. There you go. Yeah, show me that lacing. Yeah, let it go. Yeah,
Tonight is all about Third Moon.
Yeah, exactly. This is not the first,
Don't
not the
care
second moon.
about anything else.
Nothing else. Oh yeah. Tell us about this beer, and like I don't know, unless you guys are good, I guess we're sitting at 3 hours and 20 minutes. This has been the longest by far of any Skype podcast we've done, and it has. But
Besides the one I did with you last week.
except for that, this has been consistent double figure viewers, which doesn't really happen on this type of thing. This is actually out of control. I've never experienced anything like this before, so you know.
I kind of told you this would happen earlier today, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. Everybody wants to see Chris and Steve's fucking pretty ass faces.
I think it's Noah's sticker on his T-shirt.
Almost got mad. I was like, no one got a T-shirt? And I'm like, oh, okay.
We've got serious floaties.
Oh.
Originally, I wanted to stick one on each one of my nipples.
Oh, you should have done that. Yeah, a nipple T-shirt.
But
Derek says,
I
"Fuck the
didn't
second
think it
moon."
would be high enough.
Keep it going.
Yeah, keep going, keep going. Come on, we can get some some porno love here. There you go. Tell us about the macaroon one. Is this one? When's this one drop? Or is it dropped already?
So this might be my favorite beer that Bebo
Really?
ever brewed.
That's a big
And
call.
because it's a coconut-focused beer, and every time you get a coconut beer, what do you always say at the end of it? I wish I had more coconut. This one, you've got floaties like you haven't seen since Goose Island Prop 13, right on the top here. And we've got a messy head of indulgence.
Messy head of indulgence.
This session ender that everyone who was lucky enough to get this beer, including us, no doubt, were able to enjoy.
I know why that's so funny. A messy head of indulgence is just like,
You're looking to get sloppy on a Saturday night.
oh, are we ever?
A macaroon gives you everything that was promised.
Ever wanted in a beer. Bebo, have you had much Buck Canada's coconutty
Yeah,
imperial?
the one that
It says-
connection
Oh man,
was
number two.
one of the
Connection.
best stouts I've ever had.
That-
We had
They're
it was
they're
last
doing it.
year
Killer.
A piece of
from
cake sliding right into your pie hole. That was that was a wow.
is that the one with macadamia nuts?
Yeah.
Every one of them has some combination of nuts. There's just so much nuts being
Nuts in
thrown.
your
Yeah,
mouth,
it
just
was-
in your
I
mouth.
think the first one I had was vanilla, macadamia, and coconut, and it was like, what in the fuck? It was so absolutely incredible. It was just like complete mind bender, and everyone I've had since then is just as good. They're absolutely killing it.
Is that what you're
Yeah.
aiming for with this series?
Like an
Something along those
unrefined
lines?
version of that, yeah. Like this is just like. So, I don't know the amount of coconut they would use, but I felt like whatever any other brewery is using for amount of coconut, I feel like we would have surpassed that. There's an obscene amount of coconut in this, to the point where it's like there's like a jiggly oil slick on the top of it, and there's like floaties in there. It is a crazy amount of coconut. So I don't know how it's gonna age, but right now when you drink it, there's no denying there's like a lot of coconut in there.
It actually looks like you have a head, and it's like kind of keeping too. Because usually,
it's like lacing with like coconut shards.
It's an illusion, to be honest. It's just so much
fat.
fat.
Yeah.
It's a messy head of indulgence, Noah. Oh, it's fucking killing me.
Rinse their glass out between beers will be sorely mistaken once they put the next beer into this glass.
A rinse is not going to do it.
It needs a dishwasher.
There's a whole bunch of There's a whole bunch of comments. Derek says, "Fuck the second moon." I agree. Patricia says, "Craig, I miss drinking with you and Tiff. I miss you too, Patty. I haven't seen you forever. Fuck." Moose Hair says, "This was an enjoyable 3 hours just watching you all get cut alongside me." Patty says, "Fuck it all." I guess she's drinking. Derek says, "Chris may be drunk, but he's at his stable place. He could hang out there for 15
plateaus,
right?
and
Just
you can
like
ride that.
15 more hours and 30 more stouts." Tiff is saying, "Well, that's the name of the podcast, Messy Head of Indulgence." See if I can fit it into the title tag.
Please don't.
You should.
Right? I'm gonna try it because it's like there's so much to put in. With Chris and Steve of Third Moon and Noah of Beerism, it's not gonna fit.
Just you don't need any of our other shit.
Yeah, fuck you.
Just that.
That's true. Patty says, "OMG, I thought my husband was a hoarder because I guess he sees your empty bottles, but still, we all have to
There's
step.
full bottles
You should
behind
see the
those.
full ones, though.
The full ones are crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So Tiff, you can't be mad at me anymore. Terry and Emma says macadamia. Tiff says, "Hi, C. I thought Noah's cave was intense. New levels here. Miss you, Patty."
So that?
Tiff, because I always thought the biggest collection I'd seen in person was Noah's in your room. This is
Chris, show the rest of the basement. Not even the upstairs. The fucking basement is crazy. Upstairs is just as crazy.
Really?
So-
There's an upstairs?
Yeah, like he's like muted. It doesn't even matter.
oh,
Yeah, we can't hear you, Chris.
we can't hear you, Chris, but it's okay. You can unmute that shit. Oh, it just keeps going.
It just
No, I was saying the sad part is that what you see down here is not even, these aren't even the best beers I've ever had.
Okay.
Like, the best beers I've ever had are in my glass cabinets upstairs, the
Okay.
top 100 in order. But
In order.
in
he's
order,
upset.
Does that like constantly change?
it does. It is
Do you
dynamic.
have like a system?
Of course I do. Everyone does.
No. It's just you, man.
No, man. Everyone does.
Everyone has a case upstairs where they take their top 100 beers and then they
Three
place
cases.
Everybody
Three
has
glass
their
cases.
product, right? You're rating things based on a percentage that you decide. And for me, it's, let's throw it out there, just for argument's sake. Let's say 70% style, 25% personal enjoyment, and 5% magic factor. I mean, what is it that you use to rate Untapped? It's, you can sway the combinations, but it's, as I've said a million times tonight, it's subjective. And that's the beauty of it. Because if it's not subjective, why are we talking? If it's objective, we all agree. If it's subjective, we got something to talk about. Let's
Fair
drink
enough.
beer and enjoy. We talked about Treehouse before.
You got them bad boys.
Cycle.
So, like, can you just talk us through what like? So you got the McKellar room, which you were in. So what's all this stuff? This is just like other fire that you've had, or is there?
Yeah, I mean, these are the top 5,000 beers I've had, or 10,000, and the top 100 are upstairs in the glass cabinets.
Okay.
And it's something that really we can all nerd out on and enjoy. But
So this is like a never-ending like cavern.
Show them, even Chris. Show them in the stairs. The stairs are lined with it. It's crazy. Like, no matter how into beer you are, when you go there, you're like, what the fuck? Like, I've never seen anyone not just like jaw drop. Like, it's crazy.
So if Chris, if I handed you a beer tomorrow and you're like, wow, this is like number 23 on the most impressive beers I've ever had, you're gonna like rip out one of your top 100 and stomp on it, tell it it's shit, and then put the new one in. And
No, it'll move downstairs. 100 will move downstairs, and it'll slide everything over.
that's right. I mean,
but where does 99 go at that point?
we got to
just
talk
gets,
about
like,
it for a while. But it's like your hand of cards. You get what you're dealt, and so we all have that. That's my top 100. It's your desert island. What are your 3 top albums? And you'll say it'll be, Faith No More, Angel Dust, of course, and
course.
2 other albums that don't matter. But
That's which.
but
Meth. That was a good full circle moment. That was good.
and we just, the point is, you have fun talking about it, and I don't have to be right, and you don't have to be wrong, but
Sure.
this is why we enjoy craft beer, because we're connoisseurs. We're all connoisseurs, and I want to hear why you rate something a certain way, and I don't want to hear you shit on it. I want to hear what you love about it. So let's bring more of that back into the reviews, people. Come on.
I like that. Derek asks, what are the top 20 in order, Chris?
Well,
You're gonna make him go upstairs.
Wake up
I
the
know it's
family.
coming. Wait,
Yeah.
show him the stairs.
Show us the stairs, Chris. Show us
I
the
know.
stairs.
topping Goliath doesn't make it downstairs because everything you have to get is so damn hard to get that when you finally do, you're pretty excited. So we've got Morning Delight in there.
You gotta turn the light on. Can't see.
Can I ask you a random question? Like, what does your wife, partner, girlfriend? Is she just extraordinarily patient, or is he extraordinarily patient? I have no idea what your situation is.
She definitely wants these cabinets downstairs. And
I like that though. It's not like she doesn't want them at all. She just wants them downstairs.
It's true. Beer Barrel Time is probably the best beer I've ever had.
Beer barrel.
Batch 1, batch 2, we're talking like unbelievable. But, you know, all of these beers are beers that you are lucky to get. And when you get them, you want to talk about them.
I think that Hill Farmstead Aaron we had with Derek.
We sure did. Yeah.
There you go.
But every beer, it's like a story. And that's
Yeah,
the point of it,
for sure.
right? That's why we enjoy drinking beers, is because we can talk about it. If there's nothing to talk about it and we all agree, then who cares? But when we can enjoy the moment together, that's what we're here for.
That's just so
Amen.
much beer. It's just like I just don't think I've ever. I thought Noah's shit was ridiculous. Like that's ridiculous. What about the
No.
beers that you haven't drank yet? Where do they go?
Yeah, where's your cellar? Where's your like?
Your cellar or your
Behind
fridge?
all those bottles.
So it's behind those bottles.
What do
So
you
it's like,
Behind those bottles.
yeah, it's
Is there like a secret button?
it's like let's make a deal. When you guys-
So what happens? You pull one out and there's another one? I don't get it. Can you give us an example? I'm very confused.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, man. Sorry to bust you. Sorry to bust your balls,
This may
Chris.
end horribly.
So let's say, you see me okay?
I can see your hands, yeah?
Yep. We're good.
So let's say you wanted, Cigar City. You just
This is not gonna end well.
Oh, my God. Okay.
say, okay, let's have this. What shall it be? Okay. Capriccio Oscuro. A
Okay.
blend of rum, sherry, and cognac barrel aged. Let's have this.
Let's fucking go.
So, I would be happy to open this, and we would enjoy it together.
Okay.
Otherwise, it goes back in the collection, and we never see it again.
He's got a
Do you keep an
spreadsheet,
inventory?
by the
Do you
way.
like
he's got a spreadsheet.
have it on paper?
I don't have it on paper anymore, but I have a spreadsheet, and and it shows me.
Oh, I love this. I can't get enough of this shit. I swear to God. I
So,
cannot
like,
get enough.
if you wanted to be like, what Cigar City do I have? You just search Cigar City and it brings up all the available bottles that you have.
Yes,
Theory?
I know what beers I need to drink this year to make
I was gonna say it tells him what to drink.
because the worst thing you can do is spend all the time and energy and money we have to get a beer, and you don't drink it as the brewer intended.
So how do you manage that?
Well, so I take all my beers in here, and I say what year they need to be drank, and I shorten it by 1 year, so that I make sure I'm drinking them closer to the fresh date. And
That's smart.
yeah, because if you don't have a perfect cellar, and I don't, it's a standard basement in a house, and you put it in the dark, keep it out of the light, you put it against the concrete, you try to decrease the change in temperature that it's going to experience, and you just let that thing stay in the dark, and you drink it as soon as you can after that. And so we have found that we don't like to push the boundaries of a stout as far as we used to, and that you actually enjoy it more when you have it closer to when it was released. So in my spreadsheet, it says the year it needs to be drank, and I have a bar chart, and it shows me this year how many to drink, and next year how many I have coming at me, and we make sure that we drink these all. And you put little notes in there, and you say, "Can't drink this without Bebo," and make sure you share this one with your sister, or make sure you share this one with your friend who loves this kind of stout, and you just make your collection your own. But yes, I do have a spreadsheet, and we try to make sure we respect the beer.
You are a
Sounds like-
You are a treasure. You are a beer treasure.
That's like some not even next level. Like, tell me somebody else who's got that kind of shit going on.
I just I don't even know
Nobody.
what to say anymore. Like,
that's layer upon layer upon layer. It's like on a whole other.
yeah, I feel like ashamed of any beer stuff I've ever had. Like, this is
whatever
goals.
everybody talks about their cellar, I'm like, you got no fucking. You got
no clue.
you got
Yo,
no
Noah, I'm
fucking
not
shit.
impressed anymore, bro. Fuck your settler.
Yeah.
You don't understand. No.
Yo, I just the OCD part of me is activated with this. I'm just like, oh wow, I'm moist. Like, this is beautiful. I know where I need to go in the future, and my girlfriend is already pre-mad at me for 5 years ahead. So,
But there's so many.
I'm
layers
sorry.
to this. Because not only are you keeping everything that you want to drink, but you're also keeping every empty bottle.
Yeah,
So there's like
Not every.
but like
Well,
the
sorry.
key ones. The key
one
ones.
of most things. Like,
And
so
even
you have
look-
this
look at those-
display problem and then this cellar problem. Whereas in
It's
for
like a
me,
double
every time I
compounded.
finish a beer, I run the fuck outside and I throw it in the recycling bin as fast as I can so that no one knows I drank it.
Yeah.
Like, it's like
I hear
it's
you.
not healthy, but I try and like somewhat hide it because it's like let's get to
Yeah,
rid-
like
get
look at
rid
of
these
the shit.
corks, and I will let me tell you this: I will bet any fucking amount of money that one right next to that serpent stout is the cork from that one. Not just like, oh, I need a Lost Abbey cork to put by this beer.
No, he's
It's
thorough.
like, you have not lived until you've seen Chris at like 2 a.m. digging through like 15 black caps. Like, which was the one from this surly darkness?
Yeah.
Like, oh, I think it was this one. Like,
oh my
the
gosh.
completeness of it is
Oh,
something
the
to behold.
Lawson's in here? Shit, bro. I
It's
mean,
special.
this is the most admirable thing I've ever seen in my life. I just don't really know, like, I just can't even express it. Terry Dammer says Chris drinks a lot, but Chris will always remember the Firestone walk at 18th you shared.
That's a good one.
Like,
Uh-oh.
oh fuck! Tell me you didn't knock something over.
I just stepped on another half can.
Oh, oh no! Cole Rochester.
There.
There's only 73 more.
It's okay. Jesus Christ. I mean, I know we're supposed to be talking about Third Moon, but fucking hell, bro. Now you got the Cantillon selection? Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Derek's
Oh,
like,
thanks.
if you've dreamed of it, Chris has tapped it. Oh, those two Russian River I had from my beer 3000 and 4000. That's beautiful with the smoke. Jesus Christ. It's just
Chris, is there
exhausting.
anything that you haven't tried at this point?
Yeah, like what do you want to drink? Like what do you sought after? What is the man like you looking for? Like if you're the person someone has to buy for Christmas, like what are they after? Who do they have to trade with?
The devil himself.
That's a good question. Man, I mean,
You got a
It's
good
hard to
physique
keep up.
for a man who's drank that many beers, bro. Respect.
it's honestly hard to keep up now. And now with the borders closed,
Yeah.
it changes the game. And I honestly feel lucky that we've had the support we've had, because a lot of our fans now are are people who've been buying beer outside of the market we serve.
Mm.
It's just crazy, right? Like, people are normally buying beer from Treehouse and other and breweries throughout the United States. The borders are closed.
Mm.
We've had to look at that ourselves. We bought mostly outside of this market, and that's why we're doing this, because we said, listen, like, well, we want to make the beers that we can't find elsewhere, so we're doing it, and we're just hoping that we get everyone hooked before the borders open. Nobody needs to travel again.
It seems like you're
I think
doing a
you're
pretty
doing
good job.
job.
Yeah. Derek says KBBS, and then Terry Nemma says, hey, do you have a Lou Pep down there?
Ooh,
I'm sure you had, I saw a Lou Pep down there.
What's a Lou Pep?
Yeah,
Cantillon.
Cantillon?
Not that I have undrunk, but yeah, I've got some Cantillons in the fridge, but one of the beer fridges. There are several beer fridges, but
of course. Why wouldn't you have Cantillon going? Jeez,
I know.
What are you, an amateur?
One of my favorite beer fridges.
Oh, that's cool. That's pretty gangster. Do you have a Third Moon fridge? I hope you have a Third Moon fridge.
You open it up and it's like mostly Third Moon. So,
well, that's the ultimate fridge right there.
OCS canisters.
Derek says borders are closed. We've had to look at that ourselves. Translation: Chris has to dig into his 7,000 bottle cellar.
It's been pilfered. My cellar has been pilfered.
Pilfered.
I don't know who.
By yourself or someone else?
Some magic elf that just sneaks in there in the middle of the night and drinks all this fucking.
Drinks all the fire.
Is that what you call yourself, Bebo?
Magic elf. Tiff was asking, what is the number one beer upstairs? Like, what was your number one beer of all time?
Yeah, seriously.
Man.
So you have that 100, but do you rate those 100, or is it always it's part of that 100?
I do. I mean, KBBS, Kentucky Breakfast Stout from, like, Toppling Goliath. Come on. And I had a Cycle Vanilla that was just insane, that I waited in line in Florida at their special event, annual event. But it starts to blend as you go on. It's like you're arguing about the details, and you start to realize, we're trying to talk about objective shit, but it gets pretty subjective. Yeah. And then, really, all that matters is your experience. So you start talking about the fun you had when you had that beer and the people you were with, and that's why we're here, right?
100%. That's what
are your
favorites,
Bebo? Come on.
Prop 13 was the one that when I had that was like a revelation. It was like, how could a fucking beer be this good? It was Bourbon County Proprietor 2013 with coconut. That was the first beer. It had like chunks of coconut floating in it.
Yeah, that inspired this beer that we're drinking
7 years later.
See, that's cool. See, you guys did your research for literally a decade plus.
We took our time.
Hey, man.
Very organized.
It's paying off, right? It's paying off.
The chicken wire on the ceiling.
It's like Red Lobster.
Except
how much time did it take you to do that?
Way too long.
Like, for the end result
too, doing it.
The end result's a divorce, but or several, but
worth it. It's just it's wild. I love it. You guys are out of control. This
Fuck,
is
that's amazing.
this is one of the longest podcasts of all time. We're pushing 4 hours here. This is beautiful.
Yeah, nobody's listening.
Yeah. It was like,
No,
yeah,
we've got this
we're
is
gonna- we're
this is
gonna
a
really-
record. I can't explain.
90 minutes.
Yeah, I said like because Steve was like, "Yo, how long would it be?" I got 60 to 90 minutes.
Type 90.
Yeah, fucking whatever 4 hours is later. Hey man, it's been a good fucking time. Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's been brilliant, actually.
Oh my god, I'm dying.
Best to date, Craig.
Hey,
Your best to date.
best to date, longest, one of the longest podcasts I think of all time. Not even just this season.
It was like, yeah, it's like it's like hardcore history.
It's hardcore history, but it's also had the most consistent viewers I would ever imagine in any time. Normally, it'd be down at 1 or 2 viewers. It's got 12 right now, and it's generally yeah. No, that's good.
12 people
Now
live
it's-
right
now
now
it's
watching
13.
Nonsense?
And now it's 13. Literally,
Like,
like
what something's got to be good if it's going on this fucking long.
yeah. I feel like people are just getting fucked up and watching us talk shit. I really feel like people are having a good night, just leave it on in the background while they're doing other shit.
Look at Chris.
Like-
Chris is still giving us a show.
Yeah, Chris, keep giving us a show. This is great, bro. This is
These are all
beautiful.
the things. These are all the things I've done.
I've never even had Dark Lord, motherfucker.
Oh my god.
I think Chris has had a few.
I feel so like limp. I feel like such a shit beer guy.
I feel like I need to go get another beer.
Terry and Emma are like, we're not leaving.
I drank all the Third Moon that exists in my house.
Then you can only have water now.
Oh my god.
Is that a big deal, Chris?
It's like pops it.
He's a
Holy fuck. Oh, we're on borrowed time here.
I feel like we could just like look at this stuff all night. Like I feel like I'm just in his basement looking around.
It's mesmerizing. When you're there,
It is.
I've been there with a lot of people have come in and seen it the first time. You're like, what the fuck?
What you
It's
do?
crazy.
Yeah.
You're
Chris,
not even
can
getting the
you
full
do the same
experience.
thing with your children and your wife as well? just like wake them up and just show me what they look like.
Every nook and cranny.
Everybody's like, this is her eyebrows.
I wish I was that ambitious in the morning. Really, it's mostly regretting how late I stayed up the night before.
Yeah, that's I can feel that with kids. Waking you up and you're like, fuck man, I had Dark Lords all night, fuck off. Like
Why did I do that?
why did I do that? Stop talking to me. Derek says, Bebo, we're almost at time for a repost story. Tiff saying it's the top episode.
We
No,
need a couple of Dark Lords for that to happen.
For the repo story? Okay, I'm definitely going to need some repo stories. I think we're going to have to organize a dry finish chat, and I'd like to be invited. Please.
Jesus, those McKellers, those are like 23% alcohol each.
Down there? Jesus Christ.
It's very mesmerizing to watch this.
Yeah, I'm like, this is like riveting like content right here. I don't feel like our commentary is secondary to the visuals.
Yeah. And like going up the stairs.
Yeah,
It's hard to like every little nook and cranny, like the little like beams on the ceiling on the top have like little cans.
it's just like maximizing the real estate.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
there's some
far-
Thomas guitar in there.
Oh, a bit of alchemist
Back.
in there. Okay, a bit of foam. I think I see, but this must be the Vermont corner.
Jesus.
Yeah, there's a bunch
Put-
of alchemists in there.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. Turn it up a bit. Push it up a bit, fam. There you go.
All the woot stouts.
Yeah, a bit of stone. Okay.
Omnipolo. Speedway variant.
Yeah, a bit of speedway up in there. Shit.
Chris, what's going to happen when you move?
You can't
Well, I
move.
can't move. It's been predetermined. No moving.
Ever?
You can't. You have to keep this house forever. Like, what are you supposed to do?
No.
You're trying to bring it all to Third
Work
Moon.
anymore.
He's talking about like building shelves to put all these beers at Third
I mean,
Moon.
you could. I guess that could be kind of cool.
And some of my favorite pumpkin beers. Come
Oh.
on. Cigar.
Going to give Craig a big old erection.
I am so hard right now. I can't even imagine. Ooh, look at those
Good
pumpkins.
Lord Almighty.
Woof.
Lord have mercy.
And you know, like each one of these is like brewery only release, and like costs a lot of money. It's like each one of those bottles, you got to put in a good amount of effort to get. And
Oh
it's,
yeah.
It's
I
very.
mean, how much chicken wire do you have to buy too?
It's a lot.
Derek-
Or you just use we have left over.
Derek just said, "Imagine if Chris had OCD." This is killing me. You fucking guys, man. Yo, this is ridiculous. There's more in the ceiling. How are they there? They all the Bellwoods?
You guys have figured out the secret to Third Moon right now.
Yeah. This is more insight into the company than anything you said in the previous 3 hours.
Yeah.
It's an obsession.
Oh my
It's
fucking
obsession.
Jesus Christ, bro. Is it weird I've been hard this whole time? It's not, right?
Well, you've seen all the lactose just dripping out of the bottles.
Yeah, I
on the
can
wall.
just the lactose doesn't even do it for me anymore. It's the Cantillon. Oh,
Uh,
the Juicy AF from BC. Oh, you got the Superflex, the BC line right here. The Twin Sails.
Canada.
Yeah, it's like the,
Yo.
oh, there's an old school Boreal.
Yeah, like why is the
No, that's
Boreal
on the
in the
left there.
BC
That's
line? I
impressive.
don't like it. I don't like it. You're gonna have to move the fucking Quebec from the Boreal from the BC line, bro. It's my OCD is hurting.
Oh my god.
We'll talk about it after.
send them notes.
Yeah, I'll send you a note. Oh, the Trillium line? Oh my god, of course there's a Trillium line.
This is like the ceiling rafters. Like it's hard to wrap your head around. Like that's the ceiling rafters.
Yeah, I'm trying to really. I think I kind of get the picture of what this is like. I feel like you couldn't take a step and not like be mesmerized. You've maximized real estate in a way that no one ever has before.
It's on a whole other level. Like, how is that even physically possible? What you've done?
Oh, the camera's blocked. The camera's blocked, Chris. Oh no!
You can't see Chris.
Chris-
Can't see.
The Chris show. There we go. There we go.
What's also mind-boggling is that I can only imagine how much fun it is for you to show this off for us. Because who else have you shown this to? Like, has it just been
Who
like
else
a private
appreciates it?
thing that you've done?
You
And this
have
is
to
like
come
the first
over.
time anyone's ever seen it.
Yeah, you should charge
You
for
were
this.
coming over tonight.
Yeah.
It's like when I was growing up, one of my good buddies, his dad was like super into trains, like model trains, and his fucking setup in his basement was like some crazy Smithsonian shit, but nobody knew about it. And you go over, and it was like this mythical thing is his train set. It's like
Like, what the
Chris's
fuck?
daughter's gonna be talking about her dad's beer collection. Like, no, you don't understand. He's got the
No, no.
corks next to the Casey bottles.
like bit of Troy right there. Oh my gosh.
Denver love right there.
Oh yeah, that's old Denver right there. Troy, you know Troy's from Ontario, eh?
Is he really?
Yeah, he's. We interviewed him in. We went down to his spot, and he said he's from Ontario, and his parents dad got a job in Colorado or something. They just stayed
Oh
there.
shit.
James E says, "I don't think my local beer store has that many cans." Yeah, I don't think anybody has this many. You got the treehouse right under the Vermont. I guess I like the state order here. Okay, you got the Lawsons right there. Oh, a bit of the barn cat next to the Lawson. So
Yeah.
that doesn't add up, Chris, but it's okay. We'll let that pass. Because you got the Quebec next to the BC Isle. Whatever, but it's all right. It's all right. It's okay. Jesus Christ. It's just so fun to look at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Like-
mesmerizing.
It's not even like boring for a second. Like there's not even been a moment of this where I'm like, all right, that's enough now.
Oh, just the physics of it and everything.
The physics of
And,
it.
like,
That's
those are all cycle bottles. Like those are like brewery only. You're like 30
Yeah.
US a bottle.
And we talk about price, and honestly, 30 US for each of these.
yeah.
Can you imagine Ontario saying, yeah, I'm willing to pay $50 Canadian
For that
for a bottle of stout?
beer. Yeah.
That's, lightly barely. Like, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Ontario is the most price sensitive place in the world.
They're a little over the top. Derek's like, so for the record, when Chris trusts in Bebo's brewing and buys in, he has a frame of reference. So I think more than anything else that you guys could have used words to describe, I think this really sums up Third Moon's ethos and how much trust they have in each other, which is a beautiful thing. Fucking hell. If you guys are listening to the audio and you've got 4 hours in, you haven't tuned into the video, like, you're going to have to see the video for like 20 minutes ago. Like, yeah. Tiff's like, yeah, the beer store could never get to this level. Actually, incredible. It's ridiculous. This is like obscene beer porn in a way that, like, we've gone up in viewers and we're at midnight on a Saturday at 4 hours in. Like, this is ridiculous.
How many viewers you got?
Right now it says 15. Bro, on an average episode, we have like 5. Because we've only got like 1,200 subscribers, so that kind of adds up. Because one at Third Moon, people are already excited. And then it's... But I don't understand why it's going up.
I think it's because of my cat.
I think it's the kitty for sure.
Rooney is the chest sticker.
Yeah, it's the chest sticker. It's the cat. It's Erica Badu in the background. It's Steve's glasses. And now it's Chris's cellar.
It's actually Steve's background. It's like Bebo's background is.
Steve's background is like fire. And Terry Number said, Chris, do you have any homes from Detroit, from Ann Arbor?
I do.
I knew you would. Why would you not? Why would you not?
Where is it?
Shouts to Nick and Tommy right there.
I love Holmes. We love Holmes.
They're the homies. Do you guys know them?
Juice with clarity. Unbelievable.
Oh, they're insane. Moose Hair is like, I'm here for the long haul at this point.
Yeah, you're not logging off at this point.
If you guys, we interviewed Holmes when they first opened in 2017. We went down there, and I didn't know they were going to be this good. Have you guys connected with them?
No, not as like Third Moon. I remember at Witchstock 2 years ago.
Yeah, they were out there.
They were there. It was like a barrel-aged sour with passion fruit. And that was the beer of the night. And there was Canty on there, and there was all this shit. That was like fucking incredible on a total other level. I had so many pours of that. Yeah, that not last year, but 2 years ago.
2 years ago. They would be worth connecting with. They're lovely, lovely dudes, and they've only got like.
Where's my homes? It's
more
here.
fire.
It's like some secret nook of his basement.
You're like, where the fuck are they? It's like hard to even remember.
How have you managed this? This is unbelievable.
I need a piss, but I can't leave.
I have not.
I know. It's.
I can't get up. I feel like, Tiff, get me a bottle. Get me a bottle.
I have not managed this. That's how I've gotten to this point. That's not true.
So everything that you tried finds a place in this.
Oh, there's a Detroit, there's a Michigan section. Here we go. A bit of fucking, what's it called?
Yeah.
Old Nation.
Old Nation.
Yeah, a bit of red line. See, back to Ontario. It's inconsistent, Chris. I'm just saying, but it's okay.
Farmageddon.
Chris, how do you organize this? Like, what goes on the roof? What goes on the shelf? Like, what's the process?
We've got the top 100 in glass cabinets.
Okay.
You know, and that's what gets all the attention.
That's the priority.
And then when a new beer comes in and blows my mind, and it says to me,
"We," does "we" mean just you, or does "we" mean
his other half? It's a split personality.
I mean, we work on this together. I don't do anything.
Like you and.
Well, I mean, it's rare when I drink a beer on my own anymore.
Oh, okay.
If you can get a good beer, it's like, I'm sharing this with Bebo. That's it. He's got to try this. You know, like if there's anything that I think is going to excite me, then it's like, okay, we're drinking this together.
Nebuchadnezzar, that was one of the best LCBO drops.
Oh, the Omnipolo?
Yeah.
Yeah. Terry Nemba says it was a Holmes Boysenberry Metaform. I know that is.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember drinking that.
And this warrants a TLC special or something.
Yeah, it's a bit hoardery.
Well, it's hoardery, but it's like not weird.
Borderline, I accept that.
Yeah, but it's not weird,
organized.
bro. It's not weird at all.
Well, thank you for saying that.
It's okay. You're not weird, Chris. I think you're the
I've been
opposite of
judged
weird.
before.
Hey, man,
Every-
you're so welcome.
Every week we put out a beer, I feel judged.
Don't feel judged. Fuck them. Fuck everybody. Come to my basement, bitch, and see what's up.
Like, we're joking about it, but like, real talk, like, this is the kind of obsession that I'm talking about. Like, like every one of these beers, you have to put in a lot of time and effort to get, and it's just like casually like among the masses of all this shit. And it's like, I feel like we put in our time and our bona fides to like
Odd side.
know what we're talking about.
Today.
Yeah.
As we were making
really
a
have.
pumpkin spice latte stout that we're releasing on Thursday, we talked about how, is the spice level right? And we referenced this beer, Odd Sides, in Michigan. And we're like, sweet potato souffle, right?
Yeah, that's what we're
Are we
talking
going
about.
to measure up to this weird beer that these guys released that we loved and that inspired us? And is anyone going to even have drank this beer to know what it is you need to do to deliver the goods on a pumpkin beer? And are we going to even measure up? I don't know. We're just going to swing at it and hope that we hit it.
I think if anyone ever threatens to commit, like, or to question how committed you guys are, they just need to watch
this whole 4-hour episode
video, and they'll just step back and be just like, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I had no idea of the mental illness that you could do. And I'm just gonna step back and allow you to do whatever the fuck you do, because this is
no one
And
can
then
talk.
like he's not doing it, but like you could point any beer and Chris will tell you where he got it, where he drank it, and who he drank it with. I fucking guarantee it. I will bet any amount of money.
90% I drank.
is
Yeah, I
99.9% of that in Bebo's basement with Bebo?
Yeah.
No, I was at Chris's basement. And I Ubered over to drink.
Yeah, exactly. Every week for the last 3 years, we were getting together. People were like, wow, you guys drink the craziest beers on a weeknight. It's like, yeah, because we were planning out how to launch this brewery. And we needed some serious beer to convince us that we could take the jump and actually do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna quit my like steady, normal, high-paying job to do what? Fuck.
Something obscene.
The right thing is what you did.
Okay.
That was not even like boring for a fraction of a second. That was the most riveting.
Yeah, that was something.
It's insane.
Moosehead's like, so who's making breakfast? And there's 15 people watching right now. Like, I can't express how unusual that is. It's just fucking wild. Please, if you're listening to the audio, go to check the video.
This would be the worst podcast ever.
Yeah,
Can you listen to the audio live?
No, the audio comes out on Wednesday because I ripped the audio from this. And the funny thing is, so like I don't have a choice because we don't have separate microphones to sort of like do it separately. So I ripped the direct audio. So the thing is, I guess you always forget we're doing a video, right? And you don't always describe what you're looking at. So for those, if we didn't describe it, Chris has a very intense basement, and you should really tune in. And he's got some Dre Fontaine right there.
It's like hidden behind.
It's a slightly extensive bottle collection.
Slightly.
He's only got a couple of bottles, but
it's okay. It's like
a handful of decent locals.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Like I wouldn't sit here for 4 hours and watch it, but like, or maybe I would. I don't know. Maybe you should try it. Fucking hell, dude. It's a miracle that you guys aren't morbidly obese as well with this volume of beer. Like,
Chris used to do P90X all the time.
Oh, that's how you do it? Yeah, I respect that. You have to.
So, Chris, can you hear me?
Of course I can.
You kind of showed that you have bottles behind, but like, how does that work? Like, you have this entire basement, it's full of empties, but then like, where are the ones that aren't empty? Like, how does that work?
So if you're coming to rob me, here's
Yeah.
what.
That's what I'm really trying.
You say people are picking up beer at his house off his porch.
So where can I
What
find
you
the
see are the
canteen?
beers I've drank, because why would I put them on display if I haven't already drank them and I could tell you how amazing they are? And
Fair.
so the rest of them are, behind what you see, and I'll just try to create a glass obstacle course for any burglar that's trying to come in here. Just like,
Is that a big concern?
well, it's not. It's not since the pandemic hit, because my cellar is quite pilfered, and
Thanks, Steve.
there's not much left. Honestly,
There's only 800 bottles left, Steve. Fuck.
I was up to over 800, and now I'm down to under 200. So
Who do you blame?
it's quite manageable, and I know we're
China.
feeling that. We're all feeling the strain, and really, it stresses us out, because when people come over, we really have to think hard and deep about what are we going to open from our cellar. But that's part of what makes it more special to have the in-person contact. Is like, this is from my pilfered cellar, and if there were a bomb that would take us all out and we have to live in the cellar, I do have a bottle opener in the cellar, and we are going to make it, but you have to get to the cellar first. So, so as long as we make it to the basement, we're good. We're good for at least a month.
At least. You can live off this shit.
I love every moment of this.
I don't even know what to say. This is really over and above any expectations that I had of this podcast.
Show us, Chris.
Terry and Emma said, "Can we just start asking for random breweries?" And Tiff's like, "I haven't started streaming 4 hours ago on this channel before." And then Terry and Emma said, Weyabaka? And then Derek's like, Chris has Weyabaka. Maybe not Trafalgar.
Sure,
Yeah, show me that Weyabaka. What the fuck is Weyabaka?
Sunday morning stout.
I used to have it, but
What happened?
Did you break it?
all those conversations about, Weyerbacher's taking out KBS, it's a KBS killer, and then we tasted them side by side, and we did the right thing. KBS.
This is so ridiculous. Okay, can I take a piss and then keep showing this, and then we'll maybe wrap it up because it's 4 hours and 6 minutes.
We're never wrapping this up. This
Yeah, we
is
can just
happening.
keep going. It's certainly like I'm good for another few hours, bro. Like that's fucking good.
Holy fuck, I'm fucking
It's
tired.
insane.
This person, he's got a
Chris,
bottle opener.
I feel like you've been just wandering forever.
Lost in the woods. Holy fuck, I'm dying.
Grab a coconut stout to replenish my liquor. That was a good call, Noah.
What's that?
I almost. I'm thirsty.
Oh. I want to try your coconut stout.
Holy fuck, I'm dying.
How's being a dad opening a brewery, Bebo?
Oh, it sucks.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm dying.
Being away sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I just feel like I never see my kids enough. Part of me is like, I feel guilty. It's like, okay, my family's got to pay the price for daddy's like home brewer gone pro. dream, but hopefully it works out one day.
It will. And I'm sure the time that you do spend there, you make sure it's quality.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm fucking.
It just never ends, huh?
No,
He's got those magnums, like 1.5 liters. I swear to God, one night it was like 2 a.m, and I went over with our buddy Andrew, and we called an Uber. It was late as fuck. I was like passing out. We called an Uber. The guy was there. He pulled into the driveway, and Chris opened a magnum of Mikkel. It's like, no.
It's like, I called the Uber.
No, I'm not going to drink.
Did you take a glass to go?
Did the Uber driver try it? Like,
like, bro, you need some of this. Terry and Emma said, angry chair.
a Magnum while he was in the driveway?
It was like 2 a.m. or something. I opened this. I'm like, why is that a Magnum? And why did you just open that? Chris goes hard. Like I said, he's a thoroughbred.
Yeah, I like that. You got the known, you got the fucking flying monkeys in the chicken wire there.
Oh my god, I'm fucking dying right now.
Honestly, this is probably the most fun I've had in some time.
Me too.
Like, I knew this would be a really good conversation, but I didn't know it'd be this good. I don't think the people. I don't think the other
3 hours of Chris.
3 hours of Chris is showing his cellar. I didn't know the other 14 people who were tuned in live would also think the same.
Oh my god.
The chicken wire is just...
It's so funny because it's like, I don't even know. Like, where are we at, like, spatially? It's hard to, like, orient yourself.
Yeah, I have no idea where we are. Is that like, oh, the Cascade joints?
Like,
Jesus.
How else
it makes
you
you feel that he's been walking for hours in just, like, one direction or something.
Yeah, I think I
How
read a
else can we
Shakespeare
deal
story
with-
like this where a guy dies at the end.
Derek says, are those some of the insane brew dogs? Did you have the crazy brew dog with the high ABV or some shit?
I never had that one. Sunk the big Bismarck or whatever
The
though.
swirl thing?
But I did have Schwarzbach from Germany with the crazy, what was it, like 50% where they gotta, they gotta freeze it and extract the water to leave the alcohol so they can get even more dense.
Jesus.
Oh man.
You got
You have-
one of
you
those
have that
brew dogs
in your
upstairs,
collection?
right?
I do.
Where is it?
What? It's in a place I don't like to look. But
What does that mean?
Where you have to
Sorry,
move things.
personal collection, and this is taking me through a lot of past lives.
I feel like we've all had those past lives, really.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
And chicken wire on our fucking basement
I-
ceiling.
Pretty standard.
With more beer than the average person has ever seen in their entire life.
The best licorice stout I ever had. Since you asked, thank you for asking that question.
You're welcome.
Is Labyrinth.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Come
We
on.
drank that at Gary and Carrie's that one night.
Tell me how that wasn't a game changer for you.
Oh, yeah. They
Where's it
didn't
from?
call it stout, they called it a black ale.
You went to
Who's that by?
Uinta.
Oh, Uinta. Okay.
yeah. Western U.S.
Oh, the old Berliner. What is it? The Hello ones? They were good.
It's like in a corner. Like, you couldn't... If you were there, you could not find those. You gotta, like, go to a little special section and, like, look up and over.
Oh, and a
Apparently
very
has several
inspiring
sections
brewery
that are
from
like
Southern Tier from New York. just on the other side
Jameson,
of-
New York. I've been down there. Yes, it's
Like the inspiration for us.
yeah, they're killer.
We're brewing big stouts because we had their big stouts and thought, wow,
I
why
remember
can't
when
we
Chalk Lab
every
came
day?
to... When that came to the LCBO,
I
that was
remember
like...
too.
yeah, I remember that.
That was like 2011, 2012.
Yeah,
And the creme brulee. Woo!
Oh, Come
Crazy
on.
vanilla.
It was sweet on a level that we weren't used to.
Yeah, man. I remember drinking that. I remember exactly where I was when I drank that beer for the first time, too. That shit, Southern Tier changed the game.
This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, man.
You remember when you were.
Yeah.
I was going to say that earlier tonight.
Yeah.
You remember when you were, when you first had this beer.
You
These are
were with it.
memories.
Yeah, man. Druggy 9 is saying, great hanging out tonight, guys. I imagine that means he's like, all right, I'm tapping out. Hey, man, I appreciate you. You stuck around
Is that
for
all you
I
got?
came to hear about hazy IPAs.
4
Is that
hours.
all you got?
Is that all you got? 4 hours and 13 minutes? Soft.
Come on, what a win!
Soft. Get a glass of water. Let's go.
Chicken wired fucking beers can you hang with?
Fucking hell.
Chris, what do you get up in there and just like throw
Yeah, how do they get in there?
shit? Like,
Hmm.
what do you do? Like, how do you even do? You like crawl? I'm so confused.
I
He
have
ripped his face up, hooking those up too. He had
You're-
like some.
You're
like,
an extraordinary
visual-
individual. You're. If anyone ever questions anything about Third Moon, they just need to watch this video.
Yeah.
and just
This,
be like,
this should be like a
Do you
reference.
realize what this dude did for empty bottles, let alone what they're doing for real like beer that you can drink.
Those like barrel aged Mexican cakes, like Jesus.
Fucking hell.
They're in the overflow area. Some of the best beers I've ever had. No room for them.
In the
Get rid of
overflow. Oh, yeah.
Some
a bit
Val
of
in there.
Val.
There's a lot of Quebec going on up there. Some
Bit of Saint
Dino,
Ambroise.
Yeah.
Where are they being here?
it's all just
Little
Oh,
bit
that's
of
one of
yeah.
Chris's favorite labels.
Funk Royale.
No, the
Oh, yeah.
Dulcis Secubus.
Oh, yeah. The True to the Out, whatever.
Come on, people.
Derek says, where's the BA cakes?
These are BA cakes, man. Come on, get in.
Look at the cakes, Derek.
Derek.
God damn you, Derek, you fuck.
Looks hard.
Very attractive, Derek.
This is.
Oh, the Westbrook. Yeah, I think I had the OG Mexicake. That shit
Yeah,
was
that's great.
that shit was fire. Terry Never says, "Oh hail, Chris," with lots of exclamation points. At least 9 of them.
No question about that.
Chris the God. This is going to be one of the premier craft beer collections in Canada, not just Ontario.
Yeah, I challenge anybody to match that or beat that. Like
There's
it's
like
crazy.
there's an older guy in Quebec who does something similar to this. It would be cool for you guys to like
Move
do
into
a-
a cabin
off
in the
together.
woods.
I just get married or something and then combine the connections. The collections.
just like little circle jerk or something. I don't know,
Circle
but
jerks.
he's got a similar thing going.
Shorts in Michigan? Come on. Swing for the fences, people.
Like 3 U-Haul trucks of empties and some staple guns and chicken wire. Just fucking go to town.
Hey man,
Logic. Come on, people.
come on.
I'm still really curious, like your
Swing.
process for sticking the stuff on the roof.
Yeah, those bottle logics are crazy.
Like Chris, walk us through how you did that.
I ran out of dimensions. It was like when you back an animal into a corner,
Yeah.
and it's like I've got 2 tasks ahead of me, and both are big. So I would rather just not have to move anything out of this house into a garbage truck. That's really how it came down.
But
Do you, like-
tell me about how you got
Were you
hurt doing
like
it.
throwing them, or like were you climbing on?
No, you
top?
must put it in and then hold it up and then staple it in as you go, and then you move.
Or did you did you do it from where you are now, or did you
Hmm.
go up on top and just like place them down?
I got to a point where it was being hard. It was
He doesn't answer the question.
it was difficult to be able to display them. And you want to be organized. When people come over, when they used to be able to come over, you want to be
Oh,
organized.
fucking crap.
And so, So it just got to a point where it just was like, okay, this isn't sustainable anymore. So what are we gonna do here? We got to find a new system, or get the fuck out. And I decided to commit. And I went.
This is your idea of committing?
If that is a commitment, I don't know what is. Like, what more do you need to see?
That is commitment on so many levels. But I'm still trying to understand the physics of it. Like, how do those bottles and cans get there?
So I would imagine, Noah, to answer Chris's question, because I don't know if he really... I feel like what you would do,
I don't
you'd
think he's
staple...
answering our question.
No,
as
he's
people
not.
pointed out many times.
He hears it.
It's okay, he hears it, but he's in a zone. I feel like what you would do, you'd staple some of it, you'd push the bottles back, and you'd keep stapling, and then because there's big holes in the chicken wire, you'd use your fingers to move the labels so they face down. And then you'd keep stapling to the end, you'd shove them in on the end, and then you'd start again. You'd staple a little bit, and it'd be dangling down. You'd push the bottles in, and then staple up, then push more bottles in, and so on and so forth. It'd have to be the
I
only
think
way.
that makes sense, because I think in my head it was like you set up all the chicken wire first, and then you climb in on top. And
how would
place
he
them
get
all
in
down.
there? Because it's the ceiling.
Well, that's what I couldn't figure
Yeah.
out.
That's the only explanation, which is, this is like...
First, you have to raise your standards.
Fucking Tom Cruise.
I can't, man. This is the greatest piece of art I've ever been involved with. Oh, Breaking Bud, the old knee deep or whatever there.
Oh my god. I gotta pee. I'll be back.
Go
The
fish.
best triple I ever had before I'd had any triples.
Okay. James says, I'm more curious how you get them out.
You don't. You don't. It enters into the house of the price. So keep that in mind. Store it away. And when I ever decide that I think I can move, you'll be the first one I contact.
James E.
And build this into the price.
It's just much easier to just leave these here. You're not going to be able to take these with you safely.
Oh my fucking god, I'm dying right now.
Black Ops, come on.
Come
Brooklyn,
on.
Black Ops, one of the first stouts, and you're like, wow, the effervescence. I don't know if I can handle it. But then still, years later, you come back and you say, have I ever had a beer like that? Never.
Never.
Here it is.
Until you had Third Moon. You guys need your own channel, bro.
No.
It'd be...
We would not get anything done.
No, yeah, you really wouldn't. Tiffany is crying over here, laughing. And she's on a 30-second delay.
And it is a challenge to get anything done.
And look, I can imagine because you have so much fire.
Yeah, because North Coast continues to put out ridiculous beers, and I'll try to put them so the right stuff. But they're like, fuck it. We don't need a label.
Fuck a label.
Fuck the label.
Fuck it.
And we're like, no, we'd rather spend several hours a week just deciding on a special label. And they're like, fuck it. We will just make you an amazing beer that will blow your mind whenever you have it. And we say, no, it's not complicated enough. Let's do one.
Derek says, Chris, the studio next.
You have a studio on top of this?
You know what? Fucking kid.
Poor Bebo is crying.
Oh my god, I'm in pain from laughing so much. Holy fuck. You guys are asking these like normal questions.
Peter has always wondered, but never asked.
Yeah, right? That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for, boys. To balance it out.
Yeah.
North Coast is making the beers you didn't ask for. It's just speculating on the chicken wires.
I also love that there's 15 people still watching this.
I don't understand. What are you guys doing? It's 12:31 on a Saturday evening. Like, Derek's like, Bebo gonna die.
Nice.
Hey man, I'm glad that we're keeping y'all entertained. When I say we, I mean Chris.
Yeah, everyone else is.
All we're doing is laughing at Chris, and we're just
Yeah,
Chris is the host. Chris is the Jesus. We are but his disciples.
Chris, have you like gone back and forth, or is this all new footage? Because if it's all new footage,
This
Can I
is
just say something like
that
dead
is
serious? Like
so...
dead serious. I've tried to explain this to people, and like I've put up some Instagram stories of videos of this, and people are like, "Wow, it's crazy!" And it's like you cannot fathom this. It just fucking goes and goes and goes. Like it's so intricate and layered. It's like just
How big is the
oh
house?
fucking god.
It's
This-
very
Do you live on a giant farm?
it's like a life's work.
equivalent
Yes.
of a town.
I don't mean to make fun. This is unbelievable.
No one's making fun at all. I don't
No,
think anybody is
we're all
making fun.
pure awe.
Terry Emma says Kern River.
Awesome.
Chris, have you got Kern River?
Oh man, you know I do. And
Of
I was
course you
looking-
do. Come on, don't be embarrassed.
Yeah, I do.
I'd be
Outstanding IPA. Come on, unbelievable brewery.
I'd be embarrassed if you didn't have it.
Joe Reyna, that I used to trade with out in Nevada, used to give me amazing West Coast IPAs. And Outstanding IPA from Kern River was one of the first ones that blew my mind. But there are more dimensions we can deliver with an IPA, people.
Show us.
Where do I have it?
Then that's the question.
To his other house.
So-
It's in the
I
other
know
house.
I have it. I promise you I have it.
I would never ever like disbelieve you at any stage. There's nothing that you
I don't believe it, Chris.
Yeah. Don't disagree.
You have to show me.
Yeah.
Give me 37 seconds.
37. In the meantime,
Mhm.
so what's the
That's 37 seconds too long.
what's the studio all about? Is this not the studio? This
You
is
must
like
be a shelf building expert.
yeah. I feel like shelf building is a skill set that the average person doesn't have, and I imagine that.
There it is.
There you go. There's that Kern
That's
River.
GLB. That's GLB.
Yeah.
Up top.
Oh, you
Well, show
gotta,
it.
you gotta move the camera up a little bit, dude.
Is it? Oh my god.
You might have to go in a bit because I'm seeing the barn owls, but
Where?
Tactile.
Moose says, good thing you guys don't work today. And Derek says, check your spreadsheet, Chris.
It's true. Is that not it?
I don't
Just
know.
outstanding?
I can't tell. I don't even know what Kern
I see
River is.
Bellwoods up the
Yeah, a
wazoo.
bunch of Bellwoods.
I got all them joints still in the cellar, but you've drank them.
Oh, yeah, okay, I got you.
Is that it?
Oh, is it that, that's that one Sierra Nevada just next to it, too.
I know. Yeah. Isn't that a black IPA? I was like, thank you for doing a black IPA. Speaking of which,
Speaking of which,
come on.
come on. Oh, New Glarus? Oh, Spotted Cow Classic.
Classic.
I love that beer.
Burdock. Come on. Toronto.
Mate, T.O.
GLB. Oh, original GLB.
Oh, look at that. For the heads. For the real heads.
Best pumpkin ale.
Oh, fucking pumpkin right there. Fucking Southern Tier. The OG
Yeah,
pumpkin
that's a
pie
killer.
beer. You cannot drink that to yourself. You need to share that shit. I tried. It's rough. I drank it to myself. It was very poor move.
Oh man.
Don't do it. But if you're gonna drink the pumpkin pie, every beast of God.
My favorite 10 pumpkin ales right here, folks.
Look at them.
Good Lord.
Wow.
Oh,
Yours isn't there yet.
it's not yet. That's not for me to decide. Come on, Hangar 24, gorgeous.
Gorge.
Hello.
That's great.
Headless Heron, Central Waters, Treat, Midnight Sun. Bring it down for my Arctic. Southern Tier told us all what a pumpkin beer should taste like in Southern Ontario. Honestly,
Yep.
Good Gourd.
Good God.
Cigar City, one of the biggest inspirational breweries for both Bebo and I.
I love
Good
it.
gourd. Oh man.
Look at this pumpkin. Look at it. Team Pumpkin is creaming right now.
Team Pumpkin.
That's what we are all fucking day. I could just look at the pumpkin is. Derek says, the real question, Chris, are you going to fit Third Moon in there? Which is what we were saying.
Yeah, what are you doing with your moon stuff?
Well, it's interesting you ask. Because I started to, and then I realized very quickly I already don't have enough room in this townhouse for the beers that we didn't brew. And I thought, this is a little ridiculous, and then draw the line somewhere. And at first,
This is a little ridiculous.
favorite, and then
Just a little bit.
and then too many beers become my favorite, and I realize I don't have room anymore. So I'm keeping the stickers on our own stuff.
The stickers?
Yeah, the stickers. I know it's sad.
Yeah, how do you feel? How does it make you feel?
It's it's like when we told you to use extract.
I'm unable. I'm unable. You guys are too much. You didn't warn me about this. I thought we were just going to be having a nice conversation for 60 minutes.
I thought, yeah, it was like
Sorry about that.
80, maybe 90 minutes.
Yeah, Tubbs. This has been one of the most entertaining evenings.
We were going to cut it off at 90 sharp.
Sharp. Oh, yeah.
Sharp.
Crusher used to be my favorite beer of all time, and they changed it.
A Crusher?
Yeah, Crusher was my
Yeah.
favorite of all
Or
time.
we changed.
One time I was over at Chris's, and it was like 2 a.m. I know all my stories start like that.
Of course.
And we're fucking wrecked, waiting for the Uber driver, and he busts out like a 4-pack of the Crusher that I don't even know where he got. And there's
Did he
some
crack
like,
all 4 open at the same time?
essentially, yeah. There's some like old like Bugs Bunny thing where there's like a boxer guy called the Crusher's here, and he puts it on at like fucking 150 decibels. Like it's so loud, my eardrums are like bleeding. The Crusher's here, and it was just on repeat, and it just cracked. I need to go to bed. Like, what the fuck is happening?
It's amazing.
Yeah, man. I haven't even been bored for a fraction of a second. Once again, if
Chris-
you're listening to the audio, please
Chris,
tune
is
into
this
the video.
all new footage? Like, or have you just gone in circles?
No, that was.
I'm adding some extra finesse. I hope you appreciate it.
No, I
Oh, we
appreciate it,
do?
all, bro. Don't worry about it.
I'm just trying to understand the scope of what's happening.
I don't even know where we're at right now. This is like a different
No,
territory.
we were seeing the Michigan ship before, and then I just saw the foam up on above the ledge there.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
But we didn't see this bottom stuff before.
Come on, baby stouts.
Come
Sir
on.
it.
Oh, with the matching corks, there you go. There you go.
You got some Quebec
L-
in there, though. There's some.
Bit of LTM.
Yeah.
Fucking hell,
cool.
man.
I mean, there's lots to talk about.
Obviously. Terry and Emma said this is so fun. See, like, there's a reason why there's still 13 people tapped in at 12:40 after 4 hours and 32 minutes.
Terry and Emma and I should be drinking at this hour.
That's what I'm thinking. This is actually the longest podcast I think we've ever done of all time period in over
Easily,
220 something episodes or whatever the fuck I think all up.
Hudson Valley, come on. The Vale, bring it in.
The Veil, the gods. Terry and Emma say
Tired
against.
hands who
Ooh.
taught us how to use lactose. Come on.
Oh, they are the lactose gods, sir. Ardmore, Philadelphia's finest. Ardmore, Pennsylvania, I'm sorry.
Chris, wasn't there an article about your
Yeah, I think
collection
so.
recently? Didn't I see something about that? Like someone wrote something about it.
It's true.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Is Siri into your shit?
It's
Oh my god! This whole
a lot
shit,
of people
bro.
were impacted by that story.
Siri was like, "Oh, let me tell you about that article."
Yes, my favorite Mikkeller glass was broken, and so so my wife
I'm sorry.
to Mikkeller Copenhagen and said, "Can you do anything?" And they sent a box of awesome swag. And like part of the reason we're doing this is because we believe that you can have fun with craft. So they sent me this box. So I know this is not something you realize that I would show you, but this is the box they sent. And come on, how fun is this?
It's pretty sick.
It's a box.
And still in it is the crew neck sweater, and here is the little taster glass that they sent, and it's awesome. It's like, come on, keep the fun in craft. And they said all you need to do is send us back a picture of you with the swag we sent, and so naturally, I took the picture in front of this shrine, and they freaked out. Yeah.
You got a restraining order.
Passport, and they said we put it to our members, and we want to carry one of your beers in our member box for Christmas. So we've been talking to them, and we're trying to figure out how to deal with borders and how to get some beers over to Copenhagen. But it's just that's part of why we're doing this. It's for the fun, right? Like,
It's awesome.
Yeah, he's glossing over it, but like his like real OG fucking obsession with Mikkeller, like, so just like his wife wrote and said, "Oh, can we get a glass?" And they were like recognized, like, "Oh, this dude's for real." And he said, "Oh yeah, I have a brewery. I own a brewery." And they said, "Oh, you guys get good ratings on Untapped, whatever." And so long story short, we're sending like a fucking mountain of beer over to Copenhagen for their beer club.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's super cool.
And it's even cooler because there's a genuine connection
Yeah.
with them, and maybe that'll lead to some collabs and other stuff with them in the future too.
Did they comment on the chicken wire though?
I kept that out of the picture.
Photoshop.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I just kept it out. That's okay. That's for the next one. That's for the next one. Speaking of pictures, can we get the thumbnail for YouTube? So basically what we do, I just take a screenshot here, but what I like to do is I'm going to hold up the cans. If you want to hold up, oh shit. Keith, can you grab that one? Hold it up for me. Yeah, I'll hold up that side. There you go. Do that. No, yeah, push them forward. No, yeah, there you go. There you go. There we go, boys. Oh yeah, get that fucking in there. Yeah, fuck yeah. All right, you ready? Oh, let me see if that was some baby Jesus shit, right? Oh my gosh, that is glorious.
Look good?
Yeah, mate, that is sexy.
I'm dying.
Boys, this has probably been one of the funnest podcasts of 4 hours and 36 minutes that I've ever experienced. Derek says, Chris, Bebo, love you guys. I'm out. Wow. Not even Noah Craig, love you guys. Wow. All about Chris and Steve now, Derek. Wow. Well, we love
Fuck
you
you,
too, Derek.
Fuck you.
No, boys, seriously, this was insanely fun. You guys.
This is so much fun.
Yeah.
This was a total blast.
I appreciate you both so much, man. I already loved everything about your brand. I loved everything about your beer. I already enjoyed talking to you guys online, but I didn't expect this to be this wild. This is like fascinating. It wasn't even like, I really think this is it's gonna keep people. That's why there's so many motherfuckers watching so long in. So I just really appreciate both your time, man. I appreciate everything you do. I appreciate your passion for craft beer and doing what what you're doing and making it organic and just creating the shit that you want to see in Ontario and bringing that to life. I appreciate you both, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks
for everything. Thanks
guys.
for having us on. This has been awesome.
Yeah, man.
So much fun.
Genuine pleasure. Derek says, Craig, you know what? Y'all ain't bad either. Yeah. Too late now. Moose says it was great going to sleep. Well, you all rock. Thank you, fam. Terry and Emma says, guys at the door is always open at Shea 44 in Waterloo.
Nice.
Steve and Chris, guys, where can everybody find what they need to find about Third Moon online?
In the chicken wire of Chris's basement.
thirdmoonbrewing.com.
If you've listened this long and can't figure out where to find us,
Yeah. You really should just go to Instagram and find
you got no chance.
it. Noah, where can they find you online, bro?
That's true.
I don't even know anymore.
I didn't even know. The chicken wire?
Beerism.ca in everywhere.
And
Yeah.
everywhere.
Every Thursday at noon, we put new beers up on our website, thirdmoonbrewing.com. Just order it and come pick it up. Reach out to us if you don't like our pickup windows, and we're there brewing. We're trying to bring you new beers and work as hard as we can. So thirdmoonbrewing.com. Just order it and reach out to us if you can't come on Friday or Saturday, and we'll hook you up.
You guys are the best, man. You're just so good. You just got such
Really
great
are.
energy.
Thanks, guys.
It's making me smile. You guys are beautiful human
Guys.
beings. Thank you so much. Let me finish this up. Stay on the line afterwards, though, because we'll wrap it up personally. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in for 4 hours and 39 minutes. Appreciate y'all. If you enjoyed the episode, smash the thumbs up for Chris's Chicken Wire. Hit subscribe below. Hit the notification bell to hear more about Chris's Chicken Wire in the future. Follow us on social media at BAOS Podcast. We will be back next actual Thursday and Friday. We're doing a double podcast next week with Noah co-hosting both of them. We will announce those on social media as we go. I would imagine it will not be 4 hours and 40 minutes, but
It could be longer.
It
Craig.
could-
It could be longer.
it could be longer.
If they have
chicken wire. If they have chicken wire.
If anyone else does, please let us know. We'll collab with them instantly.
For that moment alone, it's like I'm gonna double check. I don't even think anything's come this close. It's this is a legendary episode.
It's funny because this is what you literally said last week when I co-hosted with you, and you're like, it was 3.5 hours.
Yeah, and I was
I
like,
gotta figure out where we went off the rails for the audio podcast, because at a certain point it was just like,
it's.
Solution.
I'm not gonna edit it though. I'm sorry, Chris.
Throw it out there.
When you need a solution for maximum visibility, chicken wire.
Maybe the episode could be called Chicken Wire. I've got a bunch of them.
Probably should be.
There's
Is it literally how long is it?
on live right now, it is 4 hours, 41 minutes, and 21 seconds.
Jesus Christ.
Honestly, we've done a few long ones before, but I feel like 3 hours was always the peak. I don't believe we've ever even done 4. So this is beyond not even just the new series where we've been doing the quarantine ones over Skype. Like I'm talking before when we used to do in person. This was not even.
But honestly, I don't want to sound like this was actually probably good to listen to the whole way.
The whole way. No, this is exactly.
It was actually a good.
The whole way.
I think it's actually interesting to listen to the whole thing.
Yeah, the only thing is that once it gets to the chicken wire stuff, you're gonna need to jump on the video.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
And tune in. So we're gonna wrap.
Maybe like the first 3.5.
The first 3.5 hours, that last little bit, you're gonna, we were describing it, but not super well because we were all blown away.
You gotta see it.
Yeah, you just gotta see it. Like even if we described it, it's not really it's not gonna do the trick. So I'm going to cut off the live stuff, but we'll stay on Skype and we'll say peace. So, guys, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you on Thursday, 8 p.m. Cheers, guys. Peace.
Cheers.